I heard that.
When it hits the Facebook Live, feel free to share the links or right off of our fan page, if you will, to all your geek groups.
Who the hell? Oh.
To everybody just now joining us, we want to thank you for coming and spending a little time to sit down with us to talk about not only the systemic problems that we have in this country, but also to come up with a solution. Because at one point in time, the tribes would come together and they would put their heads together and resolve issues within the community. And I think that it's prevalent and obvious now that it's going to take the community to come together to think about what happens next. For the most part, we went out there and tore shit up. So now the question becomes, what do we do next? We have an amazing panel tonight, and we have some really special guests from different parts of the country tapped into the show tonight. First and foremost, I ask you to kindly hit the share button, share it on your pages, share it in your groups, share it on your personal profiles. Throughout this entire week, I've seen a lot of people with a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts, and a lot of comments. You talked about it on social media. Well, now here's a forum where we can collectively come together and at least start the conversation on what happens next. We're going to get ready to start the show in a few minutes, but I want to give everybody an opportunity and a time to share this content to every place that it's relevant. And we'll be with you in about 4 minutes.
What I miss? Nothing, I guess.
Yeah, sharing frenzy.
You put it up as when Concrete Comics call, we answer.
In a few minutes, but I want to give everybody an opportunity.
Is this fool getting ready to make a speech?
Ooh, which fool?
The president.
Yeah, I heard
Who's president?
That criminal is already, he's already said what he's going to say.
He's
still in the military. He's deploying the military everywhere. He's declared war on the streets on Americans.
Yep.
Didn't he hear about what Hitler did in the bunker? Why can't he?
He did hear about it, and that's why he's doing it.
He's a coward.
Exactly.
You know,
Hitler went out like a G. I'm gonna tell him Hitler went out like a G. You should do the same. That's what you should do. Go do it. Go do it. Go do it. Those are the people you idolize. Go do that.
He's missing about 3 things out of 15.
For everybody who's just now tuning in, please, we're requesting that for the next couple minutes that you share this live feed, this special edition of Headners in Charge, in all your geek groups, in all your social media platforms that you feel that a conversation like this will be appreciated and should be had.
Phone lines open at 8, right?
Yes, the phone lines will be open at 8 o'clock, and we at 8:30 we will have a second wave of different panelists that will be joining the conversation. I wanted to give the forum and the platform to our initial guests, but we have a lot of people with a lot of things to say, and it should be a good conversation. We're going to be at this nonstop until every voice that wants to be heard is heard. If y'all can share World Star fights, if y'all can share TikTok twerk videos, if y'all can share footage of the looters, all that snitching y'all doing out in these streets, y'all can share this.
I'm so over major media outlets. I can't.
You know what's so sad? I hardly, because all I do is stream television. I haven't watched BET in a minute. What are they doing?
Oh,
Not
posted
being helpful, I'm
nonsense on
sure.
Facebook.
Yeah.
They doing what?
Bullshit.
Showing love don't cost a thing for like the 18th time.
This will be their moment to shine. Just nonstop coverage.
We said the same thing like the last time something like this happened, and they fall short every single time for a network that's supposed to be for us, by us. They don't do anything
has
for
not
us.
been for us. That network has not been for
Yeah,
us.
they've
for
been
like 20
sold.
years.
I was about to say, I don't even think they're black owned anymore.
Nope.
No, I thought they were still.
Owned by Viacom, which is the same network, the same conglomerate that owns MTV, MTV2, and like a gajillion other.
And it's apparent.
So their black president is just a figurehead, is what
A
you're saying.
figurehead.
I mean,
Okay,
she's president of BET, but she got to answer to a higher authority.
right.
That makes sense.
The white man.
And I mean, hey, it's black entertainment television, so I guess they took that and ran with it at this point.
I mean, don't get me wrong. People who are still like posting memes and little funny videos, like I'm like, thank you. Like it's a nice little,
Great.
like,
yeah,
from
definitely.
like all.
Oh, yeah, I went silent. Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah, it's like, come on, like BET.
And that's another reason
Kurt ass.
that are out on the front lines, because they the real coverage. Because otherwise we wouldn't know the underhandedness that's taking place.
Yeah, I mean, you have certain media outlets, especially a lot of
Kurt, stop muting me, jerk.
We are starting. We've already started.
So nobody else gets muted, just me. Thanks.
We still together. Remember that? Or I'm the old one in here.
For everybody here on our panel, thank you first and foremost for coming in today. We know that you could be doing 1,000,001 different things, like avoiding rubber bullets and tear gas.
Word.
Thanks.
But you decided to take this time to join us. I want to take this opportunity to first introduce our panel. And I believe we lost Dave, but we'll wait to see if he jumps back in. But I want to kind of start from left to right, which is my left on screen. I'm trying to see how it looks to them. Well, to my right, first, Bria, could you be so kind as to introduce yourself?
Oh, hi. So I'm Bria Goldwire from Johnism. I am a Philly native, and I just believe that Black people should be people. Is that a good assessment?
That's a great start.
There we go.
And next to you is the most amazing individual I've ever had the opportunity of meeting. She has her own business, and I can't really do it justice in the introduction, so I'm gonna allow her to do it herself. Q, if you could be so kind.
Hi, my name is Q from Gadgets and Geekery. I am here because I believe at this point, all this shit need to be dismantled. It's not working. It's not beneficial to anyone. And if you have a clear idea of how
Let's get this started, huh?
growth works in a community, you need us all. So that's what I'm here to talk about.
Okay, all right, and thank you for that, because I'm telling you right now, that's a great start to the conversation, because we're gonna get into whether we should build or dismantle. But that's going to be a part of it. That's definitely going to be a part of this. Next to Q is, of course, my doppelganger. She had the nerve to dress like me today.
First of all, nigga, I got dressed before you. You dressed like me.
Wow. You know what? I'm gonna let the N-word go on this one, because we keeping it 100 on this show. So go ahead, my nigga. Let them know who you are.
So extra. What's up, guys? At Teffy Wonder here, your wonderful melanated mochafied mermaid, back in black as hell.
See, you got the black lipstick on you. Look, I already feel the heat coming off my laptop. Next up is one of the premier leaders in our respective geek groups and a voice of reason, a brother who I really look up to and I fondly take advice from because I be wildin'. E, could you be so kind as to introduce yourself, brother?
What's up, everybody? I'm Eric the Smoke Moran, native Philadelphian. Basically, I'm here tonight because, for years I've been walking around in a state of anger, a state of just frustration. And for years, I've always tried to look at the positive aspect of things and hoping for the best. And there's a lot to be said tonight, but in a way to channel it, to educate the masses and to come up with some solutions, because brothers and sisters, we really need to get a grip on things. And this is our time to take the reins and do something about it. So there's a lot to be said tonight, and I have a lot to say. So, that's why I'm here tonight.
Thank you, E. From the Garble Podcast, which talks predominantly about the culture, politics, and all things involved, and does it from a really dope perspective. My brother, Ramon, is on here. Ramon, if you could be so kind as to introduce yourself.
What's going on, folks? Yeah, I'm a native Philadelphian, and we've torn it down. We can burn it to the ground, but let's figure out what are we going to rise from the ashes.
Mm-hmm.
And, within the family, we call her CC the Geek, but today I'm going to call her Sean. I'm going to call her what a mama call her. Shauna, if you could be so kind as to introduce yourself to everybody.
Thank you. My name is Shauna Lawson. I am a geek. I am a cosplayer. Before I was a cosplayer, I've been an activist. I've been an activist my entire adult life, mostly starting with Hurricane Katrina relief. Founded the alternative spring break in my alma mater, Bowie State University, Maryland's oldest HBCU. I mean, I done seen a lot of things. I done seen a lot of things in my very short life. And I feel like I have an old soul in good ways and bad. Currently, I'm working as a program specialist on behalf of a organization that focuses on research and education specifically for Black women and girls.
Thank you so much. And let me tell you something. Your voice has always been a refreshing one to see on social media, because I've always seen you try to do your best from your platform, propel people of color forward, especially us brothers, because we got some things we need to work on.
Thank you. I'm so glad you said that, because I have I'm going to get real fresh tonight. Let's put it.
No, listen, look, we're going to keep it 100, because we ain't going to this ain't white folk beat 'em up time. Right. There's a lot of things within our own community that we need to address and handle. And for anybody who is tuning into this special, I'm letting you know right now, this one's going to be a long one. We here, and we're going to talk, and we're going to give a voice to every single solitary person that wants to have a voice. We're going to keep the live going. If the live cuts off, we're going to come right back. This thing is going to keep rolling regardless. And if you've ever watched the show before, you know I hate saying last but not least, because there's nothing least about this queen that I'm about to talk about right now.
Ew.
As far as sacrifices go, look, she gonna sip a tea with it. Listen, I'm a big fan of, if you're gonna complain, if you're gonna tell me what we need to do in the culture, then you better have paid some kind of price. You got to sacrifice a little something. You got to give a little something to get a little something. And this woman I have followed for quite some time. I have stood in admiration of her grit and stick-to-itiveness. And this woman has literally stood toe-to-toe against City Hall. There's very few of us that can say they have gone to war against City Hall. And she's taken back her block, something that we need right now. And as far as leadership and guidance and how to take back our blocks, I think of no one better to have on this panel and to give insight than my sister, Tamar Manasseh. I said, everybody put their hands together for her.
Yes.
No, stop. No, go on. it's good to have light moments in the middle of this shit show called America right now. So thank you for that, guys.
Amen.
As the king said, I am Tamar Manassa, from Chicago, from 75th, from 55th, from the faux flow. You know, that's me. But and I'm basically here because, I mean, honestly, I'm fed the fuck up. I mean, that's it. That's it. I'm in a place where we can have the kind of conversations that need to be had right now because they're very important. Because honestly, if we don't have these conversations now, it's no guarantee that any of us are going to get a do-over next year, because it might be one of us to get shots. It might be one of us. It might be our turn. So we have to have conversations like this now. So thank you for being smart enough to invite me. I like it.
My mama called me smart, so I knew what to do now.
Thank you. Thank you.
And all I had to do was ask one. She said, "For you, anything," and she knew that made me blush.
I could be out doing all sorts of stuff right now, because normally at this time, for this past week, I have been. But tonight, this is the most important place for me to be. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and everybody out there are the most important people for me to be talking to. So let's
thank you so much, sis. Now, for anybody who was expecting to see Dave tonight, Dave has worked with many organizations and many campaigns. Dave works in DC, unfortunately, but fortunately, Dave is currently protesting. He's out on the street right now, fighting a good fight, and he can't make it right now because where he is, he can't hear us because of the loud noises of obviously being in the midst of a protest. So if he gets on, we'll add him on. If not, you know, like you said, some places are more important to be, and he's on the front lines at the moment. I sat and I thought long and hard on how I wanted to start this conversation off, and I think the best way is to first get our feelings out the way, because we've been bombarded by TV, social media, and there is no escaping the war zone that we are in. And I don't say that lightly, because there are helicopters hovering back and forth over my home right now. I have heard gunshots through the night, and we've seen the lives. We know it's real out here. I just kind of want to check the pulse of the panel. And first, are y'all all right? Because Black trauma is a real thing. Oh, I already see the faces. Please, by all means, if we can, just try not to step over each other when we talk. It's kind of hard on the Zooms, but if anybody wants to speak on it or feel comfortable speaking on how they emotionally are throughout this week, feel free.
I had to physically restrain myself from my phone, if that makes anyone feel better.
You mean you had to get on social media for a little bit?
Yeah, no, like just away from my phone, period. Like from phone calls, text messages, trying to check in on loved ones, trying to feel like I'm actually doing something, having remorse for not doing more. I had to lock my phone in a different room and seclude myself to another room. Yeah. So that's where I'm at.
I did the same thing. Like I do normally, I'm just so connected to my phone. Like I even get all my notifications on my watch. My watch battery died, and I just left it off. I was like, I can't do all of this. I wanted to go. Like I told you guys, I really wanted to go and just be there. And for, personal reasons, like I didn't go, but I couldn't stay like connected to my phone because it was just so emotionally like draining. So I let the watch die, and I only took like in so much at like one time. So like if you weren't somebody who like physically called me or sent me a text message, like I wasn't trying to be on social media like that.
Yeah.
Well, as for me, I mean, I'm somebody's mother, and my kids are young adults. So, I mean, like they're older. The thing is, Black women, especially when you get my age, there's no turning off the phone. There's no none of that. There's no unplugging. You block everything else out, and you do what you got to do to protect your people and to protect your family. Whatever that takes, whatever you laser focus on that. So I think for a few minutes this week, I've been sad, but honestly, I've been in like social MacGyver mode at this point because all I'm thinking about, all I can focus on right now is how do we do what needs to be done right now? What needs to be done and how do we do that? That's all I care about. And the thing is I'm sad, and it's not necessarily I'm sad about this particular murder because I feel the same way I feel about this one that I felt about all of them. Like all of them. You don't get time to recover from one before another one happens. And I mean, whereas it's tragic and it's really terrible, and I feel horrible about it, I'm sadder. What has broken my heart, Fredo has really broken my heart this week. The way Black people have turned on other Black people this week. Wow. Honestly, one day, the other day, everybody went from being the person who is wearing a Rosa Parks t-shirt to being the person who was pissed off because they had to start walking because they had to boycott the bus system because Rosa Parks knew she shouldn't have been sitting there and she sat there anyway. Mm-hmm. Everybody went from being the revolutionary to being the person that Harriet Tubman would have shot overnight. Overnight. Now, for me, it's a lot more bullshit expected out of people my age. You have to talk to other people. I mean, other people my age. I mean, people are set in their ways, and everybody believe what they believe.
You mean other 25-year-olds?
Right, baby. Yes, honey. Yes. My daughter is that old. But the thing about it is, I'm not gonna have like how people fell out about Hillary Clinton and about Bernie Sanders, and I mean how crazy that was. This is way worse. Mm-hmm. It's way worse to know that your people, that your friends, people you call friends, people that are close to you, feel this way about Black people. I don't even know if I can't even really mess with you no more. We're not the same anymore. If you're not down for our liberation, if you're not down for freedom, if you're not down for getting your licks back for your ancestors, for getting your daddy's records back, I can't mess with you, bro. We ain't the same people. We're not the same. We're not the same. That part has been the most unexpected part about this. I didn't know the level, the depths of this until this week. And that's been the hardest thing for me to deal with is how broken Black people are. And to ask where we even start at, we got to start there because we don't all want the same thing in this situation. And that in itself is scary. So I'm feeling a lot of stuff. I've been drinking a lot more because I think we all have. Because how do we get through this?
I know I have.
You can't get through this without some sort of anesthesia. So that's about it. It's just, it's sad and it's scary. Mm. But some people are doing exactly what I expected them to do. But the hurt comes from the ones that you never expected it from. It comes from Fredo. That's who breaks your heart.
And you know what? To speak to that, speak power to life. I'm notorious, especially on this show, for trying to play Switzerland. Now I have my own personal views on how everything, but I always like to give two sides of each perspective so that all points are kind of covered. But in this one, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can really play Switzerland in this one, because as far as if I took just the hard facts, we all watched a horrific assassination of a Black man in probably one of the most horrific ways to die, which I believe is suffocation. And if we really get into the brass tacks of it, the fact that it was on the anniversary of his mother's death, the fact that he screamed out in pain, the fact that he pleaded with that man to raise his knee off. I mean, obviously, I don't have to visually paint a picture for how horrific it was. I get that it's going to be inconvenient to not be able to go food shopping. I get that it's going to be inconvenient to not run the Target. I get that it's going to be inconvenient to be in the house by 6 p.m. But instead of seeing inconvenience, I see the level of power that we could have if not destructive. And obviously, we knew we held some of this ability within us because fear has held people back for the most part. But something about when you know your back's against bars, you know, in law enforcement, they call it a fight or flight response. Black people are no longer running as a whole. Now, I'm not condoning the wanton destruction of all property because there's a lot of black folks' businesses and infrastructure that went up in smoke over the last week, and we needed that. But if this is going to be classified and quantified as a war, and I might catch some heat for this, but there are casualties in war. There's friendly fire, and we're going to get into it. It ain't all black folk. I got a hard time believing that we had all these incendiary devices and all this. No, I ain't never been camping. I don't know how to set no fire. So there's a lot that we need to delve into and kind of break down over the course of the next few hours. But I saw something online, and man, did it hit my heart. And I'm gonna close with this for my opinion on it. We built this country for free. We can burn it down if we want to.
Absolutely.
And I don't care who feels a way about it. All I know is my great, how many greats you want, never got paid for his labor. Compound that interest over the years that it took to get to me. Ain't enough property damage in the world to account for what's owed to African Americans in this country. That's how I feel about it. That's been my emotional state. I could tell you one thing. Every time I hear a pop outside, I ain't even afraid that it's a black man. I'm afraid it's the cops.
For real.
There's did anybody get the chance to see the footage of the National Guard enforcing not martial law, but basically enforcing curfew? And where they shot at the people on the porch?
Yeah,
Nobody?
I saw that.
Yeah.
Dragging people out of their cars and everything else.
Yeah, that happened in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I think those guys have been those cops have been fired or something like that by now.
I believe
think I saw
two
that.
of them.
Cops.
Yeah.
Weren't they National Guard?
No, I thought those were cops.
Were they National Guard or policemen? Do we know?
There might be two separate instances because I saw one where it was police officers, but then I saw the one that we shared on our page where it was the National Guard like shooting at people on their porches.
Yeah.
But I saw also video of cops dragging people out of their cars and shooting at cars leaving like the area. So
Right. And it's crazy when you think about how like not even a month ago, just a stark contrast and seeing people protesting is the word that they like to use. The fact that they can't go to Disney World without a mask on, and they're
getting a haircut.
yeah, can't get their haircut.
Military grade weapons, and I can't even articulate.
Well, you know they that's the thing. They stormed the Capitol because they wanted haircuts and to be out the house.
Exactly.
They literally took like one mayor and like barricaded him in his office. Like they wouldn't let him leave.
Yeah, and that's my whole thing is that, this country in particular, I mean, it happens, of course, anti-Blackness is global, right? But this country in particular has refused to take full responsibility or really any responsibility for this, for the sin of slavery. And as a result of that, they don't want to take responsibility for the financial repercussions, for the mental trauma, for all the, the myriad, the loss of culture, and all the myriad of those things. And yet, we're constantly pushed with our backs against the wall where they're like, oh, why don't you do it? Why don't you do what the Jews did? Why don't you do what the Chinese did? And the minute we actually try to do that, they burn that shit to the fucking ground.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Also, some of those like minorities were given money and we weren't ever like financially paid for, like financially compensated in any way.
Exactly.
Speaking of money,
right.
My whole thing is with this stimulus they gave out. So you made that happen in a matter of days, weeks.
Yeah.
But you telling us you can't make reparations happen.
Oh, I make it real for you because I'm in DC And one of the first places that they went for was the Freedmen's Bank, which sits right in front of the White House. Now, the Freedmen's Bank was a bank that they opened in the Reconstruction period, where they basically told all these, former slaves, like, hey, put your money in this account, and we'll hold on, we'll hold on to it for you. And their money started disappearing. And that's why you have Black people putting their money under the mattress. That, your grandmother puts her money under the mattress because money started disappearing. Like, this all has been years, decades in the making, and now it's coming to a head again. It came to a head in Baltimore, it came to a head in Ferguson, and it's just going to keep getting uglier and uglier until we deal with the root problem and stop being so short-sighted and blaming the victim, because we have a really bad habit of doing that in this country.
I sit on a corner, like the king said. I sit on the corner, and I mean, it's my job to know what happens in the hood. It's my job to know who's who and what's what and everything that's happening. And it's my job to observe everyone, the police, the street dudes, everybody. I talk to everybody. And one of the most hardened dudes in the neighborhood, everybody's scared of him. Got the whole city shook. Everybody know him. This boy pulled me aside, and he said, I want to tell you, I want you to know this. If I get killed, the ops didn't kill me. The police did. Mm-hmm. Now, this boy, everybody knew who he was. And to opposition, to rival gang members, he would have absolutely been a target. But he was more afraid of the police killing him than them. That spoke volumes to me, because people they don't see our kids that way. They don't see young people that way. They don't see what young people deal with. They don't. All they see is that they loot. They don't see how they got to that point. And the thing is, they keep blaming, like you said, you keep blaming the victim. We're all victims here, but none of us have yet to acknowledge the other's victimhood.
Right.
You haven't acknowledged my brokenness, and I haven't acknowledged yours. We're broken. The same thing broke us. It's just two different ways. Because hey, house servants, they said they had it better in the house, but it was a lot more mental anguish, because those were the ones that were mainly the ones who were raped. Mm-hmm. Those were the ones who were at the beck and call most of the time of slave owners. But in the field, your body would be broken. They would break you down.
Right.
And maybe rape you.
Yeah.
That would happen too.
Actually, historically, what they said was that though labor intensive, those in the field would suffer atrocities, but not as intense as those in the house.
But see,
because when Master get angry and he want to swing on somebody, he's swinging on you. That's
the argument, though, right? Think about it. That's the argument. So house slaves and field slaves, once again, and we see that right now in our society, we never acknowledged each other's brokenness.
Right.
I want you to know it was hard for me in the house, and you want me to know that it was hard for you in the field. Right. You don't want me to say it was hard for you, but not as, and you don't want me to tell you that. Right. And I think that as Black people, we have to first acknowledge the fact we're both very broken. Yep. And we're broken the same way, and we were both very hurt, and we are both equally broken.
Yep. And the
same thing broke us, though. Yeah. Let's be mad at that thing. Let's not be mad at each other.
We not picking the right enemy.
Right. Let's be mad at that thing. Let's not be mad at each other. Yeah. So now you see Black people giving permission to the National Guard. Donald Trump wanted to pull the trigger on the National Guard for Chicago 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. He's wanted to do this for a long time, especially in Chicago, where Chicago people wouldn't let you give a speech. They chased you out of here. You real bitter about that because you're so small. But then I knew that it would be a problem, because it's my job to watch police and to watch the way that the police, that law enforcement interacts with the people. That is my job. I knew that would be a problem for so many different reasons. And Black folks are screaming, hey, bring in the National Guard, these gangs. Oh God, no, you don't want that. Because right. Guess what? Your grandson looks just like the gang members. So how do you tell the difference? How does the National Guard tell the difference?
Right.
So the moment that they killed your grandson and he was the drummer at church and he did this and he did that, then what happens then? Right. You gave them the permission to come do it. You let them in your house. You let them come in. And so now Black people are sitting up talking about the looters. They're not talking about the protesters. Protesters and looters look just alike.
Yeah.
So if I give you license to come in and start shooting the looters because they're so terrible. I mean, sidebar though, honestly, dude, everybody's auntie growing up had, you live in a project. How did you get this floor model TV?
It fell off the truck.
Stereo system. It came in 1968 when they looted the Sears on 79th Street. Quit playing, right? But no, that didn't happen in 1968. Only now. No. Don't rewrite history. Don't do that. Don't let them make this about looting, about good black folks who don't loot and they're the bad ones who do. Don't let them do that. And that's what's happening. And right now the military is in the street, and now you got people screaming about the looters. That's who they're gonna shoot, but they're gonna shoot peaceful protesters.
Well, they're already shooting them.
Yeah.
Well, they're shooting with the rubber glove.
You know, but it also is by design. It's by design because of the fact that let's just imagine for 1 minute, we get everyone together, everyone in the Black community, people rising up. That is their biggest fear. So what are they going to do? They're going to find little ways to devise ideas in our community, and they set the narrative by showing stuff on the social media, on the media tip, showing the different sides of it. But they're like, well, wait a second, they were just looting over here. But wait a second, they were just peaceful over here. But now imagine you had all these people. The biggest fear, all Black people coming together, unified. That is the biggest fear. They don't want that to happen.
Nope.
Even worse, you have white people who are taking a stand and they're getting sick and tired of it. The last thing they want is having Blacks and whites come together, other ethnicities come together under one and say we had enough. That when they see something positive within the Black community, what is always happening? They only talk about it for 2 minutes, but let something negative come up on the media where someone got shot. Ask yourself this question. Let's even break it down further. How is it that the media is going to be always showing someone getting shot, but they never tell you who got shot? They just said, oh, someone got shot in the neighborhood. A little boy got shot in the head in West Philly. So let's move on to the next thing. Within 1 minute, they tell you that. If you're doing something positive like cleaning up the neighborhood, people getting together in the community, like they just posted, people getting together in West Philly, community coming together, cleaning up the neighborhood. But you don't hear about that often. Black men standing in front of businesses, protecting businesses from getting looted. But you don't hear about that often. It's by design. They don't want you to know what we are doing to come together, to be unified. It's the narrative. They set their narrative. Throughout your history, as someone who is a grandfather, who is a father, who served, I'm telling you right now, as you get older, you have this thing, what I call X-ray vision. You start breaking down stuff and you start reading between the lines. You see stuff on the media and you start seeing things for what they are. And if you have enough clarity to know, you know the differences of what time it is and all. And that's where the problem lies, because when you try to educate some of these people, they don't want to hear that. Oh man, come on. But think about it. Their biggest fear, those powers that be, their biggest fear is to see us all come together. Even tonight, where all of us come together, they're afraid that, hey, wait a second, if they're listening, that means other people want to be listening.
Yeah, I'm afraid they're going to cut our feed.
Yeah, they're going to find ways to just try to undermine it or lowball. That's one of the reasons why, if you say, for example, and I know I'm just going to say, like, for days, I had to think on what I wanted to say on social media because of the fact that I'm enraged. I've been enraged for a long time, but this is the first time. So I had to think clearly, because I'm like, okay, not everything is this way, not everything, but I said and expressed my views, and expressing my views in different forms. You had one guy came over, he hits me up, and he happens to be Caucasian. Oh, well, I stand up for Black people, and why you gotta, and I'm like, whoa. First off, you're not in my skin. Look in the mirror. You're not in my skin. You can't tell me how I feel just because you spoke for me. No. We all have our dealings. And if you want to speak, that's fine. But my thing is this. We all have our way of expressing how we feel. Every day, from going to work, from what you do on a daily, as African Americans, period, we are always looking over our shoulder. And we are always being judged. And like you said, even within our own community, if we're trying to upraise the community, oh look, he think he's better than me. And again, that's because the powers that be have intertwined that in our community to make us pit up against each other. If we see one brother doing good or one sister doing good and trying to upraise the neighbor, oh, he thinks he's better, or he's bougie and all this stuff. And again, and then you have those people that are trying to uplift, looking at other people on the other side, well, he too ghetto and all. I don't want to help him because he don't want to believe. Again, it's a way to divide us. But now's the time we got to figure out a way and a smart way for us to stop and put those differences aside, like the sister said, and bring us together. And people, you got to bite that pill. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but people are gonna have to wake up. And like I said again, it may not happen in my lifetime, but things got to change. And it's just so much. It's just so it's just so much craziness, and people have to use their better common sense. But for people like us who've been around a little bit longer, who've seen a lot more and experienced a lot more, and again, everyone has different experiences. Again, if I told you a list of stories of things that happened, just like Cece had talked about, like she said, she's been through her share of stuff. We all had our degrees of stuff, man. I'm telling you, it's time for people to start learning to listen and learning to share their experiences, like you said, for us to come on a common ground, for us to wake up and say, yo, I'm not the enemy, you're not the enemy. It's the people over there that's trying to keep us from coming together. So again,
it's interesting that you said that, Smoke. Before I even did this personal experience, but before I even got on this show, me and a brother, we had a kind of a business falling out, and I felt a way about it and been feeling a way about it for a few months. I felt compelled to go make peace with that man this morning before I sat on here and been hypocritical and talking about how we need to come together, and you can't even do it in your personal life. Now, obviously, there's a lot of things that we have to handle internally. We already said on the offset, we're going to be just as hard on us as we've been. America, actually, we could be harder on America, but we going to check each other first. But to segue, I kind of want to poll the panel, and I want to get your opinions, because on social media, you got your Martins, and you got your Malcolms.
What about your Harriets?
Hold on,
Harriet.
Listen, we know where Harriet put a bullet in a hot one if you wasn't trying to go.
All right, and what about your Audreys?
I'm yes, that's my sister. I didn't get footage of them. I'm sorry.
All right,
I apologize, but I want to quantify and show love. Look, Cece already looking at me like, Kurt, we got work on you. But what I'm trying to say is, in ideology, not necessarily in the men, because there's a lot of people who said, they only drag Martin out when they want to admonish somebody. Oh, well, Martin never did this and he got stuff done. Did he though? Did he? Because they still
he was never against the other side and like what happened. He was never against. He was like, just because that's not what I do, I can't say that what they're doing is wrong. I can't say that the way that they are protesting, that the way they are expressing themselves is wrong just because I personally do not take that stance. So it's weird because it's been mostly white people saying it, and I'm like, first of all, y'all the same people who would be cheering like for his like assassination, the same ones who like, oh well, Dr. King. First of all, don't even come here because you misquote me. Number one. Number two, I got a whole list of other quotes that won't never come out your mouth because it don't serve your dumbass purpose.
well, what we're gonna do is, if y'all don't mind, we're gonna take about 2 minutes to play excerpts from first Dr. King, because a lot of people have been doing two things. They've been touting the, riot is the language of the unheard. And I felt like it was prudent that if we're going to use that as a basis for argument, that we do it right, and
it's not a riot, it's an uprising. Let's get that straight.
Yeah.
Uprising. It ain't no riot.
You know what? Before we play Martin and Mountain, let's
not use the oppressor's language.
Those are headline
I say riot because that's what Martin said. But Is it a revolution? Is it a riot? Or is it an uprising? Let's start there. And y'all could look, Bree. Is it you tell me? Is it a revolution, an uprising, or a riot?
I don't give a damn what it is. I'm glad it's happening.
Yeah, I feel like
that?
it's an
How about
outcry.
that?
Like when you just can't take no damn more, it just come out how it come out. So it's an uprising, but it's an outcry for help, to be listened to be understood, to be given what you are deserved. And it's just how it played out. I'm like, everybody want to say the way it should have been done. Oh, it shouldn't have been done this way. It should be done. I'm like, they did that shit with Calvin Kaepernick. So it just happened.
Can we talk
you
about
have to do
that?
it when you ready. It's no time. It's no perfect time for the system.
What's my boy name from the Daily Show? What's good to do with my comedian brother from Africa?
Trevor Noah.
Trevor, didn't he hit the nail on the head? He said, y'all had a problem with us kneeling peacefully. You had a problem with us tearing stuff up loudly. There's never, what did he say? You admonish Nelson Mandela for how he protests for apartheid. You admonish Malcolm. You admonish Martin. There is no right way to protest. But like
freedom isn't given voluntarily by the oppressor.
Well, in America, of all people, should know that. Now, people been toting the Boston Tea Party, and that, to me, that's not a very good example because Ramon, go ahead. I already saw you right. Ramon, go. I don't listen. I don't need all the sauce. Go ahead, Ramon.
I will tear my fucking kingdom apart to prove a point. Okay? That's the problem that people don't seem to fucking understand. When people are not listened to, when they're not heard, they will tear down their own fucking homes in order to fucking get some type of reaction. We see it in children all the time. Ignore a child. Ignore a fucking child. What do? They start throwing a fit on the ground, and they will do anything and everything that they can to get your attention. Okay? You didn't like us kneeling. You didn't like it. No. So you know what? Burn this bitch to the ground.
And to be very clear, we were burning your section of town first. That we went to where you were at.
Finally.
I didn't burn down my house. I burned your shit.
We learned from Rodney King. We ain't tear up the hood like they used to.
But you know what? In Chicago, Chicago is the most segregated city in the country. It's like that. The thing is, people talking about tearing up their communities and burning down their communities, don't get attached to your community, bro. Because it might not be yours.
Gentrification is real. That's happening.
I was about to say they probably want us to do it because a lot of them, especially where I live, these white folks is buying up this property. They would be more than happy to come through here and buy this stuff up from
you. You better not get attached. While you talking about burning up your community, where exactly is your community again? Where I live at, it's called Bronzeville. My neighbors are Asian though. It was Bronzeville because when black people came up here during the Great Migration, it's the only place they could live because this is what a Bronze people live. But now it's been gentrified because it's close to downtown and not that far from the lake.
Exactly.
So the people whose community this was 10 years ago, it's not theirs anymore. They can't even afford to live here. So is it really your community? It's only your community until they say it's not anymore.
It's your community if it's the hood. But even
the hood, the State Street corridor, it was 25 blocks of high-rise housing projects.
Yeah.
They tore them all down in a year.
Yep.
Oh, trust me, you should see what they're doing in Philadelphia.
All those people. And the thing is, don't none of those people really live over here no more. It's some, scattered site housing here and there, but for the most part, you know what I'm saying? So as attached as you were, just quick story, there's a guy around here. He owns a lot of stuff, right? So older white gentleman, right? Owns a lot of stuff. His father owned a bunch of stuff around here. He talks about how his father in the 40s and the 50s hired black people to work in his store. And because at that time, black people and Jews lived very close to one another. And this man went and bought a landmark, and he's still in this neighborhood, and he votes here and everything, right? And I asked him one time, like, why did you stay here? He said, because this is my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood, right? Even though it's 99.9% black. He owns everything, though. He owns like 200 pieces of property. But there's a black guy that had been selling newspapers about 5 blocks away from him for 53 years. He had a newspaper stand on that corner. And why do you stay here? People don't even really read newspapers anymore. Why are you still here? Because this is my neighborhood. Now, how is this the rich white dude's neighborhood and the poor black dude's neighborhood? How is it both of their communities? How? You know why? Because the white dude owned everything and the black man worked his land. It was exactly like sharecropping. The white man owned everything, but you worked his land. So you felt like it was your home, but you didn't own any of it. Right. It was the same thing. It's the same thing that happened when black folks came to Chicago. Like, we really got away from the South. We didn't.
Tomorrow, what would you call it? Would you say it was a slave mentality?
It's absolutely, but we don't even know it. We don't even know enough about our history to understand that we are still very much enslaved. It's so insidious. It's so hidden. And it's kind of like, I'm a student of history. Genealogy is my thing. So I know how to read the hell out of a census page. You give me a census page from 200 years ago, I can just like that. I know exactly what they mean. I know where people lived. I can do all of that. And so me looking at census pages from 1900 in Mississippi, and I look at one from 1900 in Chicago, in the neighborhood that I live in now, and it looks exactly the same. This one white dude, and all y'all work for him. Guess what? You're a sharecropper. That's what you are. You're just an urban sharecropper. That's it.
Mm. And I think, like, this graphic that we put up here is always good to revisit from time to time, because when we talk about mentalities and learned behavior, in psychology, they talk about nature versus nurture, what you inherently know to do because of your biology and what you learn over the course of time. And if you look at this graph, it always blows my mind, because this would be about 400 to 401 years to the date of when America started recording slavery. Think about that. 400 years. Slavery only officially ended in 1865. Segregation, Jim Crow, redlining, oppression of black people overtly didn't end until 1954. From 1954 to today, ain't enough time to undo almost 400 years. And the sad part is, we still getting gunned. I mean, it's to the point where they don't even have to use you before. At least give me a quick death with a gun. They dropping knee. It's like they in the WWE. If it's a chokehold, it's a stranglehold, it's an elbow, it's a knee. I mean, I can't breathe was the hashtag a few years ago. Now we got I can't breathe again.
Part 2.
Did we not get a sequel of police brutality of the same kind? I'm sorry.
But you know what's worse than the police brutality? It's black people that don't believe that this graph is real.
Yeah.
That somehow believe. Somehow they don't believe that they are a part of this at all. They don't understand that they don't get that they are still on the spectrum. They don't get that. And they will deny. I ain't never even been to where they had slavery at. I ain't no slave. You're the main one.
Right.
You're the main one. The one who don't think they is, you are the one. You the one. You that guy. You're the guy. And
didn't Harriet Tubman say
all
it?
Other people.
Didn't Harriet Tubman say it? I freed 1,000 slaves, and I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew
that they were.
All right, so let's get into that conversation. Because
let's not forget that Harriet used to carry a knife.
Okay? A pistol.
Harriet carried a knife and a pistol. Okay, she put just as many bodies into the ground as she brought into freedom.
I know that's right.
Well, y'all
that's something that we need to definitely acknowledge.
We're getting there.
Is knowing that you can't save everybody, and that's why I've stopped arguing with certain black folk. It's like, if you want to stay this way, that is going to be you, and I can't waste my time arguing with you when I could be building something else.
Yes, you have to meet people where they are, and sometimes you have to leave them there. I'm sorry.
What's the old adage? All skin folk ain't kin folk.
Sure as hell not.
Because guess what? Overseers were black too.
Hell yeah.
We're going to take an excerpt because once again, a lot of people kind of track back mentality on how we handle things to Martin and Malcolm. And they obviously have very different ideologies. I just want people to be educated when you go out to number one, quote Martin and or Malcolm. I think it's best that you be knowledgeable before you try to use these as arguments to either support or denounce a certain thing. So we're going to play first Martin, and we'll talk about it. And this is what Martin Luther King had to say about violence and riots as a part of protests.
Now, what I'm saying is this. I would like for all of us to believe in nonviolence, but I'm here to say tonight that if every Negro in the United States turns against nonviolence, I'm going to stand up as a lone voice and say this is the wrong way.
I will never change in my basic idea that nonviolence is the most potent weapon available to the Negro in his struggle for freedom and justice. I think for the Negro to turn to violence would be both impractical and immoral.
There is an increasingly vocal minority who disagree totally with your tactics, Dr. King.
There's no doubt about that. I would agree that there is a group in the Negro community advocating violence now. I happen to feel that this group represents a numerical minority. Surveys have revealed this. The vast majority of Negroes still feel that the best way to deal with the dilemma that we face in this country is through nonviolent resistance. And I don't think this vocal group will be able to make a real dent in the Negro community in terms of swaying 22 million Negroes to this particular point of view. And I contend that the cry of Black power is at bottom a reaction to the reluctance of white power to make the kind of changes necessary to make justice a reality for the Negro. I think we've got to see that a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the economic plight of the Negro poor has worsened over the last few years.
How many summers like this one do you imagine that we can expect?
Well, I would say this, we don't have long. The mood of the Negro community now is one of urgency, one of saying that we aren't going to wait, that we've got to have our freedom. We've waited too long. So that I would say that every summer we are going to have this kind of vigorous protest. My hope is that it will be nonviolent. I would hope that we can avoid riots because riots are self-defeating and socially destructive. I would hope that we can avoid riots, but that we will be as militant and as determined next summer and through the winter as we have been this summer. And I think the answer about how long it will take will depend on the federal government, on the city halls of our various cities, and on white America to a large extent. This is where we are at this point, and I think white America will determine how long it will be.
"60 years. Did white America allow us to be where Martin thought we would be by 2020? I pose that as a question.
I think if the answer is yes, we wouldn't be having this show today.
That's true.
You know, 6 days after Martin Luther King was assassinated, the Fair Housing Act was passed.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the beginning of a lot of other stuff, right? Black people are 7 days into this? and we are ready to go home. Y'all need to go home. If 1968 got us that, what can 2020 get us if we only have the courage to stay the course? If we only have the stick to itiveness, isn't that the word you use?
Yes. Yeah.
If we only have that, because I personally don't think this is necessarily black and white anymore. And I think it's a bad idea to make it black and white. Don't let this be black and white, because America has made a fatal mistake. It has created too many poor people. So it's all about class now. It's not so much about race. It's a lot about class. So while black people are very upset about this whole the police brutality thing, and we very well should be, some other people that are upset too.
Because a lot,
and I think,
I'm sorry,
anger emanates from the same place. Well, anger is anger.
Here's the problem, because now just take it to current events. Donald Trump just classified Antifa as a terrorist group.
Antifa,
I'm sorry. Antifa as a terrorist group. Now, why them of all people? Well, because a lot of people who was out there. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just one quick
thing. No, go ahead.
Don't let them off the hook. This type of narrative supports the happy Negro narrative. Our Negroes were perfectly happy until Antifa and the Russians came and stirred them up. And now they are here and they're being provocateurs. And our happy Negroes, they only want to march peacefully. No, we want to tear some shit up. That's what we want to do, because you're mad enough to do that. I might not be mad enough. I'm madder than peaceful protesting. I'm madder than that. I'm mad enough to burn something down. Me personally, I'm mad enough. I don't need no Russians to geek me up to do that. I don't need Antifa to come and tell me.
Now, mind you, I agree with you, but what I was going to say,
I don't need that.
No, and I agree with you. That what I was going to say is, it's a homogenation of two bad scenarios: disenfranchised and fed up African Americans who finally said, "Okay, let's go tear shit up," and then Antifa who said, "Oh, hey, look, they finally tearing shit up. Let's go join them." See, because one thing that Martin talked about that I've touted this to people constantly who talk to me about revolution, and Martin said this in a whole nother speech: it is not wise for the black man to pick up violent tactics, because number one, we only represent 13% of the population. So we're already outnumbered man to man. Number two, we don't have the training and or firepower to go gun for gun, because I can tell you this, the same people who complain about they can't go down to the supermarket and they can't go down to the liquor store, they can't go down. Do you know how to make these things that you need? Do you own farms? Do you know how to grow your own food? Do you know how to make your car go without the gas station on the corner? Because we have zero infrastructure. So before you tout, let's pick up guns and spit Malcolm to me, which I understand. I get it. We definitely out here tearing stuff up. And that's because we're frustrated. But trust me, just like you were saying, there are just as many frustrated white people. And that's why they killed Martin in the first place. They didn't kill Martin for his "I Have a Dream" speech. No, they killed Martin for the speech that would have unified poor white people and poor black people to come together, put their funds together, and make a better America. Now, that's what that put that man in that body bag.
Somebody in the chat said that. They said that's why they killed JFK, because he was with Malcolm on bringing poor whites and poor blacks together.
Well, that's Bacon's Rebellion.
I'm sorry, we have a new edition. she popped on. She wasn't ready. I'm sorry, Katya. I didn't mean to. She was like, "Oh, y'all in it."
You said 8:15. I was like,
I thought I saw you in the waiting room, so I said, "Let me just go ahead on, bring you on now." But get yourself situated. We're talking about Martin Luther King, and we're talking about the fact that it's really it is a black and white thing, it's a black and blue thing, and it's a rich and poor thing. a culmination of everything, because 20 American cities don't burn because of a few angry black folk. I can tell you that right now. And we will tear some stuff up. But for a coordinated effort over 20 different cities, and each
around
city,
the world,
Yeah, they
there are
tear stuff up and-
international
global thing.
protests.
It is not a American thing. People were protesting in Berlin, Germany. People were protesting in London because this is a global issue. Racism is not an American thing. It's not a North American thing. It affects everybody that is black.
and police brutality ain't just an American thing.
It's everywhere because people were taught. You have to remember, like, there's a reason why England was called the British Empire. That doesn't mean democracy of all. That means you are a subject. We conquered you. They forced people to fight in things like World War I and World War II because they were running out of British people to fight the war. If it wasn't for people in India and in Africa being in those troops, it would have been assessed. People also remember, I'm a historian. So for anybody, if the United States only fought in World War II for 1 year, so they needed bodies, and the conquering and the competing between the European nations was not about, hey, we want to give you a better life. We like you. You know what I mean? So just to see people saying across the world, we may not know this man, but we've seen this story before over here too, which I think is an amazing thing. It's a lot going on, folks.
And also, not to detract from what people's, I guess, motives would be, but I was having this conversation with someone else that the introduction of the quarantine due to COVID, along with police brutality happening like kind of simultaneously, you have a whole group of poor people that have gone without money or, stable income for X amount of months. So they're already pissed the fuck off.
Unemployment is at 25%.
Exactly.
Like 1 in 4 people don't have a job.
Or even worse, people trying to just apply for unemployment. Like I did my daughter's work because she couldn't go to work because her store was closed because of the pandemic, right? Retail shops are closed. So it's like the misinformation, right? The state of Pennsylvania is saying, well, we haven't gotten the money. Then they're like, we have to update the website. Then it's like, you have to first apply for unemployment before you can apply for pandemic. Then they're telling you it's 2 separate things. In the meanwhile, bills still got to get paid.
Yep.
So you have people that qualify for benefits can't even get benefits because there's so much bureaucracy. So on top, but your landlord don't care. The light company don't care. Your car note don't care. Your kids don't eat sometimes. So on top of that, you're in the house. Most people don't live in a mansion. So you're all on top of one another, frustrated, and you're worried about whether or not you're going to give each other a deadly disease.
Mm-hmm.
It's
so you're literally sick and tired at the same time.
Then you got to remember, well, damn, I can't leave the damn house unless I got my mask. Do I got my gloves? Is grandma okay? It really is.
And I honestly can't speak for anyone else, but when I first started wearing my mask, I felt so uncomfortable going to stores as a Black person. I was like, there is a 50-50 chance that you might think I'm robbing you.
Mine are all bright. Like mine are bright. Yeah. They're not Black. It's like really sad that we have to think
scary.
About it.
I think I made the joke that now y'all want me to wear a mask in the bank. Last time I did this, you tried to charge me with a felony.
Yeah, my husband said I can't, I think I had just gotten some temporary ones and they were Black. My husband goes I can't wear this. He's like, hello, look at me, look at my build, me walking into a store with this mask. How do you think that's going to turn out? And you know what? I didn't even think about it. I was thinking okay, have something so we can go food shopping. But that's just something that our men have to think about. You can't even just go get a mask. You can't get the John that's here because you are now wondering oh, it's a lot. It really, it's a lot to think about. I'm exhausted.
It's interesting. I also want to introduce my man Demetrius, Hellspawn Cosplay. he definitely wanted to take this opportunity to jump in and join on in the panel. What's good, Mitch? How you doing, brother?
Hold on, how you doing?
So where we at right now in the conversation is we were discussing Martin's ideologies and how he envisioned how things should go. And we're talking some 60 odd years later, like Tef said, here we are having this kind of show. Now, for many, people believe that Malcolm's ideology is kind of the wave that everybody's on right now. So I wanted to play an excerpt from a speech that Malcolm gave that honestly, when I watched it today, it makes it real hard not to go out there and find a brick and be like, you know what, this is what time we in right now. But I want to get the panel's opinion on Malcolm's viewpoint on things as opposed to Martin's, and we will play that for you in a few seconds because I'm a star, huh? Just bear with me.
Some kind of method or strategy to offset some of the events or repetition of the events that have taken place here in Los Angeles recently. We have to go to the root. We have to go to the cause. Dealing with the condition itself is not enough. And it is because of our effort toward getting straight to the root that people oftentimes think we are dealing in the head. We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us come together against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk. Stop sweet talking. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
Woo. I know it's a little choppy on the feed, but I hope the audio came through just as clear. Man, if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, let me turn this around for y'all.
I was gonna say, we know you went to church as a kid. We know
if he's not ready to, you know what? Look.
Now, here we go now.
Yeah,
oh, about to start.
Come on.
Here you go.
I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be back.
If he's not ready to clean his house up, it should catch on fire. It should burn down. Now, I mean, I make light because we just witnessed a week of massive house burning.
But can I, you know what? Why do we care that Target's on fire? Why is that more important than a person's life?
Same reason why it's the same reason why a
Black
dog is more
people's
important than
lives are not valuable.
what their focus is.
Go ahead, Demetrius. What you saying? You said the same reason why what?
It's the same reason why a dog is more important than a human life is, because we're not their focus. They don't see us as either a threat or less than. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I was trying to get myself together so I can get on here. So I don't know what all y'all addressed. Everything he just said as far as like addressing the root problem, that's not going to happen until we burn the motherfucker down. Like all this shit. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna put myself in a position to not be able to take care of my responsibilities. But I understand that if people out there want to just like this or blow that up or whatever, do what you got to do to get the message across and say, all right, listen, we've been fucking up because it's institutionalized racism and the inherent fear of what Black people are, what we are, you know, all of that is all ingrained in their minds. How you gonna have a 12-year-old boy with a damn BB gun in an open carry state be shot within under 2 seconds, and then when you question the officers, you're like, well, he was like a 6'5" big ass Black man when I first saw him. That's a bias that's ingrained within their soul. And you know what? Just want to say this real quick. If your skin burns in the sun the way that it does, somebody doesn't belong here.
I think that did anybody see that the picture of the young lady from Philly who had a sign that said nobody told your scary ass to become a police officer?
Right.
Yes.
Like, and I have a really hard time when people tout, you know, how hard it is to be a policeman. Because I'm gonna tell you this right now. I know a lot of officers. And
I'm former police. It's not that hard.
At the end of the day, there are protocols. There is a clear line of escalation, and I'm trying not to say too much, but there's an infiltration of people who want to do harm. Malcolm once said they turned in their white sheets and bloodhounds for badges
and canines
and German shepherds.
It's too easy to be a police officer.
It is.
I mean, it is way too easy. Like, if you want to become a federal agent, they will go all the way back to kindergarten to see if there's anything about your behavior at any point
I know that for a fact.
That is problematic. They will talk to your neighbors you probably haven't seen in 30 years. But for you to become a police officer, it's less than a year. In the Army, if you want to be special forces, not any of the branches of the military, it's like before you can even try out for whatever special services there's a selection process. So if there's anything about you that's off, they're not wasting their money, they're not training you. But somehow to become a police officer, and also, I just want to say this, how can you be fired from one department and hired? Where does that work? Like, if you're a child molester in Pennsylvania, you don't get to be one in New Jersey.
Right. So let me jump in and tell you how the municipalities work. Those small agencies, all right, they don't have the same type of scrutiny that, let's say, Capitol or Pentagon Police or any other federal police agency might have, or even DC's Metropolitan Police. Okay, their criteria for being able to get in is, you're right, very low, but then also you have to realize that their funding is nowhere near as high as these other agencies that train for anywhere between 12 to 15 weeks, and then you have an additional 12 weeks of agency-specific training. So when they get the bodies in, they take them and then they run with them because they have a lot of people retiring out. Their
turnover
is really high in these small agencies, because once you get in, most people they're in the department for like all of 2 to 3 years, and then they transfer someplace else so they can get more money, so they can get more experience, and so they can get to like that federal agency. They just use that as a stepping stone. So what you're seeing is a lot of scary ass motherfuckers who have never really dealt with the Black community, and they've only gone off of what they've seen in either Birth of a Nation or whatever kind of the imagery that that depicts us as thugs or hoodlums or whatever they're told in their families, about who we are. And then they run with that. And then you see they are shaking when they approach a damn vehicle for a traffic stop, because they're either very hyped because they want to be able to kill somebody, or they don't know what to do with themselves.
It's sad.
It's
and
a
to
lot
tell
of
you the truth. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that community policing there used to be mandated community policing. Like basically when there were these local municipalities, there was once a rule that was pretty much nationwide that said local police officers had to reside in the communities that they were patrolling. And
I remember that.
Ever since they took that away, it totally changed the landscape of the relationship between police officers and the community, because now the kid who's sitting on the corner is no longer little Timmy or little Tyrell or whoever. It's just, like you said, some random black kid that your only exposure to them has been on BET, and you're just going off of all of your implicit biases. So hey.
We have a caller on the line. We have Steph all the way from Florida, and she wanted to take a second to kind of speak on the topic that we're talking about. Steph, you're on the line with us. You're with the panel. Exactly what did you want to talk about?
I've been really angry in my apartment in South Florida, but I don't know what to do about it because I'm disabled and a black woman and a lesbian, so I'm just kind of stuck in here without
all of those at once, huh?
Yeah, I know. I really try hard.
Don't start gassing her up, please.
Added Sean on Facebook.
Can you? Oh my God! Come on.
Well, for those who are angry and don't know what to do, or for those who are at home and they can't be on the front lines, I think, Bree, this is something that you wanted to kind of talk about, right?
Yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of people either complaining about people not being on the front lines, as in if you're not protesting, you don't deserve to have a voice. And I've also seen people just feeling remorseful or their anxiety up because they can't be on the front lines. So I personally was just going through a gambit of just for myself on what you can do if you cannot make it there. And also, should you even be the type of person to go to the front lines?
Yeah, because not everybody needs to be on the front line.
No, they don't. I just saw a live today where someone, they were hearing helicopters above them, and everyone started running. And an experienced protester was like, you cannot run, because the second you run, everyone will run. And that's how people are going to get hurt. And that's when the police are going to start firing, because they're going to view it as a riot now. So yeah, I don't think that there are certain people that need to be out there. And if you aren't going to be out there, there are other ways that you can support.
Yeah, so I made a video on my page about this. I was like, for those people who were criticizing the protesters or the rioters or whatever, I was like, if you aren't doing anything else to actually help further this movement, you don't get to come down on these people. So three of the things that I said, and I had a whole other list more that we can go over, but I was like, I'm a really strong advocate of voting. Here in Pennsylvania, the primary election is tomorrow. I'm taking my mail-in ballot to turn it in person, because I didn't trust the mail. So one, you should be voting in every single election that comes up, not just the presidential one, because your judges, your district attorneys, your mayors, there's stuff that comes up every 2 years that you need to be paying attention to all the time. Outside of voting, if that's not maybe your thing, you have 2 senators for your state. You also have district representatives for the House. You can go to senate.gov, put in your state, find out who your 2 state representatives is. You can go to house.gov, put in like your zip code or your address. You can find out who your district representative is. These people are supposed to have local offices in your city. You can maybe not because of COVID, you can't go visit them, but you can most certainly write them. These people are very active on social media. You can reach out to them. You should be emailing, faxing, sending regular old paper letters if you want to. Like my great grandmother, who is 97, said, never underestimate the power of a well-written letter. So you can go out. These people work for you. They're your public servants. You should be out there. Send them like a list of demands, things that you want to see happen. You can pull up their voting records for Congress. You can see the things that they voted for or the things that they stayed home and did not vote for. And be like, hey, I'm going to hold you accountable for this thing. Don't ever let me catch you do this again because I'm going to vote you out of here.
So, Simon, to piggyback on that, a lot of your elected officials have local town halls. Go to those if you can. Sign up for the newsletter. All of that. That's you participating in government. If your elected official standing in front of you saying, oh, let's say I'm anti-guns. And then you can say, hold up, homie, but on this occasion, you voted for guns. So what's up?
Or you can see who's paying them. These super PACs that donate to your representatives, you can see who they are. So if somebody comes out and is like, well, I don't believe in this, and they'd be like, well, that's funny because you don't mind taking their money.
Mm-hmm. So we got go ahead, Tamar, because I know you wanted to say something real quick.
One thing real quick. Black elected officials, where are they right now? Mm-hmm. You have abandoned the people that voted for you, and you have left Black people and the police to settle a beef between Black people and the police without a mediator. You've disappeared. And the only way we haven't gotten any legislation literally at this point since 1968. We're about due for some new legislation. So my thing has been, since this started, why don't no Black leaders, why don't no Black mayors, no Black senators, no Black anybody have a plan for what's supposed to happen right now? If this has happened, it happens every year, it happens every few months, and nobody ever said, you know what, next time this happens, this is what the plan for that is. This is what we're going to do with the police. Nobody ever thought about that. Nobody ever thought about it. So if they're going to burn everything down if y'all don't hurry up and come up with something to get the people. The hostage takers have demands. If you don't come up with something to meet the demands, we're going to keep burning stuff. And you don't come up with any kind of, you have no offers. You're not offering anything. You clearly don't care. You don't care about the city burning. You don't care about everything burning, or you don't care about people dying, because you would have come up with a plan you would have came up with a plan 5 victims ago, but you haven't. You haven't.
Well, on your page, you actually had a kind of like a starter list of demands.
Of our demands. Where's the offer? Black people everywhere need to be asking their mayors, where the fuck is the offers? Where are the offers? Where are they? What are you offering other than everybody go home because we're going to get more police and more National Guard? That is not an offer. That's not an offer. You're not offering me anything. So why should I stop doing what I'm doing? I'm not going to stop until you give me a reason to. And we are letting Black elected officials, we're letting elected officials, period, off the hook. Just because the criminal in chief is a terrible leader, it's kind of like we've lowered the bar for all of our leaders, for all of our elected officials. And it should not be that way. It's kind of like, well, at least I'm not him. Well, at this point, y'all all kind of the same. If you're not saying nothing, and he's saying stupid shit, y'all all the same to me. So the thing is,
and if your
that's why I kind of feel about Joe Biden, but that's
if your standard is just being better than Trump, nigga, Trump is at the bottom. Being better than him don't take much. Like you're not saying anything to me. Being better than him ain't nothing.
Actually, just simply showing up and being Black would beat Trump at this point.
But that ain't good enough. That's not
hashtag.
And I agree.
Where's the offer? We need a hashtag. Show us the offer. Where's the fucking offer?
We have an eclectic bunch of intelligent individuals right here in our panel. What would be your offer? What would be? The whole world is now watching You have the entire world's attention. And everybody knows that this is wrong. Y'all need to do something. As a matter of fact, the UN actually put a sanction against the United States to the entire world to say that that needs to be looked at the wanton killing by the police of black men. I don't know if Smoke remembers that, but they put a travel warning out for any black man traveling to the United States. That a travel warning. They telling foreigners, look, if you black,
they did it the last time that we were protesting and stuff. They were like, "Listen, you don't want to do this."
It is not the responsibility of the people to stop this.
Yeah, I agree. But if we're all here, go ahead, Ramon. You were about to say something.
How about we start with the arrest and fucking prosecution of the other 4 officers that were present?
That would be nice.
Offer that. Just offer that. Start with offering
how
that.
about we remove Frank Rizzo's statue? How about that for Philadelphians? That statue does not need to be there. That statue is a symbol of hate. That's a 2-second thing. Remove that. Why are we still talking about we are planning to remove it? That should have been removed. Nobody wants that statue of any type of sense.
I tell you what, the protesters will pull it down.
Should have never been erected. Can I jump in real quick?
Somebody explain it to me. Like, I've lived in the Philadelphia area for over 20 years. I've never heard any black or brown person saying, under his leadership as police commissioner nor mayor, it was a good time for us. That
I'm sorry.
The statue.
I hate to interrupt. We have a calling from the line from Richard. Where you at? Pittsburgh or Philadelphia right now?
I'm in Pittsburgh right now.
All right, beautiful. Rich, you calling in? What you talking about, good brother?
Well, first and foremost, I know you want people to call in and give you their little opinion about things going on in the world. I ain't really got time for that. I'll let everybody else do that for you. I wanted to call in first and foremost, to let you know personally, I'm proud of you, man. We came a long way from where we lived at. Yeah, man. Y'all doing a great thing with this show. Keep up the great work. Yeah, man. And hopefully y'all make an even greater step in the journey of becoming a real live, on TV entity.
I appreciate you, brother. You can always tell. You might be living in Pittsburgh. You always tell a Philly boy.
Oh,
anytime you get more than one nominee, he be like, yeah, he's definitely from Philly. Yo, it's much love, brother, especially giving me encouragement, trying to use the platform to kind of propel everybody forward. It's a crazy time. Please be safe out in these streets, brother, because we don't need no more reason to come on live. And, I don't want to shit shit up in Pittsburgh.
Where I got 5 chickens in the backyard, 2 dogs, a cat.
Wait a minute, now that's interesting. Real quick, because something that I know about you personally. Why you got 5 chickens?
Well,
all right, now, dude, that corona out here. Don't call for my phone. No, but
if they had some bug called corona, I'd probably smoke it.
You know what? That's another commodity that we need to talk about as far as our demands. I'll get into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
But the 5 chickens. Yeah.
The chickens, so what the chickens are is egg producers. I don't have a rooster, so the eggs will never be fertilized, so they're proper to eat. Unlike the eggs that you buy in the grocery store, you can never stop a rooster from having sex with every hen on the farm, and there's multiple roosters on the farm, a large producing farm. And I got tired of seeing baby chickens in my eggs. Yeah, I mean, it was like practicing genocide on another animal. I rarely eat meat anyways,
but the reason why I said that is because as a black man, you know that about chickens. You know how to produce at least some of your own food, and that's
I got carrots, beets, potatoes.
So basically, when the revolution starts, we need to put you in charge of agriculture.
Oh yeah. I'm building a greenhouse in the backyard and everything. So the big thing for me is it's better to know where your food comes from than not know what's going on with your food during its process is growing. And they spray a lot of chemicals and pesticides and hormones on the food to keep the insects and so forth off of them. Then they put the GMOs inside the plants. They actually drip feed the plants GMOs now. And they started, like, even with certain fruit trees, like certain trees can get syphilis. They had a case of it down Florida not too long ago. With orange trees or grapefruit trees. Some of their
Could you imagine spraying that to your girl? I got syphilis from
eating
The maples.
And she wouldn't want to
You
be
know.
here.
You just gave so many cheating niggas an excuse.
Grapefruit.
Yeah, but
So all my sisters on there was like, go ahead on now. I don't believe no grapefruit now.
Come at me with grapefruit if you want to.
Certain fruit producing plants can get certain diseases that we get. Yeah, I mean,
Yikes.
first and foremost, through photosynthesis and everything, plants actually have fillings and blood running through them. We just don't call it blood anymore. You know, they have life.
Oh no, I dig it. But yo, we about to jump right back into this comment. But Rich, thanks so much for calling in, good brother.
Yeah. Much love, man. Keep up the good work, man. Y'all doing wonderful with the show.
Thank you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Well, one of my demands, going back to our demands, one of my demands is the legalization and the allowing African Americans decriminalization and allowing African Americans to get the lion's share of that marijuana market is a great start to helping us build some financial infrastructure.
Only if the legislation is retroactive.
Yes. Now tell me why that's important.
Because you already have people rotting in a jail cell now who are the result of, being of the war on drugs.
And also in some states, if you went to jail for like selling weed, they won't let you become like a owner or like have a share in like a weed business or like, work in one like as a whole. Yeah. I was like, these are the people who know how to sell and everything. Like, right, there's a business and you just going to take, but that's the thing. They're cutting out people of color so that these white people are coming in and making money off of it.
Now they do it in California, though. California has a work release program where they're like teaching workers how to do the dispensaries, and then when they finish the program, they get $10,000 to start their.
Yeah,
okay,
my one sister. I was gonna say, sorry, my one sister. We were talking about actually doing it in Colorado, and I know Colorado is one of those places where they don't allow people with a record of selling weed to participate in the weed business. And I know it's just not there.
Well, when y'all go to Colorado, you take me with you. We got a caller on the line, and they want to give a suggestion as to some things that we can demand and some actionable things that we could do moving forward. Caller, you speaking with the head nurse in charge. Who am I speaking with?
This is Tanya.
How are you, Tanya? Tell me what. Oh, yeah, you doing good?
Yeah, so far.
All right, now I want to make sure you're safe first before we get to talking.
I am. I'm still employed. It's secure. I'm good.
All right, now. So tell me, what is your viewpoints on what should happen next?
Well, we were discussing this at work. I think if we even start with just holding people accountable for filing false reports upon Black people or people of color or foreigners, because there are no repercussions for their actions, and we just made it easy for them to do.
So in some states they have fines for it, but I think that there should be much harsher. New
York just started. New York just started writing in Tef. Not to interrupt you, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to talk over you. But just recently, within the last, I think 5 to 6 hours, New York is currently writing a bill to make a false report a hate crime.
And they should.
And I think that should have happened about 5 Karens ago.
Yeah. Like 2 decades ago, because this has been going on since slave days.
Facts.
Oh, the Black man did it. Oh, the Black man took my babies and killed them.
Right.
Like,
And the till.
It's a Black person. And so it goes, nationwide, and now we look like villains.
Mm-hmm. Tanya, that was a really, really great suggestion. If we were writing a list of demands, I definitely would add that one on. Thank you so much for that viewpoint.
Kurt, can I say something?
Bye.
Bye. Can I say something?
Who said that?
Me.
Oh, go ahead, Q. I'm sorry.
I just want to say that was one of my best friends from Dallas, Texas.
He said, I'm going to shout her out. If don't nobody shout her out, I'm going to shout her out.
Because let me tell you something. You know how hard it is being a small business owner, doing your own little thing, podcast, whatever. I don't know why it's free. You try to get people to share what you're doing, and they don't. My friend, she be there for everything I do, and I love her.
Listen, and that okay. So that's another thing that we need to add to. But speaking of that, because you shouted out your friends and my people's got up on this live, and I ain't even given.
Listen, my sister called every week.
but first, I would like for those who are just tuning in, we have added 3 of our beloved hosts. First and foremost, the first lady of the head nurse in charge, Miss Sassy. Could you be so kind as to introduce yourself?
It's only Sassy here, looking like a toddler in my pajamas because I didn't really want to change.
I was about to say, you look like you was like, yeah, I guess I got to do this.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
I tried to do something with myself and feel a little bit better after I was terrified from last night.
Actually, you know, once we feel done with the introductions, I kind of want to give you 3 a chance to talk about how you feel about what's happened, and then we'll go back into our list of demands. After Sassy, there's always time for a little foxiness in the world. Foxy, could you be so kind as to introduce yourself?
Yes. This is Foxy Roxy Cosplay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear me, y'all? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Foxy Roxy Cosplay. And it's wonderful seeing you guys. It's been such a very crazy day today at work. And it's interesting. When I went to work today, I didn't expect to feel like I was going to be the spokesperson of everything that went on yesterday.
When you see the black person, they like, we need to talk.
We need to talk to you. You have all the info. Why are they doing all this? And why are they? And I'm like, okay, let me stop you right now. Let me
don't worry about it.
You amongst a little deep and everything. Anytime your own manager, like, shoot, I ain't saying shit.
Well, you amongst your people now. And of course, another one of my beloved mentors, and my brother was walking around in the war zone today and got to see it firsthand. He's a shining star, no matter who you are. Mr. Ron Starr himself. Could you please be so kind as to introduce yourself?
What up? It's the one and only Ron Starr, but I'm just Ron today. Just the mailman walking up and down 17th and 18th and Chestnut in the middle of all that mess.
What it looking like out there?
A war zone. It's surreal. And I think it shocked me because I saw some of it on television. But then today when I saw Doc Martens that was completely burnt out, I stopped and my heart sank. And I just couldn't believe that happened here in this city. I mean, it's insane because it never reached my block, thank God, where I live. It's been around me. I actually witnessed some of it yesterday firsthand, some of the looting and then the police action after the looting. I mean, it's surreal, but it's 50 years of living. I've never seen anything like this so up close and personal before. And
if you boil a pot for 400 years, at some point that top got the pop.
On pop.
How was it through the night for you, Sassy and Roxy?
No, it was rough because, I mean, for Derby, luckily I'm in Derby. It's not really like too bad, but in Southwest, I know they've ripped stuff apart over there. They ended up getting to my job and breaking into that. And I heard like gunshots out far as like a couple of blocks from where I'm at. But after that, it like subsided and you hear tires screeching from people driving by real quick. But luckily, nobody's been like harmed. None of the stores over here have been harmed or anything like that.
Well, real quick, we got a caller. Caller, you're on with the head nurse in charge. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hey, head nurse. It's Siobhan Taylor from Philly.
What's good, Mama? How you doing?
Doing pretty good, actually, considering. But I have a question for the panel.
By all means.
So my question is, what would you say to African-American officers who seem to see themselves as blue before they see themselves as black?
Ooh.
You're not one of them.
How would you get them to sort of shake themselves loose and kind of reconnect with the community and, care about the community more than their employer?
Listen,
Demetrius, I'm gonna go to you first with this one. As former law enforcement,
those who see themselves as blue before black, they have drank the tea to think that they will not be affected in the same way as their skin color on a normal situation. They think they're above it. They think they hold the blue line. They stay in lockstep with their buddies, that they're never going to have a problem. But as soon as someone does something that should be an actionable offense, they're going to look towards a black man, and then that blue quickly turns black. And that was going to, and just to pivot to the original question that we had as far as what your demands would be. My demand would be, if you have 2 infractions as far as excessive force or any kind of like complaints upon you, and yet they have been adjudicated as something that was viable, then yeah, you need to be gone. You don't need to be in a place where you are still affecting other people's lives because you're too afraid to just talk to somebody, as opposed to wanting to pull your gun or even use your hands, you fucking coward.
Yeah.
Well, he
I
walked
want to
off
say
on
something
it.
to that also, because if you
I'm
are,
sorry, Q. Can I? I'm gonna go right to you right after this. I kind of want to play a video that's going viral. Just speaking to that. This video is of a black person standing up to a white officer during an altercation.
I ain't seen it. That's right.
Let him have it.
That's how it should be.
Now, if you couldn't really tell what was going on into the video, basically, a black protester put their hands up, dropped to their knees. The white officer turned around, shoved her, and a black officer stepped in the middle of that and put him to the back of the line and took him off the front line. Now,
Sis was
it's
not
sad
playing.
that has to be counted as bravery on her part, because it should be common practice. But I think if I were to say something to the law enforcement community as a whole in how to mend that rift between them and the community, is there can never, ever be a thin blue thin blue line of silence in instances where you have bad cops. You just can't. That badge makes you a civil servant. It makes you an officer. You take an oath. And that oath is to uphold the community. If you allow corruption, you take away. I have a hard time feeling away for cops who allow other bad cops, because you put your own life in danger. Because the minute you lose credibility in the neighborhood and somebody pops off at you, it's because they don't trust you. I remember a time where my grandmother and my mother knew all the police officers that walked the beat, but police officers don't walk a beat anymore. They don't know the community. So to an officer, you're just pushing this protester, not little Johnny from down the block, because I know him because his mom worked 2 jobs and I see her walking home, and she walks by me because she feels safer when she sees me. We got a call on the line, and I'm sorry. I feel a way about that because, like I said, I have a lot of acquaintances and friends in the law enforcement community who step up every day, and it makes it real hard for me to be able to defend even them, because it's one too many bad apples. Paula, you're on the line with Head Nerds in Charge. Who am I speaking with?
This is Chris Gully, aka Chris G for Blur's Eye View. How you doing, Chris?
What's going on, good brother?
All right. Hey, Smoke, hey, Demetrius, how y'all doing?
What's going on?
It's been a rough week.
Yeah, brother.
It's been a rough week. I will admit I have shed a tear. I've been angry and frustrated because here we are standing again dealing with the same thing. The difference is now, I think it's more prevalent. You know, cell phone footage is more prevalent. You know, it's there. It's in your face. You know, I'm calling from Cleveland. And we just had a protest over the weekend that went left. And we we know, like it was a peaceful protest, but you had instigators, who weren't even from Cleveland, stoking the fires, and it just went. It was like a domino effect, and it went left, and it went left fast. And I'm seeing this in a lot of other cities that are having these peaceful protests. Like me and my wife, a couple of years ago, marched in D.C. over the same thing, and I even seen it there. You had instigators, peaceful protests, but you had instigators, and the looting doesn't solve anything. The rioting, I get, because you're angry, and you have people who are so angry they have nowhere to vent. They have nowhere to let out their anger. They have nowhere to just scream, and their emotions are taking over, and they're reacting this way. And in the same breath, just less than a month ago, you had white protesters with their rifles.
Yeah.
On the stairs of the State House, and yet they were not met with any opposition whatsoever. And I say all of this.
Good.
I say all of this because we're tired people. If you're out there listening,
yes, we are.
And apparently, it's not just our people. It's a lot of people who are seeing it and they're tired of it. They're backing us now. They're saying, "Hey, look, I'm seeing several videos where there's several police officers. Like, I'm with you. We're not with that. I know several, like you, Kurt. I know several police officers on a personal level. And I can trust them because I've come up with these guys. But even they'll say it. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't take all of that. It doesn't. If you feel like you can't handle that job, then that job's not for you.
Agreed. Agreed, brother.
You just can't. You can't do it. You can't do it.
Not when you're in a position of trust. I kind of want Smoke. What do you think about that, brother? They stormed the Capitol, was coughing and passing Corona around. No tear gas, no rubber bullets. Now, mind you, they wasn't running through the streets looting. I get that.
That we know of.
The difference in responses. Do you find issue with it?
Oh, I found issues with everything on it. It's hypocritical. First off, my demand is step down. Step down. First and foremost, he needs to step down. We need someone that can lead us, not divide us, not, again, it's enough is enough. If you are still drinking that Kool-Aid out there and you believe that this man is for you, then you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. And this is where I get angry because, like you said, last month you had these guys coming out rifles, doing what they wanted to do, getting in police faces and all. Here we're being peaceful, and yet we're getting all this chaos. Just like for me and for Curtis, I have a lot of friends in law enforcement. There's some great people, both black, white, don't matter. The people that try to do their job and enforce the law and looking out for everyone. But then you got those other group of bad apples that make it harder for them, those good cops, to do their job. Again, it's one of these things for me that at this point in juncture, things need to be wiped off the table. The Constitution needs to be redone, in my view, because let me tell you right now, I hear this all the time. I hear the narrative, the Constitution. It's only Constitution. When I hear a Constitution, it's only out of convenience when they want to say certain things. Well, see, the Constitution states, okay, but the Constitution wasn't made for us. It wasn't made for everyone. It was made for you, okay? Because at that time, it was a different era. It's a different
We never thought we would be in this position to even be considered for rights.
It needs to be redone, rewritten. We need better leadership, period. Yeah. I'm not going to, as someone who served, I'm not going to follow someone in the battle that can't lead me right. There's a time to be there's a time to be a leader, there's a time to be a follower.
Yeah, there's a soldier and then there's a fool.
Right. I'm only going to follow those people who lead me right.
Right.
But I'm going to lead also when I need to lead. But I know how to lead, but also when I also know when to follow. But again, if you ain't leading me right, don't matter who you are. and you're taking me to the cliff, and you're saying, everybody jump off the cliff. What do you think? I'm going to drink that Kool-Aid and jump off the cliff? You must be out of your mind. You must be out of your mind. Again, this is the anger that a lot of people feel. We've sat back a lot of times and watched, observed, and tried to still be passive and try to do it the right way. We try to take a knee. We get condemned on it. We try to be passive and march peacefully. We got people coming in from different sides of the world trying to infiltrate and cause chaos. You guys seen the video where the girls are spraying on Starbucks, Black Lives Matter, and they're not even
Yeah. They ain't even black. We say what it is. Two white girls.
You got that cop who was
undercover police officer.
Yeah, he was wearing the sky, and everybody was like, "Yo, it's a cop," and he's doing all this stuff. Now
he's not the only one that's been caught either.
Yeah, and so a lot of people. This is where the technology plays a big part because a lot of people are getting exposed. But you know what? During this time of this era right now, these last 4 years, hey, I gotta admit, I like it because you know why? It's showing me the real people. We're seeing people for who they really are.
Yeah.
And I'm again, it may not be great, but guess what? I see you for who you are. I can see, because certain people don't like you speaking up. If a person has a problem, you speaking up because you're not being treated right, then that person doesn't need to be your friend. That person doesn't need, because then that means they don't understand. It's all right for them because they're being treated the way they want to be treated. But God forbid you say something because you're being mistreated or you're not being treated right. Well, you got a problem then. Well, no, I don't have a problem. What you need to do is jump on my side and say, yo, we need to fix this because my friend is being treated unfairly. My friend is being treated wrong because he or her, the color of his or her skin. But no, you got some individuals that, if you got a problem with it, you don't need to be here in this country. MFR, you bought me here. Your people bought my great-great-grandparents here. We didn't ask to come. So don't tell me that. And then we helped build this country.
And just to jump in real quick, because actually I want to kind of turn it over and let Tef moderate for a while, because I have a specific question that I want to ask the sisters, and so based off of something Smoke said. Plus, I got to go to the bathroom, and it's going to be a long.
That's what you're getting, all that nasty pizza and wings.
Camera.
Oh wow! You gotta be there.
We're gonna be here. Listen, this is a marathon, so I'm preparing myself. But I want to let the sisters kind of hijack it, and so because I really think it's important to get their voice. Number one, Smoke, you talked about how we didn't choose to be here, and I think I would be remiss if I didn't say, always remember that we are prisoners of war. We are the offspring of prisoners of war. We are refugees in a foreign land with no history. There is no amount of money that you could give us in reparations and damages to this city that can equate to the loss and disconnect that we have with our heritage. And that is a wound that will never be healed in any African American. I don't care how stable you make things now. There is a history that we will never know.
And you know what?
So just real quick. So that Constitution that y'all pull out didn't include us.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it was used to oppress us because those very black men that wanted to fight alongside you in the Revolutionary War, you didn't even want them there to liberate your white. I'm sorry, I'm really not trying to make it about this, but to Tef, I'm going to leave the moderator. But I just want to pose the question, Smoke, and then she could go right back to you.
Okay.
But for the sisters on the panel, and we say this all the time, black women are the most denigrated, disrespected, and unfortunately treated bottom tier individual human beings on earth. Not that I perceive you as that, is how the world treats you. So that Constitution, number one, didn't care about you as a black person, and number two, damn sure didn't care about you as a woman. And I'm gonna let once Smoke clears his point, if you can, Tef, I would like to know from every one of you sisters how we can rewrite this American credo to be inclusive, not only to women, but especially black women. Go ahead, Smoke.
One more thing I want to add on. This bottom line, and this is not to every person, Caucasian, whatever you want to call it, because some people are just too oversensitive and they have a hard time hearing the truth and how we feel. But one thing I want to point out, those individuals that want to tell us to go back to wherever, no, you also got to go back too. Because if you're going to really talk about original, the people that were really truly here is the Native American brothers and sisters that were here way before anybody. So if you're going to talk about going back to wherever, you need to also go back as well. So
I tell them that. I be like, listen, if you want to tell me to go back, oh, well, when you pay for my ticket, I guess we going together because you're not from here either.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tef. Take it from there.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the ladies, like talking to, as Kurt said, we wanted to get into like sort of how do we not only move forward like the narrative as Black people and make it better for us, but also trying to encompass us as both females, because we kind of at this horrible crossroads of being denigrated both for being Black and for being women. And I know that a lot of the times, like especially like my older relatives have said, like white feminism is not for us. So let's talk about something that could be for us, and that some things that we want as women as well.
Well, that's the beauty of it, right? Is that the framework is already there for them. You know, of course, we can build on top of it, but you have Black feminist theory, you have intersectionality, which even before those things had a name, were in practice like as early as this, really since slavery, you know, stopped. And you had Sojourner Truth, and you had these suffragettes and Black and pro-Black activists long before any of these things were a thing. I think that, you know, as someone who's kind of matriculated in not just the civil rights community, but also like the feminist community, I've dealt with Black patriarchy, dealt with white feminism, you know, you name it. All of this is very personal to me. I could go on and on. I've lost a cousin to domestic violence. I just almost lost another cousin to domestic violence. My father is in the hospital, has been for the past 2 months with coronavirus. He's a retired police officer, and he didn't get his retirement benefits until he won a 2-year lawsuit with the department for whistleblowing. The department, by the way, 95% Black officers. Okay, the department was performing raids on college students without warrants and basically planting drugs, you know, doing all this stuff. So my father reported them to internal affairs. They humiliated him. He had a 2-year lawsuit. Then they fired his partner soon after the fact. And it was basically like the department was split. So I say all that to say on that front that yes, there are good cops, but we have good cops in a bad system. Like this is a culture. There is a police culture that has been cultivated since our police force was formed, which by the way is heavily rooted in capturing fugitive slaves. That's a whole other can of worms, but it's not enough to say. And my father will tell you firsthand that being a Black man is a lot harder than being a cop. Him being a Black man is the hardest thing he's done, you know, and with all of that in mind, it's just important to realize how permeated this is, as Sister Tamar was saying earlier, the self-hatred and rampant anti-Blackness, because it's really hard to enlighten people whose livelihood is dependent upon their ignorance. And then what I want to say is, there are a lot of narratives right now that are becoming commonplace in conversation.
So I just kind of want to focus on like what we were saying, like about the Black feminism. You mentioned that, you know, you felt as though like the groundwork was kind of already there. What would you suggest would be a good way to build off of that?
Yes. So I'm glad that you asked that question. But I think that the best thing to build off of that is, for one, to begin censoring Black women's voices. Begin censoring poor Black women's voices, trans Black women voices that have been in this movement for a long time, who have the experience, and even some new younger members too. And I've seen it time and time again, where we in the Black community, when it's inconvenient to side with the pro-Black narrative, we often vilify women in these communities because, oh, you know, even myself, I've been called a reverse racist. I've been called all sorts of names because of the exact same thing 3 years ago or 5 or 10 years ago that people were saying now. You know what I'm saying? So I think that that's a huge part of it, is really taking those theories of intersectionality, of Black feminist theory, and putting them into practice, because intersectionality is not just a theory, it's a way of life. And there's a certain code and a certain tenet that you're supposed to live by, you know, a certain character. And if you're not treating your own and the people around you with that level of respect and that level of integrity that you say belongs in the world outside, then you're kind of purpose.
Okay, so one of the images I feel like we see a lot, especially during this protest, is like the weeping Black mother, like the ones out in the street, like holding their dead or like wounded son. And it's like, I feel like in a way we're being exploited, like for that. Like people don't necessarily want to hear what we have to say, but they prop us up as like this trauma, like this shocking image of, oh, see, listen, this poor Black mother lost her son. But then they don't actually want to hear like the things that we have to say, like especially when it comes to like women, like not necessarily like women's sexuality and owning our bodies and like the way that we want to move forward as women. But you don't have no problem like exploiting us, like when pictures of these Black women standing up to like police and stuff, but it's like, where are their interviews? Like you don't actually want to hear what they have to say, but you using us as props for like your movement. Like I don't think that's fair. So go ahead, Kathy. I see you have your hand up.
I'm a journalist, I'm a writer. Even when I was working in corporate America, I was that girl in lunchtime during my break. I was copying, I was using the word perfect and all of that to still do my passion. And I'm also a sexual abuse survivor. And the number one frustrating thing is before I started my own thing, having worked for Black male editors, is getting stories about abuses or just inappropriateness that was occurring to Black women, because people don't want to lose their access. Like I cover entertainment, I covered music for a long time, I'm covering film and TV now. And that is the number one frustration. A lot of these stories that are coming to light, they have been out there, but you have publications that they killed stories. Like women journalists were out there getting these stories, had everything documented. We're good to go. Oh, we can't do that. I understand how you feel, sis, but we can't talk about that. It's frustrating. You know what I mean? Like these stories are not new. You know what I mean? The freedom to finally write a piece about the things that are going on and to be able to say, you know what? Nobody is going to censor me. Nobody's going to tell me I can't name names, or I can't call someone out that says they love Black women, but it's misogynistic. Or just when violence happens against Black women, and I'm really passionate about this, where is our Me Too moment? This was started by a Black woman. Yeah. But why is it every time a Black woman says, I was violated? Well, what did you wear? Well, why did you go to this party? I don't care if you're a $5 crack hoe and I don't really care. You don't deserve to be violated. You don't deserve to be dumped somewhere like you're some piece of trash. Why are our men, don't they believe us? Or why is our community always so quick to say, well, pray on it, or this was in the past, we can't talk about it? We have a group of women that are unable to have healthy relationships because of trauma upon trauma, and because they're made to feel dirty and ugly because no one stood up from them, from their mother to their fathers to their grandparents. And we got to work on that. We really do. Like I literally stopped speaking to members of my own family when I talked about what happened to me, and people were like, well, that's cool, but you're an adult now. What are you talking about? It informed a lot of my relationships and how I always was very like this, because, or even like once I became a mom, how I was really like who I leave my child with, you know what I mean? These are things people don't even think about, and people want to say that you're crazy or you're insecure. So this is definitely something that I feel like our community has to be better. If a young woman or a young boy says this person was inappropriate with me. Stop saying it's cool if it's a boy. A boy should not be having sex with an adult woman, period. I don't care what it is. A girl that was violated, stop saying she's fast. You should be finding out
how about stop policing young women as pieces of property for men to own, like, oh, you should save this for somebody else, but men are allowed to go be and do whatever.
But that's why I put so much responsibility on media, because a lot of this is media driven. And in revolutions like this, you really see which media outlets are actually in support of you. Like we were talking about Complex earlier, who posted a picture that Meek Mill had posted on his Instagram of some random protester,
and they said it was Meek Mill.
Yes, knowing all of the history of the criminal justice system. Complex, who has touted that they are for the culture and they are for Black people and hip hop and 5 pillars or whatever the fuck they're talking about, just decide to run with this narrative that could be extremely damaging on all types of levels.
Right.
So when you combine that with BET, who only wants to push struggle love down our throats, only wants to push this one version of Blackness on us, it's clear that there are next to no major media outlets that support us.
Right.
And that's always been the fourth estate for a reason.
Right. One of the also points you said, like, you know, the Me Too movement was started by a Black woman and then co-opted, like all these white women like kind of ran with it. And it reminds me about how when the natural hair thing, like natural hair movement became a thing, now white girls are out there being like, oh, I'm out here with my natural hair. And it's like, girl, wasn't nobody ever talking to you? Your hair, the way it comes out of your head was never the problem. Like, I feel like in a way we should not to exclude, like not necessarily exclude people, but I feel like also we need to be more dominating in these conversations, like about us and about like our section of the culture. Like, yes, like, okay, that's fine that you're proud of your natural curls, but my natural curls would actually get me kicked out of a job. Like, my natural curls would keep me from being hired at a job. My natural hair, like in the military, they had to pass a law that says people can have dreadlocks in the military and braids. Like, I feel like in a way we need to stay ahead of like these conversations and not to like not exclude them in a way, but we need to stay on top of it because these are our conversations and they are so important, and we shouldn't be letting people like come in and be like, well, what about, it's like, so, oh sis, no one's talking to you, like, thank you for your support, but this not about you, fam.
Yeah. If I would like to take it a step further, because there was a one, you know, in the aftermath of my cousin Kev, her name is Candace McCarnathan. I really heard her maiden name is Candace Miles, which I more or less acknowledge. But there was a moment at her funeral where there was a member of my family speaking on behalf of her memory. And when they talked about her getting married to her husband, who ultimately killed her while they were home with their 3 children, they talked about her marriage like it was a mountaintop in her life. And I had such a huge problem. Like, you're in God's house talking about how her getting married to the man who murdered her is like one of the best moments of her life. And and it's such a huge, problem that, and then a mental illness kept coming up. I ain't never heard mental illness brought up in the Black community until a Black man puts his hands on us. Ever. That's the only time
they need help.
Validated. That's the
but
only.
Our trauma is not important.
Yes, and it's so much of it, and it's so disappointing because it's like now, you don't hear a peep out of any of these, Black women don't know how to submit, or white women are better wives, or any of this bullshit. You don't hear shit about that right now because they know that they need us. And that's kind of like what you were alluding to, is that constant, like, you give me everything you got and I ain't gonna give you shit in return.
Like, we start the conversations and then people just kind of take them from us, and it's like, I don't think I feel like we shouldn't be allowing that like going forward and stuff like. And I hate it because it kind of like furthers that negative like stereotype in a way of like black women being like aggressive and pushy and oh you sis, why you so mad all the time?
But the
It's like,
world made me mad.
exactly. Don't nobody want to own up to making you a bitch, but they'll call you one in a second.
Like that causes me to have problems in my personal life and in my relationships every day. So when she mentioned about like that trauma like causing issues for you in your personal life, it does. And I may not have been through anything to where I can say like that it was really emotionally and mentally scarring, but it was enough to cause an effect on my attitude. And I know for a fact that if I wasn't a black female, a lot of those problems and feelings that I have, I wouldn't have to deal with on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. So that in a lot is itself is a lot to deal with every day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can I ask, how do we propel it forward then?
Stand with us.
Listening.
Believe us.
Yeah, let's
believe us. Understand harm came to us. Fight for us like we fight for you. We don't ever say, well, what were you doing? Who were you hanging out with? We like are ready to go to war for y'all. No questions asked. Mm-hmm. When and where, strapped up, not strapped up. What do you need from us? We need that same type of, if a woman comes to you and says, your homeboy was inappropriate with me or my child, that can't be your homeboy anymore. Mm-hmm. You need to stand with me. You can't look at me and say, what did
so bros before hoes mentality would be not my mentality.
Out the window. It should have been.
And give us credit where credit is due. Because like I said, we start a lot of these really important conversations, but then men or women of other colors come in and want to co-opt and be like, yeah, sis. We need y'all to stand up behind us and be like, no, sis. Right. This is us. We are the forefront of this movement. We are the faces of this revolution. And it's cool if you get behind us, but don't you dare try and take it from us and like run with it like you came up with it.
Mm-hmm. Give us our coin.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just sitting here thinking like one of the things that I think that would be definitely needed, because we have a lot of women and men and everybody that's talking, and they're talking about different things that are going on in the world and everything, and they're talking out against a lot of different things. They don't have enough protection. There's no protection there for them. And I think we should have that. Like, why can't we have a little mild army or have more of the Black Panthers or something around us when, if you're getting up there on a podium and you're talking and you're reaching, your reach is very strong and is hitting people's minds and hearts. And it's like, yeah, we do need to do something. And next thing you know, either you got arrested or you're missing or you're floating in the Hudson River somewhere because you're trying to inspire everybody or try to inspire some type of strength in us. We definitely should have some type of army or some type of thing there, like amongst us. Like maybe we can go ahead somewhere.
We need the Dora Milaje.
Yeah, right. But yeah, like seriously though, like why can't we have people learn how to shoot? Why can't we have people teach each other how to fight properly? Why can't we have these people and not let it be about, okay, well, how much does this pay? It's going to be, you know what? It's not going to, everything shouldn't even be about money. I had said this to somebody before, and I want y'all to listen to this. This is like really trippy what I was thinking about one time. Our money, if you look at it, it's made out of cotton. And it's amazing how the faces on this cotton is former slave owners. Mm-hmm. We're all still, the whole entire world, these Masons, Freemasons, and all these other people that's supposed to have done these great things supposedly in history for us, still has the entire world picking cotton. Mm-hmm. People will go ahead and run out in the street for something that's balled up that look like $1 and almost get hit by a car to go ahead if they see it sitting there. We have to wake up. This is something that's growing out the ground that we've been picking for them. And it's not worth it. Even though the rest of the world puts all this weight into this little tiny little piece of thing, it's almost like a mockery. If you ever look at, the president's face, it's almost like they're smirking at you. Mm-hmm. They give you that little smirk, like, yeah, we still got them doing it. So We need to come up with a better way and not make it about money. Let's make it about helping each other and building each other up, building our businesses and fighting back for not just fighting in the way of, okay, we want to see you burn. We want to see you this, we want to see it. No, if you want to be here in our community, like for instance, if Asian people are going to go ahead and be in our community and sell hair, sell all these different things to blacks, give back to the community as well. Live in the community for a long time. Know who your neighbors are, know who the kids are. Don't just be here and then just like in here to take our money and then go back to where you're at. Don't know nothing about here, don't know nothing about anybody, just here to take. No, give back. And that's for anybody. That's how we should do this. It's not trying to segregate, but it's trying to come together and recognize that the government, it ain't like you said, somebody said earlier, it's not a black or white thing. The government is the one that is up here putting us against each other. We had sports just a few months ago. We had all these different things.
I'm sorry, Roxy. We got a caller. He's waiting on the line.
I apologize.
And I don't mean no. You good? Because I didn't even listen. I don't like interrupting no sister when she's doing her thing, especially when I get it. But he's been waiting on the line for quite some time, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity to speak. No. You good? You good? Because we can go right back to what you was talking about. But caller, you're on the line with the head nurse in charge. You can go ahead. Who are we speaking with?
You're speaking to Eric Cooper, Black Label Comic.
Everybody love E-Money.
But she was on point because that's what Black Wall Street was all about, and it's kind of funny that we've come full circle again.
Right.
She was repeating history once again, and the burning of Tulsa, Oklahoma, was May 31st. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
Ain't that true? Repeating history, and we're always the one that sets history. We never get credit for it though. They always hide it from us, and then again we have to expose it again that Black people were the originators of a lot of things. We've done a lot for a lot of communities around the world, but we never get reparations for it, and we always get stolen from stuff that we've done and never get credit for it. And the thing is, we have to come together as a people and a community to support ourselves, because when you spend Black dollars in a Black community, it goes to Asians, it goes to white, it goes out of our communities.
It goes to everybody but the Black people.
That's right. So when you spend money like in the Jewish community, it turns over at least about 13, 14 times. You spend the white community, it turns over about 40, 50 times. And when it comes to us, hopefully it turns over one time. That means we are missing out on empowering ourselves, because in the communist society, well, not communist, but capitalist society that we're in, money is a speaker of many things, and it controls a lot of power, especially with the politics of the country.
Right.
So we have to start learning how to distribute among ourselves and not give it out to everybody. And if they want it, they got to earn it. They have to earn it. Same thing when it comes to our votes. They have to earn it. That's the only way you'll start changing this country around, is that they have to earn our votes. So it has to start with your mayor, it has to start with your senators, your congressmen. Forget about the president. You got to start from the ground level and work your way up. That's the only way you'll get true change in this country. If we don't learn that, we missed the whole damn vote. We missed it.
Boy, hold on. I got to cool off this microphone after that one. I really appreciate you dropping that knowledge on us, brother.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna turn it back over to the ladies. But bro, you just literally set the tone for where we're gonna move next into the next conversation about Black dollars. I'm gonna let the ladies do their thing, but feel free to call back in, bro.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, guys. Y'all doing a great job. Make the community care about what we have the power of.
Yes, amen to that, E. And definitely go support Black Label Con, because y'all need to stop playing around now. Because it's two y'all at every convention but the right ones. Don't get me started. I mean, E, we'll talk.
Love you, man. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate
all right, brother. Peace. I don't want to not take it right back to Roxy. Roxy, I'm gonna throw it right back to you. But just to accentuate what Eric said, I recommend that if you're watching, please take the time out, go right on Netflix. Killer Mike has a great documentary called Trigger Warning.
Oh, yeah.
Now, however you feel about Killer Mike one way or another, I happen to be a Killer Mike fan. Yeah, Killer Mike got some things with him too, but who doesn't? But I'll just say this. there is a graph that shows how the black dollar circulates in our own community.
Mm-hmm.
I forget how the graph goes, but basically, in white communities, that dollar only cycles around 3 times. That means 3 people will touch it before it comes back into the community. That means once you pay for something, they'll pay for something, then it goes right back to funding their own community. For Asians, it was a little bit less. And he kind of breaks it down. But for the black community, it was something ignorant. Like the dollar, it takes 12 people for it to ever come back into our own community. So everything we're spending it everywhere but our own communities. And he did a whole thing about supporting only black business. And it was like this crazy impossible task. He had to sleep outside. He was sweating because he had to ride a bike everywhere. It's crazy. But Roxy, I'm going to let you finish your point. I'm going to give it back to Tef because I almost started moderating, but I don't want no problems. Look, she looked at me like, go ahead, I don't think you're going to just come back after you.
Yeah, but that's pretty much my point. I mean, just all of, just a lot of us that are actually speaking, to a group of people or audience or whatever, we definitely need to have some type of form of protection from our own. Just that way the message that we're trying to say can continue to go forward. And also too, I wanted to mention about another way that we could change things is reopen all those cases that were challenged as police brutality cases that were suddenly closed, even though they have that double jeopardy thing. Like they need to reverse that and relook at all of that. And then for all those cops that was written up like 18, 19 times and still on the force, they need to go. Like there's no reason. Like if you can go to any job and 3 times you're out, why can't it be the same way for that? A cop can go to police academy for a few months and learn and be able to legally kill somebody, but a doctor got to go to school for half his adult life to know how to save someone's life. Like, how is that even
listen? And if he kill more than 3 people, and if he kill like 1 person on purpose, like that could be the end of his career.
Wasn't it Cat that said it's easier to be a cop? It's too easy. Who said that it was too easy to be a cop?
Was Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too easy to be a cop. And Shona, what were you saying?
But I was just gonna say it's crazy because even then, like racism manifests, because I know someone who was a former officer who got terminated off 1 infraction who was black versus
of course.
Right. We always get the shit, right? Versus, these white officers who get, over and over and over again, they're like constantly getting over.
How you a career troublemaker at your job and still have a job?
What I do, Kavanaugh was.
He had a lot of stuff. Actual results, like actual tangible good results. But you started more shit. You started more fires than you put out. You know what I'm saying? So, and then I also want to just lift up, since we are taking a deeper dive into the Black woman's experience, that when you look at African culture and when you look at who we were as a people before white people and white supremacy was introduced to us, there is nothing more white supremacist than patriarchy. We as a people are traditionally a matriarchal society. We have always lifted women up and held women in high regard, and revered them. Of course you have a few outlier exception practices, but we as Africans have always put women on a pedestal, always put Black women on a pedestal. And there is nothing more inadvertently anti-Black than patriarchy.
Ooh. Could you say that again? Say that. You were spitting bars with that one.
There is nothing more inadvertently anti-Black than misogyny and patriarchy. Oh, and elitism too. While I'm at it.
Amen. I just want to say,
you gotta make that a quotable. I want that on the shirt.
I just want to say, somebody who worked for a bank, I managed the bank. I was so I did operations as assistant manager. So that means I was in charge of making sure that we were in compliance. And one of the things that I did was do loans. And one of the things that we really worked hard for, and I managed a regional office in King of Prussia, which is now a TD, used to be a Commerce, where I worked for, and half the branch was in King of Prussia, and the other half, part of our territory, was Bridgeport. and Norristown. So Bridgeport is working class, mostly white people, and then Norristown is Black and Latinos, predominantly Mexican and Puerto Rican. And one of the things that was not very encouraged for us to do outreach for businesses in our poorer area, especially Norristown. But my thing is like, you know, there's banking compliance laws that say when you lend, you can't just lend to people of white and of a certain means. You have to be able to lend, and you have to open accounts for people of all races and economic brackets. And I would always, like, even if somebody was like borderline, I would always talk to my clients and say, listen, if you are married and you have this score and your spouse has a better score, your income together, break down how the whole thing works. It's not just your credit, it's your debt to income, it's your relationship with the bank. Understand what is needed to get the cash. Understand what's in your right. Or fight, like, you know, you would approve a loan and then it will get to someone else to make sure you're not just hooking up the homies, you know. So, and they would be like, well, that's too much, 50,000. I'm like, well, what are you willing to give? You can't just say no to me. Are you willing to do 30? You know what I mean? If you're trying to fix something on your house, you can do it for 30 instead of 50, right? So these are the conversations that I feel like we need to be better to teach each other how to do business. And when I worked for a finance company, you know, I have my 7,663, meaning that I can give advice and all that stuff. Teaching people how the stock market works. The number one frustrating thing for me was, here I am in this medium, all my clients are white, and my only Black clients are my clients that have 401ks, 403bs. What's going on here? Why are we not talking? You mean to tell me we have no people Black people that can put money in the stock market? Or why is it that I always have to go out of my way to elevate clients and I say, oh, your portfolio, you really should be in this bracket. You should be getting this. Do you know that this is what you should be getting because you have this much in your portfolio? Oh, I didn't know that. I've been here for 10 years. Nobody told me. And I think, I don't know what it is about us. And I always say this, and if you followed me for a minute, you always know that your blessings will not be blocked by sharing knowledge. I'm a firm believer. If I have this knowledge and you want it, here you go. I'm not going to charge you for it. We're Black people. I want you to elevate. I do not want to be the only Black person on my block. I want you to be my neighbor. I want your kids to go to the same good schools that my kids went to. I want you to be able to invest in the stock market. Since you want to start a business, this is what you need to have. This is how a small business loan works. This is what you want to buy a house. This is what you need. We need to do more of that. I don't know what it is with some people that are like, oh, I got mine. I have to figure it out. You work it out. And then you mad if something does pop off, then nobody comes there to help you out. Well, you didn't want nobody else to move into the neighborhood with you, boo.
We talked about that earlier, like divisiveness among the community and how like that doesn't serve us like as a whole. Like it only further like tears us apart, which is what people in power want. They want us to be like, ew, like I don't really think I should be like, no, not you, but my kind of Black. And it's like, no, Black is Black, and we should all be trying to, like, you know, the game is free. Like we should be trying to help each other.
Help
right.
each other. Like if I go somewhere and I can bring a +2, okay, it doesn't necessarily, like I can invite her to lunch. My husband doesn't necessarily want to go to these things. I can be like, yo, Kurt, what you doing on Tuesday night? You want to roll through? So you can be in the room and you can make the connections. And next time, guess what? Hey, Katya, I got my own invite. Cool. Now we both can bring more people. I really want us to do more of that. It's not gonna break my hustle one bit. I guarantee you, if I bring someone else, and we really do need to be a little bit more about sharing knowledge. It's like the young sister, I think Foxy, you said it about if you're tired of just having Asian businesses, help our brothers and sisters how to open up their hair store across the street. Right. So now we can go, wait a minute. Oh, I'm not going to this dude. The sister over here got one. I'm good.
I don't even go to like hair store places where Black women don't work there.
Yeah.
Like it may not be owned by a black person, but I'm like, if there's not a black face in the store, somebody I believe actually uses the product on the shelf, I will not shop there. Like, why would I ask you about a product that's not even made for your hair? You can't tell me what the consistency, like how it's going to affect my pH balance. Is the curl going to pop or not? Like, why would I even spend? Yeah,
You
like,
can't tell me makeup if you don't have my skin tone. You're gonna have all orange, gray, or whatever. No, I need to see. Where's the
had me
sister
looking
at?
ashy.
Right.
That's why they hired a black girl to be in there. They be like, "Oh, Shonda, come over here. You got somebody at the front."
Right.
Yeah, they always have
for
one.
ladies, I kind of wanted to, and I thank you for everybody's input because that insight and knowledge into how we can kind of come together as a community. Because that, like I said, a black woman's experience is not something that just like just like men tout, oh, you're white, you can't understand the black experience. As a black man, I can't say I understand the black woman's experience, which is intrinsic to only y'all. And to get that kind of level of insight in how we can better and forward the conversation and the progress is invaluable. And I hope everybody had a key takeaway with that. I wanted to kind of switch gears. And we constantly talk. We already know black men are being hunted. That's nothing new. But interestingly enough, President Trump, who touts himself as a pretty resilient, strong, tough guy, had
You got to tell people how tough and strong you is.
That's what my mama used to say. Tough guys don't got to tell you they tough, but and I'm trying to have I'm trying not to have a bias in saying this, but I find it too comical not to be biased a little bit. But for the first time since 1880, they turned the lights out in the White House. White House went completely dark. Now, the reason why it went completely dark is because the protesters, for the first time, I believe ever, breached the front lawn of the White House. This is an image of the White House, pitch black. Now, you're not going to see this on many news media sites because for some reason, and y'all tell me, I haven't seen it anywhere. I haven't seen it really posted like that, but a lot of people feel like they're trying to suppress this information. This was the picture of DC from an aerial shot. DC was burning last night. I ain't heard nothing about DC burning last night.
Oh, I did. I have friends in
pictures.
Yeah.
We got it from. I'm talking about like CNN.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fox News. I'm talking about the major outlets. Like we knew it within our circles, but nothing to this degree. This is protesters running on the front lawn.
Yeah.
Are you for real?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They burned down the guard station.
Yeah.
Yeah. They threw a Molotov cocktail in the guard station, and one of the FPS workers was killed.
Yeah.
So, and I don't want to get into, conspiracy theories, but a lot of people said that they jammed the cell phone signals because everybody's live dropped off at the same time. Snipers got on that roof. We know it's confirmed that President Trump was taken down into a bunker, and I think he currently resides there now. What does that do to how the world views America, in your opinion? I mean, America has always touted itself as the strongest nation in the world.
That's a brand. You brand something a certain way, then everyone else will believe it. That's why we all in the problems we in now. So
Can I say
America
though?
lied that we are the power structure of the world. It's a lie. I think we are the most we're the most fucking evil place in the world to me. I know it's other countries shit is going on, but our shit is out there. We don't give a fuck about people of color. We don't give a fuck about people that's poor, because you can be white and poor. Trump don't give a shit about your broke white ass.
Right.
So it's all levels. First it's white, okay, then it's poor white, then it's black, then it's everybody else under that. So it's just so much stuff tumbling in my head when it comes to how the world sees America. We trash. Our government is trash. And so when I think about that, we've been living under a government system that needs to be abolished. It's crazy to me.
Okay, so yeah, delve deeper into that, Q. What do you mean?
Because it's crazy to me. Okay, the president gets 2 terms, 8 years. Why is it's political officials that can just have a fucking job in government to the day they die?
You talking about the Congress people?
Congress.
Yeah, I don't understand
you gotta
that
get
either.
voted in, but you keep getting voted in until you fucking die.
Because people either don't vote against them, like people don't vote against them, like, or they do the, oh well, you look like me, so you must be for me.
That's
so
why
they
I
keep
say-
voting for people.
Well, also a huge part of
You get 2 terms and you done. If you didn't do everything that you promised the community and society that you was gonna do, well, you had 8 years to do it. Get the fuck out. We finna hire somebody else.
Yeah, I think there should be a criteria because they're having you got people like Maxine Waters. Lord, I wish Maxine Waters could live forever.
Me too.
Right. You know, but then you do have people where it's like you've been in office like your entire adult life and you ain't done jack shit.
Exactly.
So I get that. I
can see coverage of you in 1960 and your ass still in office.
Right.
Yeah, I have to admit, I think they at last tally, they said that there are 95% of Congress are millionaires.
Yeah.
And the 5% that aren't millionaires make over 6 figures.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So right, but my thing is government is supposed to reflect people, right? They're the representatives of the people.
Right.
Yet time and time and again, there was the most diverse political presidential landscape in the history of presidential elections, and we still ended up with 2 white men. I'm sorry, 2 old rich white men.
Yeah.
But not even that. You got to go back further than that because our Congress used to be a lot blacker than it is now, particularly during the Reconstruction period, because you had these slaves who now could, go vote. And there were, like Robert Smalls being the first black man in Congress. So you had like hella black people were in Congress, and that's when white people were like, oh hell no, we can't.
We got to get these Negroes up out of here.
So they started gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is a huge thing, and that's how you have all these people who are able to stay in office. You got whole districts that are shaped like a fucked up potato or some shit.
And every time somebody else come into power, they redo the districts to help keep themselves in power.
Yep.
And that's what I say. If you put a time limit on somebody, that's negated.
Right.
You had 8 years. Get out.
Right. At least have some. You need to have some tangible results, or you need to get out. But that's like little things like that, the disenfranchisement, and that's why I get so riled up when I hear people like talking shit about black people. Again, that inherent anti-blackness within our own communities that has essentially brought us to this point. You sitting there shitting on people because they didn't go to the polls. Number one, people vote for candidates. They don't vote against them. Number two, election day needs to be a holiday. We're like the only industrialized nation whose election day isn't a national holiday. And then you have all these gerrymandering. You have voter ID laws. So you name it.
Now we have some. I'm sorry, Shot. I just want to speak to what y'all were talking about. We had typically I try to monitor the comments as much as possible, but if you're dropping comments, I wasn't monitoring them, but you can always call in. The phone number is 267-271-4219. I'm gonna drop it in the chat as well. 267-271-4219. Because some people have some varying opinions, and that's fine. You can call in the show. We can talk about it. Tamara Watson Foster says, we do have the strongest and most dangerous military in the world, and we have military installments in almost every country, while no other country has a base on American soil. That's a big part of why we're considered so powerful.
And so the fuck does Coca-Cola? But that don't mean it's good for everybody.
Right. But that's part of it too. Like we have all this money. We have all this money. And as an industrialized nation, we hoard all of our money to our military, not to our soldiers, not to our airmen, not to our seamen. So no pun intended. But we don't, because they don't get jack shit out of the VA is really underfunded.
Yeah,
we got all the fucking guns and fighter jets and everything else in the world. And then, and of course, I highly recommend this book. It's called The Constraint of Race by Linda Faye Williams. And my professor actually contributed to this book, but he talks about how, you know, what Linda Faye Williams talks about how programs were basically stripped away from us because they basically got typecast as being Black, like the welfare stereotype, you know, which Nixon kind of started it, but then Reagan took it and exacerbated it. So like now, and the crazy thing about it is like those social programs ain't shit on our tax dollars compared to the corporate subsidies that, you know, the Coca-Cola.
And 3/4 of people who qualify for social services never even apply. One, because they're afraid of being stigmatized as welfare queens, and two, because they don't know that they even qualify for it in the first place. So like these programs are being rampantly defunded when they should actually be for people, and it actually hurts like lower, like middle class people, kind of like myself, where I actually like applied for some of this stuff like subsidy for daycare, and do you know that as a family of 2 I make too much? I made $100 too much for daycare for my son, because and do you know, people were like, well, just have another baby. Sis, I'm asking for help taking care of this one.
Let's not add to.
So their solution is, I gotta have another baby because
put me in more debt to keep me in a worse position so that I cannot move forward by having another baby.
Right. And we're the only industrialized nation without universal health care. We're the only industrialized nation with a centralized budget for public transit. Like, we are literally the most ghetto industrialized nation.
Ghetto.
We hood rich.
Yes.
Besides North Korea.
We're a third world country in a Gucci belt.
We have a caller on the line. Steve, you're on the line with the head nurse in charge.
Hey, how are you?
What's good, brother?
Not bad. Not for nothing. And I'm going to say this. And by the way, greetings to all the ladies and gentlemen that are on the Zoom call. My thing is this. The comment that I put inside here earlier before was something to do with that the Second Amendment is in place so this way we can arm up and take down a tyrannical government that should not be in place none whatsoever. Now, as far as everything goes, the way I'm looking at it, we are all, in a sense, and it doesn't matter who we are, it doesn't matter whether it's the government, whether it's the people, we're all being tyrannical in one way or another. So my suggestion to everybody would be, pull your heads out of your butts before you fart and blow your brains out, because all you're doing right now is you're killing one another. It's making it hard for anyone to live in harmony, because that's what we need to do. We need to put our differences aside. We need to stop with this, oh, well, we're going to fight because of this person, we're going to fight because of that person. No, we should all stop fighting. We should all start loving one another. And Michael Jackson once said, man in the mirror. Think about it. Look at the song Man in the Mirror. Listen to the lyrics. Pay attention to that, because that is going to be the point where you have to learn how to love one another. And if you can't love one another, then guess what? We all may as well just drop our own nukes on ourselves. We may as well just kill ourselves and the nation and all what's going on. And guess what? You'll learn about what real survival is about after that. So, hey, just, get in the pit and love someone. Simple as that.
Okay.
It's hate, violence, screw all the bullshit. And by the way, Foxy, I gotta say, I love your headphones. They are dope as hell.
Thank you.
Yo, Steve, thank you for calling in. We're gonna discuss about we're gonna talk about what you just talked about. All right, bro.
Yeah. All right, thank you. And listen, y'all, be safe. Don't worry about anything. This is all gonna blow over. And you know what? Power to us people, us nerds, because we're the ones that are gonna end up walking out of this and looking at everybody and be like, screw y'all, we're going to be with our comic books, our food, and all that, and we're going to do our own thing. So,
well, we don't want it to just blow over, though. That's what we don't want it to do.
All right, so Sassy, elaborate to that.
Because if it just blows over, then it's going to be the same situation it has been over and over and over again because those blew over. I mean, like, I get what you mean, that you want stuff to subside to where it's not as damaging as it is. And I would hope for that too, but I don't want it to just fade out either. I wanted to put emphasis on it.
The last time people were marching up Broad Street for inequality, I was pregnant. My son will be 6 in December. I'm not trying to go through this again in 6 years. I'd rather keep it up and keep it going so that in 6 years, there would actually be a much better future for this child that I brought into this crazy world. Like, I get like people just want it to be over and done with, but nah. We need to keep it up, keep it going because again, the last time we did this, I couldn't go march because I was pregnant. I can't go march now because my son is small. I am not trying to have my son be old enough to march with me. We shouldn't still be doing this years from now.
And that's kind of where I'm at with it because I watched, I recently the opportunity to have some of my own personal family's history brought to me through pictures and whatnot, and I saw a picture of my great-great-grandparents, and they were sharecroppers. Mm-hmm. And it blew my mind to see these black and whites of these black people who had gotten out of slavery. And, they what's the old adage, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, even though that's an impossible feat. I know, Taft, don't. I know, I'm with you. But it's crazy to hear helicopters and hear about tear gas and rubber bullets, and to hear my 75-year-old cousin who marched with Huey P. and Bobby Seale say, well, they did that to us. Mm-hmm. I've been through that. They gassing this new wave just the same way. So it hasn't changed in 60 years already. Right. And that's from letting things blow over. Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you put Band-Aids on open wounds and you never address the issue at hand.
Right. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because he was sitting there, like he mentioned the man in the mirror narrative, right? Which I am all for. Love Michael Jackson. Love the Jacksons in general.
Yeah.
But my whole thing is like, where's the mirror for 45? Where's the mirror for,
he in a fun house?
Where's the mirror for Congress? Like, where's the mirror for this country? And it's like you keep, like you said, you keep pulling the weed up, and you wonder why the shit keeps growing back because you're not getting to the root of the problem.
Yeah.
Woo, you said that. Yeah.
But why is it also that people that aren't of the struggle but are bystanders to the struggle always want to dictate how it should be done? I get so tired of people with that kumbaya shit.
Yes.
We passed that. So you have to see it like business. When you draw up a contract with your client, so basically we're going to say us and the United States is in a contract with clients. Right. When I write a contract with you, you have signed and promised what you are going to do for me. Ain't no love in business. This is business.
Right.
So we all need to come down and say what we're going to do and change and revise and abolish and move forward. We both sign off. Your ass don't give me what you promised. We going to court, AKA you fired, bitch.
But see, the problem is they promised this already.
Yeah.
We still waiting
but
on
I'm saying reinstate with what we were talking about, our demands. If we come with our demands, we all sign or we shake on CNN or whatever the fuck. You don't deliver. We need a new fucking office.
She said we gotta televise it so the world know that y'all made this deal.
You said it. We need to go back to the White House lawn and be like, excuse me, remember this agreement you signed? I need y'all to come the hell out here because you're not holding up the end of your bargain.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm like, they met
Can
with
we
Barton.
just kick him out?
Exactly. It ain't no negotiating.
Can we just knock on the door and be like, you gotta go?
I'm gonna tell you right now. I still am a firm believer in. You could go ahead on and still give me my 40 acres and a Maserati because I don't want no mule no more.
Well, you can give me the equivalent, give me the monetary equivalent of that adjusted for inflation.
Well, no, I don't even want, I just want the 40 acres. No, me, Kurt.
Good 40 acres, not crap 40 acres.
Yeah, yeah, I want 40 acres in Manhattan. Listen, listen. Look. The greatest way to build generational wealth is to own land and property. Don't give me no money.
No, I want like good land that you can grow food on, that you can have other relatives to be like, you ain't got to put up with the nonsense. Come build your house over there. I got a little extra. We gonna be all right. I mean, my step grandfather, the reason he bought land was so important to him because he was like, he wanted to have a place for his family, his people to come. So when the world was acting up and kicking Black people out, he could say, you have somewhere to go. You will always have a home. This is ours. They can't take it. And they tried, but he was smart enough to fight and to know his rights and to push back. And this is during Jim Crow South. And he built that house. And that was a symbol for the family always to know, no matter what is going on, you have a place to be. And I think we need that. You know what I mean? Like if somebody wants to say you can't be in North Philly, I'm out. Cool. We good over here.
I think
Nah, you can give me 40 acres in North Philly. I'll buy it all up and turn it around.
Right.
I think another thing too, we need to not be satisfied with a little bit of change that may happen,
Yes.
because we've seen in the past where we saw different levels of change that happened around the 50s and 60s and all the different protests, things like that. And then after a while, it seemed like people got comfortable with what they received. And then the fight started slowing down and slowing down. That brings us to where we're at right now. And what we need to do, if we can, which I know we can, we're going to have to start, once we see the change happen, keep fighting for more change and don't stop. Don't get comfortable with what you're seeing. And now, okay, now I feel like we get rest now. No, there isn't no rest. And don't be satisfied with, all that. And another thing too, hold each other accountable. Because we're all in this together. So we have to go ahead. If you find that your counterpart is sitting up there lacking and not doing their part, to go ahead and help push you or push the next person or motivate because they got enough. Don't ever say it's enough. Then hold that person accountable or cut them off and keep it moving, because we all have a fight here and we're not going to win this if we just sit here and go, all right, I'm good now.
Right, I got what I wanted, but it's not.
It's about you, and that's
We're
it.
doing this for the culture.
I just want to kind of give a report from the front lines of people who protested today here in Philadelphia. One report that we just got, just wanted to let y'all know for the record, tear gas and rubber bullets were used on peaceful protesters. No looting, no rioting, just people wanting to be heard. How did we get here? I wanted to bring up this graphic about rubber bullets. And once we start talking about looking each other in the mirror, then we got to really start having a conversation about the tactics that are used for people who are just trying to express their dissidence with what's going on. For those who may not be aware, this is the proper usage that law enforcement is supposed to do for how to use rubber bullets on a large crowd that might pose a threat. They're supposed to bounce these bullets off the ground. Now, what's been happening, sadly, is, and I'm forewarning you, next image is a little graphic. Unfortunately, I think some already saw it, but what's been happening.
Yo, and they're not small either.
No.
You think of a bullet, you think of something tiny. It's like
this girl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She got green neon.
Yeah, those pellets. Because the pellets get into your face. This is what happens when you fire a rubber bullet right at an individual. Now, I'm not going to keep this graphic. I'm not going to keep this up too long because it is graphic.
And that's going to take a long time to heal. And even when it does, it's going to leave a mark.
There's going to be an indentation.
Oh, there's a guy who got hit. there's a guy who actually got hit in the face in a similar spot, except it was a little over to the side. He said he's actually going to lose his eye after they do surgery.
Wow.
A freelance photographer, a journalist, she's blind in the left eye, and she got hit with the pellet while she was out there, press credentialed and everything. And they still, like, it's crazy. Like, how in the world are you arresting journalists? There's a man who said, I've been to the Middle East, the CNN reporter. I've been embedded in a war zone. I have never been attacked on this level personally. He said he never thought it would happen in the United States. Could you imagine being embedded with the platoon, and you feel safer with that than just reporting
on American soil?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
Well, see, and this is why one person said they are brutal. The police are brutally beating people at the protests about police brutality.
Right.
Crazy.
You can't, and I don't care how many mirrors I look at. I don't care how many times I play Off the Wall. Or was that the Bad album? I think that's the Bad album. I don't care how many times I play the Bad album. To know that law enforcement is actually going to such lengths to hurt and harm American citizens who aren't looting. I'm not talking, look, if they get attacked, there was one video of a woman who was detained and she cocked back and slapped that officer right in his face. Another black officer walked up to her and knocked her clean out. Now, I never advocate for the assault of a woman. But at the minimum, the officer had some cause to retaliate. Whether that retaliation was excessive or not, I'll leave that to you who, if you see the video. But for people who are, like they said, not doing anything, just standing there.
People who are leaving, dispersing, and they're chasing them down. Like one of the girls that goes in my pole studio, one of my pole sisters, she was like, "Yo, we were leaving. They told us to disperse. The march was over. We had just been sitting there peacefully. They tear gassed us. So, all right, bet we're gonna leave." And they were following us, had cornered them, spraying them over and over with canisters and canisters of tear gas. Like, these were people who were peaceful protesting and then were retreating, and you were still attacking them.
But that's when you know it's pure, uncut evil. I have seen videos where people are standing there, officers just walk up to them and spray them with the mace. And that shit come out like a water hose.
Yeah, dude.
Where can I get me some?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just like, and they just spraying folks. I saw them spray a baby in the face, a little girl.
Yeah, with that
another
little
child.
9-year-old girl got hit, didn't she?
Yes, and then I saw another video that a child got shot, and they were trying to rush him out. So I'm like, they don't care.
Cops are destroying people's like first aid stations that they were setting up in their front lawns.
Oh, I saw that when they rolled up.
Knocking milk out of people's hands when they're trying to help people who have been sprayed by the tear gas.
That's what I say. It's too far. They're subdued at this point. They can't see. Why are you escalating? That's the
reason why this all kicked off in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
but y'all want to be mad, like that's when a lot of the protests like kind of turned into riots. People were leaving, they had said they peace and they were gonna go home, and cops are out there inciting violence. So hey, you got violence in return.
So
you paid for what you got, what you paid for.
I thought this was an interesting concept because we're talking about pushing the discussion forward. I think this would be a great way to curb some of that police brutality.
Yes.
Because even if their pension isn't enough to pay for the entire settlement,
right?
Even if you empty them out and then the city pays the rest, that's good. Because I have a hard time with anybody that was involved in this, any one of those 4 police officers being able to come out of jail and then enjoy their pension. There has to be some type of, if you can't get criminal, gratification, there should be some form of civil gratification. Because you did it to OJ. You couldn't put him in jail, so you made him broke. And to me, if it was good enough for Orenthal J. Simpson, is doggone sure good enough for these police officers who swear oath to protect people.
Absolutely. It is a privilege. Can we just say it is not a right to be a police officer? It is a privilege. This is not your God-given right to put on a badge. It is a privilege. You are supposed to be here to protect us, not to be worse than the criminals. Like, right. I know people that are like, if I got robbed today, guess what? I'm not calling the police. I'm just going to take the L and buy some new stuff because my robber is going to turn into something else. And they're just mentally spent from that. And again, I just want to say it is a privilege. You have no right to be any more of a police officer than any of us have to be Superman. Like, it's just, there are rules to this. And like you said and I'm still like baffled at how why is it always taking months? That's what I need to hear. Like, you killed somebody, we got it on film, and you chilling at the house for 2 months. You doing go
on administrative leave, getting paid the whole time.
But nobody says anything. God forbid you run a red light. You do something that you've got SWAT cars. Everybody's coming to get you. You didn't kill nobody. Like that's also.
How about that? I run a red light on Thursday, got a ticket by next Friday, and if I don't pay it in 30 days, the fine has doubled.
Yeah.
But these people who committed like atrocities, it take months,
Lord.
maybe
I'm
a
sorry.
year.
I'm sorry to interrupt. And this is crazy. This is just this is asinine to me. Since we've been on the air, NBC News reports that Louisville police chief fired after officer body cams found to be off during fatal shooting. Another black person has been shot and killed in Louisville.
Wow.
Louisville, where?
Wow. Kentucky, right?
Kentucky. Okay.
Yeah.
Louisville.
He was a barbecue caterer who was actually feeding the police.
Wow.
What? Yes, I've heard that. And how?
No. Child, I'm telling you, aligning with whiteness will not save you.
Just because it's breaking news, and I'm not going to read this entire thing, but I'm just to give a synopsis on what's going on for those who might not been aware and been watching with us. Louisville, Kentucky Metro Police Chief Steve Conrad has been relieved of duty after it was revealed that the officers involved in a shooting that killed a local business owner earlier Monday did not activate their body cams. Louisville Mayor Greg Fishner announced the decision to relieve Conrad on Monday afternoon during a news conference where the deceased was identified as David McAtee. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. It's MCATEE. Maybe they spelled it wrong in this. Either way, Conrad was set to retire later this month. David was friendly to many and well-known barbecue man that nurtures so many people in their bellies and their hearts before, Fishner said. And for him to be caught up in this, for him not to be here with us is a tragedy. It's just hard to put in words. The two officers involved, who were either not wearing their cameras or did not have them activated, have been placed on administrative leave. It is unclear whether the fatal shot was fired by law enforcement or someone else. We are working diligently to determine what happened. The community has lots of questions, and we share those same questions. If you think these riots were bad before,
my question is, with body cams, why is there even an option for them to be deactivated?
Turned off.
Thank you.
When you charge them, they go off.
Let's add that to the list of demands.
They need to be on at all times. There should be no on-off switch. They own until the
you go out.
And your supervisor turns them on when you go on duty and deactivates it when you come off. If you're just tuning into, I'm sorry. That I just can't believe while we're sitting on air having a conversation about police brutality, a report like that comes over the wire, which isn't surprising, but it's defeatist. It really does, because at a certain point, either way, if you're in the chat and you want to comment on anything, the call-in number is pinned at the top, 267-271-4219. I've written it so much in the chat that now I've memorized it. So there it is. I figured from all the way from San Diego, California. I'm not sure who this is, but I'm just going to put to this.
What happened to your mic?
Kurt, you off, man?
Yeah, he muted himself to take the call.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
In
can we
case,
talk about
in
the body cam? When you're in the military and you go operations, it is classified, but there is a group of people monitoring you as you're doing your mission. Like they're giving you intel at the same time. But we can't do that with the police. Like they have an option. I mean,
they're gonna say they ain't got enough money.
They
have enough money to do
They got
that.
plenty of money. We have a caller in on the line all the way from San Diego, California. I feel real special because it's about 7:22 over there, right?
Yeah, it's pretty.
So you're on with the head nurse in charge. What's on your heart?
So I just wanted to speak real quick on these cats that get placed on the administrative leave and why we can't get convictions and arrests right away and la la la.
Okay.
So the whole thing is we fail to understand a lot of our own rights when we get arrested. But they know their rights. So they know that you can't bring them in for questioning and all that other kind of trash that they do with us. They know this. So they sit there and they go, okay, I want to talk to my rep because they each got their own rep. And they sit back and they let their representation do what their representation has to do. And they know damn well what kind of evidence the DA has to bring forward in order to prosecute them. Because many a time they'll arrest somebody and they can't get a conviction. And they know why they can't get a conviction, and it's all about the evidence. So these cops already know, you ain't got enough to convict me. Don't even come at me with a murder one charge because I know that you can't make it stick. So they sit here and they chillax and they have these long investigations because the DA is scrambling to find something solid enough to actually get a conviction. And this man is going to get manslaughter, and he's going to get 5 years.
Yep.
And and 2/3 of the time is all he has to serve before he's up for parole. And his parole is not going to be questioned. It's not going to be no question of whether or not he's getting that parole. So that's all it is they know how the law works and we don't. So we get hemmed up all the time, hurting ourselves because we just don't know what exactly someone's allowed to do and what exactly is going to get us convicted. And he doesn't even have to have a trial by jury, by the way. Okay, he can waive that and let the bench make a decision. So there's so much that they can do, and this is why they continue to get away with things. And I just wanted to throw that out there.
Listen, you just said a whole mouthful. And that I can't thank you enough for that because honestly, for many, they aren't aware of that. Because it's interesting. I was having a conversation with somebody where I said, the sad part is everybody's going to want him to go upstate for all these years. And he's not.
Yeah.
He's just not. Because I can already see, first and foremost, if anybody's unaware, the medical examiner already said that George's cause of death was something to do with cardiac arrest.
Was exact. It was an underlying condition that was exacerbated by the situation.
They already setting it up.
Yeah, they said he died by this underlying condition, not what happened. But it's like if he hadn't been put in a strenuous situation,
he might not have died.
Exactly.
But the problem is now. Okay, we already know.
Did you see where the family did an independent thing?
Yeah, they did
and they actually found that he was cause of death was strangulation.
Yeah. But here's my thing. Even with that, Tef, and I agree with you. I'm not dismissing what you said. The family definitely did their own secondary autopsy, and it was strangulation. But here's my problem. If the general public, and especially the African-American populace, does not get a conviction that they deem severe enough, then what happens? Because God forbid he gets off. If he gets off, if you think they turned it up because they arrested him too long, didn't arrest him quickly, can you imagine what's going to happen if he gets off or if he gets a light sentence?
Witness protection program.
No, he not, because they ain't did nothing to George Zimmerman. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
that's what a lot of people don't understand.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, caller. What would you go about to say?
Let me ask you a different kind of question. What's going to happen? Look, what if he gets the max sentence? Now, he can't get the death penalty because they don't have that in that state. His max sentence is 25 years and a maximum fine of 50 grand. What if he gets the max sentence?
Is that going to be sufficient? Yeah.
Right.
Like, that's not enough for me neither.
Yeah.
No. So he would be the first.
I don't care if you hang that man from the White House
lawn.
Building. I don't care if you burn him and shit on his remains. It's not enough. I want reform. I want clarity. I want some. There's a lot more that he needs than just some dude go to jail.
Now we talk. We you know, we've been talking about, like, we've been expressing our feelings, but it's always been about, okay, how do we press the conversation forward? And I think you just hit the nail on the head. You're right. Justice isn't enough for just George now. It has to be divvied out throughout the entire country. Because this is it's not about getting justice for this incident. And you know what? Thank you, because you just allowed me to be able to use this graphic, because I've been waiting to use this entire time, and it irks my nerves whenever I see it, because number one, it doesn't show everybody, but it shows enough of why this has become a systemic problem that is bigger than just George. Because look, how many names are on this list? George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tamir Rice, Oscar Grant, Eric Gardner, Philando Castile, Samuel Du Bois, Sandra Bland, Walter Scott, Terrence Crutcher. Oh, Lord, I say their name and I messed the man's name up. But my thing is, that's just a short list. Because we can go all the way back to Emmett Till. He ain't even, the white woman that lied on him still walking around telling people that she lied on him, and she's still good.
You gonna get hers.
But my thing is, Kat, there's so much reform that needs to happen. Number one, if you falsely accuse a black man, you need to go to jail.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah.
If you falsely accuse anybody, you need to go to jail.
If you use the police as your personal security force because you don't like that gentleman in New York, and apparently it was another Karen in New York didn't like that a black woman sat on a bench. And then she lied too. You need to not just get a fine. Rich people, a fine doesn't hurt them. You need to go to jail. You need to be uncomfortable for a good 90 days. You need to be a criminal. They need to follow you wherever you go. Again,
90 days should be the minimum.
Exactly.
The minimum, mandatory minimum.
How are you gonna call the cops on somebody black sitting on a bench because you don't want black people on the Upper West Side? Like, who does? And she wasn't. Here's the kicker: she wasn't even an American.
She wouldn't.
Girl, did you see her husband walk away from that nonsense?
Yeah, her husband did walk away. And you know what? She has a restaurant. I don't know if it has a Yelp page, but we all need to be on it and trash it. We need to all be on it and be trash it.
She watched all of the other people do it to us and was like, well, I think that's part of being an American, right? Like, because everybody else do it to them, so why can't I do it?
But I want to bring up a point about
real quick before we go to you, Q. I just wanted, for the caller that's on the line, before I let you go, I just wanted to ask you, if you had it your way, what's the main thing, the main piece of reform that you would want before we let you go?
Oh man,
I'm sorry. I mean,
there's so many things, but I guess the main thing that I would want in regard to law enforcement is a complete overhaul of the vetting and training process. Because it's trash.
Super trash. Thank you so much for calling in all the way from. Listen, I wish I was over there.
Thank you.
Oh, it's nice. I ain't gonna lie.
Thank you so much for calling in. And please, if you hear something later on in the program, by all means, call back.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for taking the call.
Oh, no, always. Thank you. All right,
I think
I'm sorry.
Also,
Who did I miss? Q, was it you that was about to say something? Or
shoot, I already forgot what I was gonna say
I'm
because
sorry.
I got so much stuff swirling in here.
Listen, look, for anybody that's tuning in, this is a marathon, y'all. I'm so happy that Zuckerberg ain't cut us off because usually we be having cutoff problems. But for once,
I got something too.
Can I just say though that Michael Vick spent more time in jail for killing those dogs than what 200 police officers who were like brought up on charges or convicted of like killing people like combined.
But this is the thing, we forget
white man who raped somebody.
Yeah, but we forget that we and the police are on two different standings. They have protections in place because they say, I can't even think of the name of it now, but basically they're under stress on their job to make split decisions. So we can't hold them accountable for what decisions they make. So they have protections to keep them from getting prosecuted the way that we feel that they should be.
Which is wild to me because you have military law. In the military, when you are in the military, like you have a whole different set of laws that you have to adhere to that are way
rules of engagement.
Yeah.
Like they tell you everything from how you have to like conduct yourself in war to how you supposed to fuck your wife. Like that it's very well drawn out.
Big facts.
Yeah.
Like but really though, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is it that there's all those various and even then it's like things still slip through the cracks? Like there was that woman, Lieutenant Johnson or whatever, whose body mysteriously, she was mysteriously murdered by her, but it's just like, why is it that we accept the bare minimum and empower the bare minimum? Like nobody should be running around with a gun and you've had less than 1 year of training. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I saw somebody bring up on Instagram, I saw a comment in somebody's post that was basically saying a lot of this could be alleviated if they had basically, I guess you want to call it interracial partnerships. Mm-hmm. If there's going to be a white cop, it needs to be a black cop. 2 white cops in a black neighborhood is nothing but spelling trouble. If you have a black dude that know how to address and de-escalate with his people, we're like, hey, dude, he's just tripping. You don't got to pull your gun because you know how we do when we play with each other.
Right.
White men don't understand that. Oh, they're aggressive. I'm like, no, we just kidding around. Because I have a friend that's an officer, and I have called her while she's on the job, and she works in it's like a strip of warehouses, wholesale shops, and it's a lot of prostitutes over there. And she'll be like, yeah, girl, and hold on. Johnson, is that the same hoe we arrested last night? Girl, let me call you back. I gotta go talk to this hoe. Hey, hoe, come here. She got a rapport with the hoe. So I'm just like, she ain't gonna slam the hoe down. She know her. She knows she just trying to get her money. But I told you, don't let me see you get this money. So, but if she
of sex workers is a whole other conversation.
Girl,
they serving more time. They serving more time than police officers who are
and all they do is selling joy.
Pretty much.
Listen, you won't get no arguments from me.
Oh my God!
No. I looked around. I said, "I'm the only man, so I'm not touching that one at all."
You don't want to forget this though.
Sassy.
Earlier, somebody had mentioned about holding people accountable for what they do and whatnot, far as with the calling the police and stuff on people or making accusations on us just by us like breathing in the same air. That should follow you even further, like in the work status. Because why would you want somebody supervising a place and picking if somebody gets hired or not that's making those kind of decisions to just call the police on someone for no reason? So that should stay with you there too. So you don't get up in workplaces and stop us from getting in the doors.
That's why I always kind of cackle with joy a little bit when these people who get racist and angry on the internet turn around and lose their jobs. Like, delicious.
Because you don't need to be working there.
You don't. You don't need to be working nowhere with your racist ass. If you if you're gonna be ignorant with your outside voice, there should be consequences.
And I want to say something to that about micro racism. Because people deal with that on their jobs, and people need to be called out. And I don't know if a lot of people have been in that position, but I have been in a position.
Yes.
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I was one of 2 Black people that worked in a corporation full of white people. When he left, it was just me. And I had to bring it to my supervisor, the owner of the company, to his attention that what they were doing was not commonplace. They were saying things about other races. So I know in the back of my mind, I'm here, but you say stuff about me too.
Right.
If you talk about Asian people and you talk about Hispanic people, you're not saying it because I'm here in your sight. So, but I know you do it. Not because you're doing it. So I had to bring it up to him. Y'all say things inappropriately about other races. Y'all say sexist things about women. Y'all have play with weapons in the office like big ass machetes. And I'm like, if that was me, I would be gone. And I was like, I was sweating on the edge of tears because I'm in the background. I know I'm doing the right thing, but now I have a fear. This white man hold my livelihood in his hands because I'm telling him about his company.
And that's messed up.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have to feel that way.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Just to change the trajectory of the conversation now, I just wanted to move on next to allies. Because there's been a lot of conversation about how non-POC people, how Hispanics, or I should say Latinx individuals should play a part in the movement. I have to say respectfully, a lot of my white friends have either called me, DM me, and said, "Hey, I just want to make sure you're okay."
Yeah.
And for a lot of them, they are, you know, I like to say they good white folk. They got good sense. They know to keep their mouth shut right now. Listen, I appreciate a lot of the silent support and the not so silent support that a lot of allies have given. But when you have individuals who protest and then, similar to what Smoke was talking about, they tearing stuff up and spray painting Black Lives Matter, but they not black, and we get pinned for the destruction and the rampage, that's a problem. So how can somebody who isn't African American support from the side, express their anger, but do it in a way that don't get us shot?
Right. The same way Lil Dicky did it. He put up a post and that was really meaningful because he has a couple of people like his right hand man that follow him everywhere, his hype guy, Gator, who he experiences stuff with. And he put up like this heartfelt post about how he's watched him go through things and be harassed by people and at parties where people have said that they wanted to like curb stomp his friend for no reason, just because he was black and in their environment, and he had to like address it because he's like in an uproar. But for them, they were kind of like, it's whatever, because they used to dealing with that, and that's not normal or something somebody should have to be adjusted to. And he was just like, I'm here, I'm in support, and I've like acknowledged stuff with myself, and just like him speaking out to other white people and that may not understand what's going on and given why you should like assess your situation as to why you shouldn't think the way that you do, because you just treating all races kindly is not enough to like to basically make things better. You got to go further than that. And I appreciated him saying that because that's important to come from him to them.
Right.
Yeah.
So oh, go ahead.
I think that they also too, what they can do is don't be afraid to talk to us. Let's have a conversation, because we all know that race is a very hard thing to talk about amongst people. Sometimes it can get kind of dark, it can get ugly. Our skin has a story, and so does theirs. And so if you want to understand what this whole Black Lives Matter movement means, let's sit down and go to lunch and let's talk. Let's really talk so you can get a full understanding of why. Maybe you need to look into what your forefathers did in the past to get that understanding. And that is going to be a hard walk for some people, you know, to understand that your great grand somebody is standing in that black and white photo of a black person burning on the tree. And you're going to have to learn how to digest that and find a way to grow from that It starts there. You wanting to understand, wanting to learn, and wanting to go ahead and properly teach whatever new children, any children that come from your body or whatever, and teach them the right way. That's the way you're going to be able to start. It's not about let's march and let's burn stuff. I mean, come on, we're not crazy. I'm going to march and set that on fire. Like, why? No, we have
that would have been me.
It's random.
I mean, but then I'm through.
Have a reason, understand. Now you got that fire in you. Now you can get out there.
But it's also you have to speak up, like at in your environment, right? Like we all got family members, even us as Black people, that will say, like, one of my pet peeves is Black people that call everybody Chinese. Not all Asian people are Chinese.
I got a big problem with that too.
Not all Latin people are Puerto Rican, Dominican, Spanish, you know the deal.
Right.
So it's up to us to correct that type of language. So if you at the table and, you know, Uncle Ned want to drop the N-word, or he wants to perpetuate a stereotype, and your kids are sitting there and you don't say anything, guess what? They're going to think that's how you behave. But if you're like, no, you will not speak like that in front of my kids.
Or they think it's, so they're going to grow up thinking it's okay to let it slide.
Exactly. So that's, or even like at work, you know, you know, a lot of you were saying, you know, being at work after stuff like this happens, and then they want to talk around you, like, respect that. Like, we at work, I don't want to hear your, don't come into my cubicle with your foolery. Like, go keep that over there. Like, we co-workers, we not homies. You don't get to come in here and say inappropriate things and expect me just to sit there and be like, oh, no, you know what I mean? And it's just really, I feel that is part of it. Like, correct. It's up to other white people to, it can't just be us.
Exactly.
It's your people.
Right. You can't invite us
No,
into
no.
this room.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Sean.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just gonna say you can't like invite us into the room or have a seat at the table with us and then expect us to just tell you everything you want to hear. Like that's not.
Or expect us to be quiet and just grateful you let us come in.
Like that's not how any of this works. I wish I had $1 for every Black man who like verbally came up to me and treated my light skinness like it was a commodity. Like, you know, like, oh, you're so pretty and you're light skinned. You know what I mean? And I gotta, you know, in front of me is the complexion of a Hershey bar, and I gotta be like,
girl, and my mama done told me before, I know you forget you light skinned, in your head you a chocolate woman. I was like, I know, because but that light skin stuff, because I have a beautiful Black woman that raised me, and I see that as excellence.
Right.
That's what to be. So me, I'm just like, why is that even an issue? We all Black.
Right.
Yeah. That's that white man shit. That's what's been ingrained.
Yeah.
But it's like that, not all, just like the not all men, not all white people type of thing. Like white people, when it comes to whatever form of oppression it is, the privileged group always has this knee-jerk reaction where they say or do whatever they, you know, whatever just makes them feel better. It's not about the marginalized person. It's about them having a guilty conscience and doing whatever they feel will help them sleep better at night. There's a huge difference between white guilt and white responsibility.
Yes. So
and white people need to learn that it's okay to, like you said, Curtis, be still, shut the fuck up, and do some research and do some listening before you go out there and make a bad situation worse.
Facts.
Yeah. So I would like to so I have a friend, nice. She is the cutest little pasty white thing I have met in a long time. I met her I haven't known her very long, like a couple of years. Her mom died when she was really little, and her dad was hella racist. And she grew up in like the South with around really racist people. And can I tell you, this girl does backflips through hoops of fire to make sure she is the proper ally and friend to me, to like colored people like around her. And she was one of the first people to actually text me and like reach out to me and be like, hey, or like, I know you're not okay, but I want you to know that I'm there for you. She sent me this really nice text message saying, you know, like, I don't know what it's like to be black, and she's like, and I'm not even gonna pretend to try, but I see in the injustice that you're faced with every day. I try to stand up when I see this kind of injustice, and I hope I'm being an ally. If you ever feel like I'm not, or can't, or that I can't see past my privilege, please feel free to check me.
That's a friend. That's a real one.
That's a
Right.
friend.
So, and
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
buying, and she's buying, we were talking about like books and stuff that you can buy like for your children to help them talk about race. And she was like, these are just as much for me as they are for the kids, because I didn't grow up in like a household of tolerance. And she was like, and I think she'd be doing too much, but I know it comes from a place of love. But she's like, this is to help me too, so that I know how I can talk to people like in these situations, and how I can be a better ally and a better friend for you and for the other like colored people in my life. And I think
Yeah.
it's really important. One of the other things she said is that she's like, you are not responsible to teach me. I am responsible to look up the information I need to educate myself. I don't expect you to like hold my hand and teach me how to be your ally. That's my responsibility. As
Yeah.
your friend and as an
Amen.
ally to everyone, to go out and find the information, because it's out there, even if it's children's books and articles and stuff online. But you people who say that they want to be your friend, you got to do your part too. Don't just be like, yeah girl, I support y'all, hashtag Black Lives Matter. No bitch, if you're not reading no literature, if you're not
I'm exhausted of the
exactly
hashtag gang. Can we also talk about how some of these women that think they date black men, like, we in this together? No, boo, we are not. Or that like to appropriate black culture, but crickets on right now. There is no self tanning, no baby hair, nothing. Like today, nothing. You know what I mean? But any other day, you out here, where you're like, wait a minute, boo. Who are you? Like, because every other time your skin is getting darker and your hands are another color.
Like Ariana Grande.
Right.
All these women that were like, mixed babies are the best. Well, America doesn't care if babies are mixed. America looks at babies and thinks of them as black.
Black.
Listen, I got one of them too, and I done had to check her. I was like, don't you ever in your life let me hear you say that shit again.
That is crazy. I'm just like, really, like, my mind sometimes is blown when they're like, we in this together. No, we are not.
I just want to take a second real quick to introduce our new addition to the panel, Mr. Big Exclusive from the Big Exclusive Show. He definitely had hit me up earlier. He finally got an opportunity to come and drop in and kind of weigh in on the subject. We were talking about how people
Good
who are
evening,
not,
everybody.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey.
Big E, by all means, introduce yourself. I'm running my mouth. You could do it yourself, brother.
No, you did a pretty good job. Like, that was
you,
pretty on point.
I feel like you taught me how to do it at some point in my life. Either way, we were discussing how people who are not African American can play a role respectfully by also staying in their lane and by joining in the cause. Right now, we were talking about white women in the way, and I think I guess this is a good time to bring up what happened with LL. But I would like to quote one young lady who said this to me. If she can open her mouth for black dick and keep it closed for black injustice, she ain't the one. I was
like, I know, I know who that was.
No, seriously.
Wow. Go ahead, Sean.
I was gonna say, it's just so wild to me, because I'm sitting here like laughing to myself that the last thing that we saw before all this stuff started going down was Khloe Kardashian turning into Beyonce, and she totally realigned her jawline.
She ain't even the same human being no more.
No,
transformed. She shapeshifted.
What's that other girl? Catch Me Outside.
Yes. Oh, Danielle Bergoli.
Oh my God.
Bad Barbie.
Black Barbie, but it's white Barbie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bad Barbie, but
and I try to let people see it. man, I'm not going to even touch on that because that's a whole nother.
Touch it.
No, because no, I don't want to touch on.
Don't touch it. That child is a minor.
No, because it's Pride Month, and I don't want to misconstrue what you identify as, because that's two separate arguments. That's two separate discussions, and I don't want somebody to think where I'm denouncing what she identifies as. She can identify as black all she wants. You're not.
Right.
Right.
And that's got nothing to do with the other conversation.
Even
as
though
far
she
as identification,
that's
I just want
she's trying to do.
I just want to make that distinction.
Yes.
But
we can go in on Chloe though with her Groupon peen boyfriend.
Well, see, but my problem is you appropriate culture.
Culture vulture.
You enjoy the entertainment we bring.
Thank you.
You even enjoy emulating us until we get in our behind whoop. Right. Then you don't want to be black no more.
Disappear. Where's the check from the Kardashian? You don't make money off of black women so much. You need to cut a check to somebody's black organization, bail fund or something. I don't want to hear any hashtags. Open your purse.
Girl, criminal justice reform unless she the face of it.
Oh, okay. So big exclusive. I want to know your opinion. So the big thing that's been touted out by Republicans and unfortunately Kanye West is that Kim helped convince President Trump for prison reform. Is she a good example of how to be an ally? She got a black man, her black king.
Shut up.
She got a black king. She out here getting black kings out of jail.
He has been traded for
Niggas still don't. You can't sign.
I would almost take Rachel Dolezal over her.
Wow.
She was doing good for the community.
Rachel cared. Are we playing Bad Fuck Kill? Is that what's happening here?
We playing Black Delegate.
She can't play spades. She can't be at the barbecue.
Chloe, I can't play spades.
So we having another racial draft.
Yeah.
So what, y'all gonna kick me out because I can't play spades?
No. You black, baby. That's all right.
Can't play spades either, honey. I can't play either.
You in the family. When you in the family, you don't need to know how to play. But an outsider, you better know how to play.
That's round 2 out the instructions.
Yeah, you know that.
The instructions.
You better bring a bottle of Hennessy.
A bottle.
So, all right, so come on, big exclusive. Tell me how does somebody who isn't African American, and I'm not just talking about white people. I'm also talking about our Latin and our Latinx brothers and sisters, our Asian brothers and sisters, Korean, the whole spectrum. Because this is we dying. When I say we, I mean African Americans are dying.
No, yeah. So I like to start every conversation on that topic with the first thing you have to do is pick a side. There's no more straddling the fence. There's no more waiting to see what happens. There's no sending me messages privately saying I support you and I'm for the cause and I'm with you guys. Nah, I need you to make it clear and step into the crosshairs if I'm your brother. Or if you riding with our sisters, our queens. So there's no straddling the fence with me anymore. Like I've informed people that are close to me that are of other ethnicities that if you stand with me, you need to be proud to stand with me. You need to be vocal about that. You need to be public about that. There's no protecting any political affiliations. There's no protecting anybody's feelings. You see injustice, you either are with us and fighting against that injustice, no matter what that looks like, or you're not. And if you aren't, that's fine. We just can't be associated with each other anymore. And I mean that. As far as Kim being the face of prison reform,
that's what they touting their ass.
My honest opinion on that is there were movements that were happening way before Kim got involved. There's actually, I want to say 2 or 3 sisters who are lawyers who are behind her, who are actually getting
she
it
have
done.
a whole team.
Right?
She have a whole team of people that actually do this work for her, like with her
Exactly.
or for her.
Exactly.
And there were Black women lawyers who filed the briefs, who have been doing this work. It wasn't her. She's not an attorney. This is not Brian Stevenson. Sorry.
So she's been taking classes, like she plans to get a law degree, but she not practicing. Like there are people on her team that do this.
What I can appreciate about her taking up that mantle, and they can tout her as whatever she wants. The bottom line is she has millions of people across the world who follow her, who watch her every move. I appreciate her shining the light on prison reform, especially here in America, when so many of our brothers and sisters are impacted by the prison system. I appreciate that. But as far as her being touted as the face of the reform, it just doesn't make sense to me, because there's too many people, like you said, on her team that are, and again, the lines are drawn. There's no way to get around it now. It is what it is. But there's so many more Black people behind what it is that she's doing that don't have the notoriety that should get a little more of that credit and a little more of that spotlight, so they can continue to do the works long after she's decided to move on to something else. And that's what I need from that situation. I need those people to get more light shined on them, so that when she does decide to walk away and she's going off to do lipstick but whatever it is that she decides to do, that those people can continue that work and get that same level of support that she's got.
Well, we got a comment in chat from Meek from All the Smoke Podcast that says, "Yes, choose now."
You have to choose.
So the lines
don't take too long. Do not take too long. Okay? Do not.
If you got to
long
think about it, I don't want you.
Exactly.
Listen.
Well, I have a question to the panel. First, I want to say, hey, for everybody that's joining into the chat, thank y'all for keeping this thing flowing and sticking around with us. We are now on hour 3 officially.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I'm sorry, hour 4 officially.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock, and I'm gonna keep it rocking as long as y'all are interested. And
hour 3 officially. Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hour. Yeah, I was about to say that sound like me.
Oh, that is my computer.
The call-in number is 267-271-4219. Feel free to call in as often and as much as you want to get it off your chest. We're not going to stop until we feel like every person who wanted to have something to say got their voice heard. I'm about to pose a question to the entire panel, but I want to read a couple of the comments that's going on in the chat.
Kurt, I want to make one final statement on what you were talking about allies.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you don't choose a side, right? Let's just say, knock on wood, pray to God. Let's just say, hypothetically, they eradicate Black people. Who do you think is next? It's a trickle down effect. Right. So you have to pick a side, or you are next.
What's that old adage?
Facts.
There's an old proverb about that. About when I had the chance to save the Asians, I got quiet. When I had the chance to save the Black people, I got quiet. When I had a chance to save Hispanics, I stayed quiet. But when they finally turned on me, there was nobody else left to speak for me.
Right.
He was
and I'm pretty sure I butchered that, but you get the gist of it.
Yeah. He was a pastor in Nazi Germany.
Yeah. I just want to read a couple of these comments that are in the chat. I don't want the chat to feel like we're neglecting you. Teddy Anderson said, "This
popping in the chat."
Yeah, it's really popping in the chat. This is reminding me of what a comic said. We're living in a celebrity-driven society. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely.
Meek says we need to chill with the thank yous to so-called white allies. To thank someone for doing what is right, what's human, is ridiculous from any person of color, especially Black folks. Let's see what else. I'm light skinned, but I'm still in the I'm still a dark skinned nigga mood. White people's role at protests is to stand in front of and protect the black people and make sure our voices are heard. To the panel. And if you're in the chat, hey, give us a little boost in the arm. Hit that share button. If you're new, by all means, if you have a platform, share it in your groups. If you have a page, share it in those forums. Share it anywhere black people are disenfranchised and poor, which should be all your friends. So by all means, share the discussion, share the conversation as we carry on with our marathon conversation, because y'all not going to say that there was no place for you to voice your aggression and start the conversation on how we get over this hump. To the panel, I ask, to the people who have never been black a day in their life that say this is not the way to protest, especially Caucasian people who say, isn't there a better way?
You mean like Joseph earlier?
I'm not going to call. I'm not calling nobody out by name. We appreciate all our fans of the show, but we will blast you. Don't think it's that deep. But to those who speak on black issues that are not black, should we give them the Jabari treatment?
Hey, so this morning I had a situation at work. And when I got there, I had, one of my coworkers just was like, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Everybody hear me? Okay, cool. When I got to work this morning, young lady was like, she's talking to the other coworkers, and then she looks at me and she goes, I can't believe that they did all that. They didn't have to. And I have a problem if you say too many days. I guess it's like the Karen thing. But so she's going at it. They just tore everything up. Like, I don't understand why they had to do all that. Listen, and I said, and I
real quick, we got a caller on the line. Caller, you're on with the head nurse in charge. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, good evening, everyone. This is Dana. Hey, Shauna, how are you? I wanted to answer your question from earlier about if you can't protest or you are scared to protest, there's other ways you can support. It's simple. Just open your wallet. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. There are Bell Fund projects out there, the Minnesota Freedom Fund, the bellproject.org, which is a nationwide bail reform. They get people out of jail, in particular protesters out of jail, and to provide legal assistance to people. But yeah, I tell my friends that all the time. I know some people are in positions where, if they get caught, they suffer, career repercussions or whatever. I get that. Just put your money on the front line, and you can donate anonymously. So Sugar will not know. So do that. And yeah, I'm with the other panelists who say that, if you got to think about which side you're on, I don't want you. I do not want you.
Right. Throw the whole damn friend in the trash.
You said a quote earlier about you opening your mouth for black dick, but you're silent on black issues. That is true. That is the ever.
Is that gonna be my quotable?
I mean, I see it on Twitter all the time. It's just I had to pull back from social media because it was just a fucking dumpster fire.
Bruh.
And I've been culling my social media all week, last week, and I don't need no half-ass, and also same thing with black people, like, why are you destroying in your neighborhood, in one's neighborhood does not denote ownership, Target, CVS, Walgreens, whatever,
you know, do not. You know what I mean? You know, my thing is, we as Black people, the descendants of enslaved Africans, built this country for free with no recompense, nothing paid. And you know what? It's time to collect taxes with interest.
With interest.
So you know what?
I said with interest. I'm sorry. I was hype manning you. I apologize.
Yeah, interest. Yeah, exactly. No, it is what it is. With interest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you owe the government money, they come at you with interest. So yeah, America owes us. So you know, we're coming at them with interest. I believe Bob Johnson, the founder and creator of BET, he wrote last week that, you know, America needs to, and for reparations, owe roughly $14 trillion.
Woo!
All right, that's good. Yeah.
Cut the check.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm asking, because a few months ago, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. government released $6 trillion to the economy. You know, bailing out this corporation and this industry.
That's what Q said earlier.
And yet we're fighting over $1,200 checks. And Uncle Sugar just went through his couches and just went through his couch. Oh, it's $3, ma'am. You know, and they tell us we got no money for no reparations. Man, get all the way the fuck out of here.
That's admitting fault.
No.
We'll never do that.
Can we? I wish I was on OBS because I would put get all the way TF out of here. Like I want to put that across, bro. Thank you for that because you once again you reignited a very poignant conversation, and I can't thank you enough for calling in and dropping that knowledge for us, bro. And listen, if you're listening in, like I keep telling everybody, you don't got to call in just once. If there's any part of the show that you're like, you know what, I got more to say, please feel free to call back in. All right.
All right, then, Curtis, thank you. And I'm watching on your Facebook Live. And hey, Shauna, I see you with your earrings. I see you. Watch the stream, okay?
All right, beautiful, brother. By all means.
All right, then.
Peace. Those earrings are cute, by the way.
Thank you.
I you know.
And I got the matching one as a gift.
Listen. You got to coordinate.
You can, Greg.
I just want to introduce my man 50 Gram, hopping in for the late night shift on the stream. See, that's what we do. We plan, but we stagger it on out. I knew we was going to be rocking and socking for quite some time. So I got my cleanup man, the second funniest man in the geek business.
Watch your mouth.
Oh, hey.
Mr. Spider-Man himself.
What am I, ex-boyfriend? Oh, hey.
It's you, Jason.
She really hit him with the, oh, hey.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Rich, if you could be so kind, introduce yourself to the people.
Hold on, I had to put on the black.
Yeah.
Long time no see. Congrats on the baby.
Oh, thank you.
Even though we ain't been to the movies, even though they're trying to kill us with the seating.
Yo, you know they would put all the black people together. They were like, "Hope y'all get that." Like,
Christopher's like Christopher knows like we going to the movies in what is it in July?
Yeah.
They took off the date on the movie. He's like,
did they just have a whole side conversation?
It's all right.
Could you introduce yourself, please, and get back on?
I'm sorry.
I haven't seen my movie peeps and like, especially my movie Philly peeps. And it's like when we like start talking to each other, it seems like, you know, it's been like years instead of months. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm here for, to keep it on point. Come on, Jay. Give me an introduction so we can keep the conversation going.
Hey, it's your boy Jay Rich. I'm the creator and owner of J1 Studios. I created J1 Con. I also created the Tokusatsu Sentai fighting card game that's coming out. Imagine Power Rangers with body positivity is VT Heroes. Check it out. Coming soon. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We got thick rings.
Put the link in so we can support.
Would your black VT hero get shot by the cops?
Oh my
God. No.
He really had to think about that. He was like, I hope not.
House of Niggering? What?
Oh yeah.
Classic.
No, dude, somebody put that in chat.
Yeah.
Somebody put that in chat. Yo, I came in and dropped that gem and then kept it moving.
We appreciate Jason. He established a new all-black house in Hogwarts. It's called the House of Niggerin.
T-shirt. I need a T-shirt, yo.
We got a whole emblem and everything. Yo, it's a fit. Yo, we got to make that a shirt.
You gotta make that shirt.
I want one.
What's our mascot?
Oh,
we do have it. We do have it.
Sean, you know what? I'll send it to y'all, and y'all look it over. It is completely offensive, but
My God.
it's not misogynistic though. But it's offensive. I think it's like a chicken leg or something.
I was about to say, please don't let me get
It's like a lion. It's a lion with a chicken leg.
I'm sorry, Sean.
And an afro.
I don't even like chicken like that.
It's what? All right.
What was you eating, Sassy?
All right, we deleted Sassy off the feed. Now,
Bye.
No. Now, Sassy, I actually wanted to start off with you and asking you, and not to tell you business, but as the youngest on this panel.
Yeah.
She was like, yeah.
I take pride in that.
I know you do, because you always call me old.
I might be the oldest.
I know.
I might be older.
I wasn't gonna say it, but I'm leaving it alone. I don't want no problems. I don't want to tell nobody age or nothing. Everybody look good and young and melanated
right now, please.
Yeah, I was about to say we're not gonna talk. I'm just talking about Sassy. Sassy, what's different from your generation? Because your generation, I just showed a picture where the young lady held up a sign that says, "We are not our ancestors. We will F you up."
Good.
What's changed? What is different about young Black America?
Well, I feel like they already had more freedom in like being your own individual in general. Because there's so many different platforms and ways for you to like reach out and find and discover things that you didn't know about that wasn't available to you. Like before, you had to be able to get into a library and be able to get on a computer to even do anything. And even then, you only had like a half an hour to do it. But now you have like the internet in your access all day, every day to go look up anything that you had questions about and to put your voice out there and to be heard. And that part, I think, in itself makes them be bolder people to just be like, oh, well, we see all of these people mutually agreeing with us. Where y'all at so we can meet up and like link and make this a thing?
Right.
Okay. I'll tell my business. I'm 37. Nobody else got to tell their age. But if you're within 5 years up or down of me, and you can do your own math. You see, I know how to work it. If you're 5 years up or down of me, shut up, Tef. Where have we succeeded and where have we dropped the ball from our parents' era? As people who why didn't we snuff this out?
Right.
Because we don't look out for one another. And when we were younger, I'm not sorry, not to cut you off. I remember being a kid, and if you were down the street and something was going on, your neighbor was like, does your mom know you're here? Or if somebody was trying to pull some crazy stuff, the neighbor would step in and be like, oh, or are you okay? Now we see stuff going on and people like, I don't want to mind anybody's business or whatever. And then you wonder how kids are getting snatched up and what is what. Like if you see the police harassing young Black kids that are minors, this is where knowing the law and stepping in and being like, what are you doing? You need to have a parent, a guardian. Why are you using force against a 12-year-old and you outweigh them by 150 pounds? This is where us knowing our rights. We need to step in. We need to film things. You know what I mean? Because it's way too comfortable. A 12-year-old boy, a 7-year-old boy should not be having an interaction with the police that ends up with them being face down with handcuffs. That's not acceptable.
Well,
yeah,
we
see.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good, bro.
I think, and I'm 42. I don't mind.
All right, you look good.
I think.
You blush. That's all right.
Because it's weird hearing that from him. Like that was weird. Like, that was weird.
He wasn't ready for that. He was like,
I definitely wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
But I think my generation more specifically fell into the opulence of the crack era. And just follow me for a second. So I grew up in the era where I could take a very nominal amount of money and turn it into a very opulent and comfortable lifestyle. Mm-hmm. And what that did was, one, the era or our parents were the ones who were addicted to the crack, right? So the ones who were offering us guidance and all that were no longer available to us. So we kind of did what we want. And a couple things that we forgot in doing what we wanted to do was that we had a responsibility and an accountability to the generation under us that we completely neglected because we were too busy living that opulent lifestyle. We were either getting that money and living it up, then we were going to jail and we were being buried. I am thankful that I made it through. I am not 6 feet. I am not in jail, and I made it. But we dropped the ball with the generation underneath us because we didn't teach them about accountability. We didn't teach them about respect. We didn't guide them in a way that helped them navigate what our parents and the generation before helped us navigate. I think another issue in where we dropped the ball, we were introduced to a lot of, I don't want to say false prophets, but we had some really bad leaders that we allow, because during that era, those so-called leaders found out there's money to be made by being the voice or being the black face or representation for a people. It was just scandal after scandal after scandal till we no longer respected those leaders, and nobody was able to pick up that mantle after Malcolm X, after Martin Luther King, maybe a little phase with Jesse and Al Sharpton. No one else was able to.
And they all became nutty.
They all became nutty because money became involved, because they found it profitable to be that quote unquote leader of our community. Because everyone said, if you want me to speak for this community and you want our vote, it's going to cost you X amount of dollars. And they started living a celebrity lifestyle. So
they started profiteering.
So now we have us living this opulent and very, very destructive lifestyle. We neglected the generation under us who were having kids extremely young because they were neglected. And then we had a lack of credible leadership. And that's how I feel
we got a comment from the chat, Shan. Somebody said, what about Farrakhan? He is the only person that brought 1 million men together in 1995.
Farrakhan was great. And I think the issue with Farrakhan and within the Nation of Islam is too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Farrakhan, Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, there's a lot of internal fighting in the Nation of Islam. And when you break it off into so many factions.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Shauna?
There's also a lot of rampant misogyny in some of those organizations as well.
Yeah.
And I agree with that as well. And I think the most powerful asset that we have in our community is the Black woman. I think that's our most powerful asset in our community is our women. And we need to become absolutely fanatical about protecting our women. I mean, fanatical. Because when anything goes down or anything happens, women, I mean, just look at the job they've done during that quote unquote crack era and even up till now. Right. When we were in need and the government said the only way you can have what you need is for you to kick the father out the house.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I don't think I personally prefer, and statistics show and studies show that having mom and dad is much more conducive to raising kids that are a lot more mentally and emotionally stable. Mm-hmm. And for me, women been raising and doing everything on their own, so much so that, and this is probably going to ruffle a few feathers right now, but they've become too independent or too dependent on themselves. I hope that didn't come
got mad quiet.
I can feel that because I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead first.
I see it in all my neighborhood. So because when you said that, images came to me. So me personally, I am the only one in my family married. We have a family full of women, raising women, and we have a few men sprinkled in our family. And we have a small family, but I want to say, if I have to count on my hand, we probably have 4 men in our family from ages 7 to 46.
Oh, you mean total?
Total.
Wow.
So watching my mom do it with me and my 3 sisters, I went out into the world, but like, oh, she could do it. I can do it. I've been taught how to do it. So it was hard to let that wall down. And my husband had to tell me forever, Q, I got you. You don't have to do it all yourself. Just tell me what you need. You don't have to tell me what you need. I can be intuitive and see what you need. But that's so hard to just drop that wall. Be like, but I've been doing it. I didn't get married till I was 36. I had been doing it since I left for college at 20.
It's learned behavior by then.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sean. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I'm just saying, but having a man in your life, whether he's your partner or not, who has that level of empathy and that level of awareness to be like, yo, I got your back. Like, that's the shit that we waiting for. We here by ourselves, like, just like, not like, fuck it. We not waiting for y'all because we've already been waiting for y'all.
We had a whole conversation about how Black men aren't exactly like the best allies for us. So we out here like we gotta do it on our own, but
fanatical about our women.
And it's like
I want to read this. I'm sorry. I just want to read this comment from the chat, and then I want to ask Jay a question because I believe he's the only married man on the panel. I will never. Meek said, "I will never defend misogyny. However, in order to get our bearings and win this thing, we have to choose amongst our own as well, where we do lie in the fight. I'm black first and woman second." That's a heavy statement. She's saying, she's saying to win this thing, everybody has to put their race above their gender.
That includes men too.
Yeah, and I was, I was right there with you because you can't expect sisters to be black first and a woman, and then you're still trying to be this patriarchal domineering man. Because one of the reasons why you see a very, very representation of women on this feed was because you don't have this fight, you don't have this voice without the sisters.
Right. And
period.
It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. We can't win. We don't stand a chance without it.
Go ahead, Shauna.
Understand that like cishet men in particular, black cishet men cling so hard to that patriarchy because it's the closest thing you're gonna get to whiteness.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
And I have been raised in an environment. I have been raised in an environment where I have experienced great men. I have been raised by great men. My father is a great man. He put his life on the line and put his livelihood on the line to do the right thing and stand up to crooked cops. That man is my hero. You understand? I have uncles who are my hero, who are in the Air Force. And then I have people, then I have another side where I've seen how the crack epidemic, has tarnished an entire generation, baby boomers and generation. I'm 33, so I'm, millennial, whatever. I have a cousin who lives with us now, who my mother, and I take care of because he has multiple sclerosis from years of drug abuse. So, it's like, I know what a good man looks like, and I know what a man with some issues looks like. And I keep running into dudes with issues and it's not adding up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, until then, until I feel like I'm in a position where somebody is giving me that same like fanatical support that my father would give me, I'm chilling. You know what I mean? I'm good. I don't need anybody but the people who need me back.
Say that with your chest. Jason, I'm gonna go to you.
And I also have to go.
Barsha, I'm sorry, baby. Listen, thank you so much. And you already know I think you're amazing. And your voice has definitely carried this conversation light years ahead of where we were. Hopefully, for those that were watching, even if one person was able to at least get some insight or have some of this wound soothed, it's amazing to have this panel. So for anybody that has to go now, this is probably a great time. It's 11:30. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna keep rocking. I don't expect anybody to keep rocking with me. If you on the phone lines, y'all can hop on the phone lines. But for anybody that could look, some people got mates that got to look. They like, look, you out here talking, saving the world. You need to come on home. Daddy needs you. Either way. All right. So, Jay.
Yes.
You just had a new son.
Word?
You just had a new son.
I'm about to say, hey, listen, at this point, I don't want to mess with nobody. Whatever. You just had a child. You've got an amazing wife. You've got a beautiful family. You have
My family is doing well.
You have what would be considered a normal, functioning Black family. Why is that
normal?
Geek normal. But why is that imperative for propelling us forward? Why do you think your role as a husband, not a man, not even a Black man, but as a husband, is important for propelling this conversation forward?
All right, there's a whole lot of levels. There's a lot of stairs on that question, series of questions. But there was a few things that were said. I think you said it brought it up with the back, like having the support of like your husband and stuff like that. Like I do that with Danae. Like we're raising this child in a very difficult time, and we went through a lot to have this child, she's a cancer survivor and we weren't sure if we could do this kind of thing. And then, magic of very expensive science, we were able to be blessed with this wonderful child. So I know in her heart, she's like, I want to take care of this baby. And she's one of those hardworking, Danae is a hard-working woman. Like she sees a task, she will jump on that task before anybody else just so it can be accomplished and it can be completed. Sometimes I have to stop her and be like, look, what you need? She was like, oh, I'll take it. I'll change the baby's diaper. I'll burp him. And then I gotta go, milk and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I'm right here. Like, give me the baby. I'll this baby. I'll burp him. I'm gonna change his diaper. Like, while I do that, you can handle your other stuff. Like I want her to not feel like she's doing this all alone. If ever the case, we get into a fight, she'd be like, well, you ain't never doing nothing for me. I'm like, Salt, nope, stop it. Like, and to throw into that, like talking about like Black women, like when I created my company, that was like the main thing I had to focus on was I wanted to do something that you don't see in anime. And that's this. I made a Black woman as the mascot of my entire company. And she's not sexualized. She's not like in the string bikini, half naked, being all that stuff. She throws hands. You know what I mean? And when I first made her, she had afro puffs. She had an afro at one point. I wanted to animate like flowing hair, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna do a ponytail. I'm gonna straighten it out. Plus, I wanted to make it look more like Danae. So, but she darker than Danae. Like I made sure. No, because I wanted that was also a thing too. I wanted to make sure that she was a dark-skinned Black, woman, like in the comics and all that stuff. Because you didn't see that representation, or if you did see that in anime, it was kind of embarrassing. Like come on, like we all know, we all don't watch our Dragon Ball, like
and the big pink lips.
Still ride with Dragon Ball Z. I'm not trying to hate,
Popo.
but man, Popo made my chest hurt, man. Like,
yeah, that's that blackface in disguise,
right? And you see it in Pokemon, you see it in all kinds of stuff, like. But I grew up in a single parent household, you know, with an immigrant mother. You know, like my mom, hardworking. She went to work. She worked at UPenn, and went to school at UPenn because you were able to get, take classes if you worked for UPenn.
Mm-hmm.
So she saw the opportunity, and I grew up literally as a little kid. I grew up on Penn campus, like. Because she had no babysitters, so I had to like hang out in her office as a little kid, or like the fraternities would take turns babysitting me, like, or the football team would take me out, and like, so I grew up, seeing this, and I'm from the islands, like, so all the women in my family are headstrong. They're strong women, like that's just a thing I'm used to. That's the kind of woman I would date, like was like strong women, like speak your mind. I was like, ooh, you speaking your mind. I like that, like. So, but also I know the feeling of what it is to be, especially a Black male, and not even the distracted to a level of colorism, but it is one. But being a dark-skinned Black man is the most frightening thing to be on these streets, because a light skin on them, like, oh, that's Drake. But then they see me, they'll be like, oh, that is like the ghost of Kunta coming back to kill us. So we got to kill him. Like, that is how they see us, and I've been.
And what about for us brown skinned Negroes?
Yeah. You're like 50% of the time. Like,
yeah. I get half and half. Gotcha. All right. No.
Well, you get 75%.
All right. I appreciate you, brother.
But no, like, there's been so many situations. I wanted to type them in or call in, but I was back and forth working on stuff. A scenario, like, me and my wife, we were going to our vacation house, and like, we were like, yo, we were on a trip going down to Virginia. We was gonna relax, boo it up. And we decided to take a late night drive so that we could actually, get there at a good time, you know what I mean? And like catch some daylight, get some breakfast or something like that, play with the deer. Yeah, it's weird, I know. But like, we got
somebody hashtag Team Brown Skin. That's right. We out here. All y'all ever talk about is dark skin and light skin. What about us brown people? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sassy.
Look at Sassy crying.
Tef a little closer on the other end, so she can't say it.
You know what? Eat my butt.
Oh.
Wait, what?
It's past 11:30. It's past 11:30. This is about the time.
Did we just cross into after dark?
Y'all irking. I'm about to go to bed.
No. Like I just want to give Tev, if you got to go, I want to give whoever's got to get off the line. By all means,
I'm yawning.
Yeah, feel free to just sign off. But just I kind of want to redirect, because we talked about how people can be allies. We talked about how we can support each other. Now that we're getting close to the 12 o'clock hour, and surprisingly, y'all still sticking with us, and I love you for it. Once again, you can always call in and keep the conversation going. I will not stop until every voice feels heard. But if nobody else wants to call in or feels the need, or I see a couple people saying they want a part 2 to this. I don't know if we're gonna do a 5 hours again, but you have this chance now to hop on.
You probably make a segment.
Yeah, 267-271-4219. And you can kind of voice how you're feeling. We're under quarantine. Okay, here's why I kind of want to go with this.
Can I just say one thing on marriage?
Go ahead, by all means.
I mean, I don't know how long everybody else, but we just celebrated our 24th wedding anniversary. And and then I'll be 50 2 weeks from today. Today's Monday, right? So it'll be 2 weeks from today.
Shut
So
your mouth.
the thing is, I know, right? This quarantine, Monday is Thursday, Thursday is Friday. I'm all over the place. But the thing is, my husband and I talked about this. We both grew up in a house where people have been married a long time. My grandparents, 44 years, my parents, 30 plus years. And and this is like, my mom is on her second marriage. My father died, so my mom got remarried. So the thing is, and even my uncle, 20 plus, like I think they're 26 years, right? Him and his wife. My uncle's like 8 years older than me. He's the youngest. So the thing is, and same thing in his family, the people that are married a long time. And I think you emulate what you grow up with, what your example is. And it's kind of hard to tell people how to practice to be married if you don't have any examples. Like, you don't see anybody that's married. And I also think, like, we're so focused on the wedding, we don't teach the marriage part, right? The wedding is celebration, but the wedding is, the marriage is the marathon. You know what I mean? There are bumps that you hit at year 5, at year 10, at year 15. And then once you have kids, like it was just Kevin and me for the longest time. We got married at 24, 25. We met in college. We didn't have our daughter until we were 31, but we talked about our goals. We wanted to have a house. We wanted our kid to be in a good school district. We were like, we still got to figure out what's going on with our job situation. We still having pizza night and stuff like that. How can we have a kid? Because that's what was taught to us. And I'm not saying that makes us better or makes anybody worse, but I do think is you cannot be mad at a group of people when, like someone else said, the crack epidemic broke up families and you don't have an example, or you don't have anybody in your peripheral to say, oh, Black people do get married. They are happy. This is a way you can have a family. It doesn't make you old fashioned. And the other thing is, like this gentleman, like you said, I could not be married to anybody that doesn't see me as their equal and doesn't support me in my ambitions, right? If you met me in college and you expected me to be a housewife, nothing against that, that was not going to happen, right? I did not go to college to meet a husband. I went to further my life. And I think that's part of the reason too. You have to kind of tell people upfront. Too many of us are afraid to be alone. We are not willing to say, this is what I want. This is what I need. If you know me, you know that I'm definitely headstrong. I stand on my square. I say how I feel. But it took time for me to get there. And I think as I'm growing into my womanhood, the light switched in my 40s, definitely, where I was like, you know what? I'm not doing any of this anymore. I'm not accepting this anymore. I'm not doing this type of work, So me turning 50 is a breeze. It's a blessing. Like, I really know what I want. This last couple of years building my company, going after what I want, has been amazing. My kid is 18 going to college. I got a lot of time to do what I want to do. So I think it's really important as women. Men can't read our minds. Just like men, you got to say what you want. If you want to stay with wife, say that ish. Don't be mad if she didn't go to work. You're like, well, baby, I thought we were having these 2.4 kids. You never told her that. Same thing. If you want a provider, you can't just expect him to be an open checkbook, but what are you bringing to the table? I think that conversation needs to be had, and people don't, and then they get mad it don't work out.
Yeah.
Well, she said, listen, well, hold on. I got to hit the bell on that one.
True.
Listen, if you ain't know, she just told you how to maintain and manage and keep a relationship going so that you can have 20 years in the game at minimum.
Easy. You got to be willing to do the work too. And I was don't be with anybody. Somebody asked me for marriage advice. I said, what works for us works for us. Don't necessarily may work for you. But the thing is, I always say my husband is the best person that I know. I really like him as a person. It's not just that I love him. We love a lot of people, but we don't like a lot of people. You got to like your man. You got to live with this person.
I can't stand niggas.
And the other thing is, we laugh a lot. Like, we have our inside jokes that other people may not get, but we have a good time together. And you can't have a good time with your partner.
Right. Well, and that goes along with having that cohesiveness within our own community, our own family, because it really does start at home. If you can't hold it down at home, you can't change the way the world perceives us. Because what your mom used to say, I know you got good home training.
Mm-hmm.
It starts within the home and how we act and our morality and our moral base and how we carry ourselves forward. Now, just progressing to the next portion of this conversation, and just now we have the world stage. Q, you mentioned a couple times, tear down the establishment. I offer this alternative, if you will. Marcus Garvey had set a blueprint in place for the exodus of Black America. Let's take our wealth, let's take our talented, and my man Akon is kind of doing it and building his own little Wakanda over there. Because if that Akon coin pop on cryptocurrency, your boy gonna be the first one in line to buy some. But what do you, to the panel, the entire panel, and to you, the viewer, and those in the chat, would it benefit Black America to take our 13% behinds, raise up out of here, and go find some sovereign land like they did in Israel, or go right on back home, because Ghana definitely has a come home program, or find our way to some remote piece of land here, either in America or abroad, and start over somewhere else? Because guess what? If you don't want us, we don't want to be here either. We out. We out here.
Most Black people don't even have a passport, so where y'all going?
We'll get them some passports.
We gotta stop thinking about it like that and think about what it could be in long term. Because I talk about that all the time, and people look at me like I'm crazy. But I really feel like that would benefit us to take and find some land that's not in this country, so they don't try to do what they did before in some type of way, and we somewhere else and figure our own stuff out and prove them wrong. Because a lot of the problems that exist with us now, it wouldn't be room for them to exist if we had our own stuff.
We got a comment. Oh, I'm sorry. We got a comment in chat to say U.S. Black wealth equals $1.2 trillion. Yeah, the U.S. will suffer if we just up and disappear.
Yeah, that's kind of like something I've been advocating for such a long time, that we underestimate how powerful our dollar is. And I just think about all the instances, and I like to correlate a lot of this to rap and hip hop and music and fashion and just materials, goods and services, period. A lot of times, if we don't make it hot, it will never get hot. We influence everything from the type of cars people drive, to the alcohol that they drink, to the clothes that they wear. A lot of companies would not exist and wouldn't be sustainable if we just didn't buy it. And we deal with racist innuendo from these companies, and yet we still buy from them. I've been hashtagging that for, I want to say 5 years now, Black Dollars Matter, or leverage the Black dollar. Because truly, if you want to affect meaningful change, in my opinion, you have to hit them where it hurts, and that's in the pocket. The minute we stop stimulating the economy, I just feel like it all falls apart.
Well, Q, you had a point that you were trying to make.
I didn't have a point. It's okay. I have a pessimistic fantasy.
No. Okay. All right.
It's along like some I don't know, apocalyptic future type shit. I was like, okay, you tired of Black people? Okay, how about we do this? Let's just divide the United States down the middle.
You stay on your side.
Go this way, and all the in-betweeners, they can be down the center. Because you know what? It ain't working. And I don't know what's going to make it work. That's why I say it's just...
We the Hatfields and the McCoys. Y'all stay over on your side, and we'll stay over on our side. We got a caller on the line. We got a caller on the line that kind of accentuates that point. Caller.
Is Stephanie calling back?
You know she did. Steph, what's the point that you just made?
All right, Sassy, I hear what you're saying. Though maybe we should go find our own land. But nigga, I built this land. I want this.
Yeah, well, nigga, I know you want it, and we've been fighting for it for a real long time. And every time we do, this is the only thing that we end up getting out of it. So
But that part of that is
something
our
else.
responsibility. Part of that is our responsibility for not keeping up the fight, I feel like.
Exactly, man. Man, fuck these niggas, man.
Girl. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, Steph. We lost you. We lost you, baby.
This done turned into a no limit conversation.
Listen, listen, Zuckerberg's still listening.
She can yell at me and call me a nigga. Fine.
So to Q's point, like, I think that's a cool idea in theory, but I just don't think it would work in practice because, again, we had that. The example I would give you was Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Now, just imagine if they divided up the country. First of all, let me just die. Let me just.
So, can we just say Tulsa, Oklahoma wasn't the only one? Like the day that Tulsa, Oklahoma Black Wall Street was hit, it was like it was like 20 cities.
Strike.
Did we do it outside of America?
And that's kind of where I was going with it because
we gotta leave America.
It's like yeah, we have to leave America because it's like if they get a peek, if they get to pull behind the curtain and see us on this side, our shit gonna be so lit and so popping. Like, what's going on? You know what I mean? They going to invade and do what Americans always do.
It'll be like the day the Fire Nation attacked.
Yeah, there it is.
Carlos hit the nail on the head. He said, "I don't even think they would let us go that easily."
That's what I was going to get into.
Go ahead, Jay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on anybody.
No.
One of the things that, being a Black business owner, I see that when you start doing stuff that the folk, them, I don't want to sound like too strong about it.
Man, speak your mind,
when they
bro.
see you doing something that is unorthodox, but it's trend setting, you become a target. Like you start changing the game on how events are run or how games are developed. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff just get wild. Like, and I don't one of the things is they wouldn't let us go that easily. They would create all kinds of bylaws to make sure that because we're from this state trying to travel to this location that our passports are now invalid and we have to get an even realer ID than we already have. Because I have the real ID, I got to go get the real ID. And like they would do everything, and they would even do a thing where based on because they know, I mean, the red lines aren't still, they're not there, but they're there.
Why? I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you again, Jay, but I gotta give y'all breaking news. I don't understand what's going on in the world.
Oh man, just say it. What happened?
Donald Trump has just called in the military for Philadelphia.
No.
He has told civilians to invoke their Second Amendment rights to end the protesters immediately.
Oh, wow.
And now white supremacist groups are roaming the streets and they are armed with guns and bats. Please get to a safe place.
Where did it come from?
Can we just, I'm not a lawyer, but if somebody's an attorney, how?
I really wish Dave would have come on because
I mean, we really need that attorney.
Steph, can you give Dave a call and see if he can hop on? Because is this legal?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it's
civil unrest in the country that you are.
You can't advocate for people to kill each other, right? Like, is that even? You can't even do that on Facebook.
That's what I'm saying. What the fuck is this Hunger Games?
Right.
Not constitutional. He cannot. That's why we have the separations of the federal government and the states. He cannot overpower the governors. Like he cannot call the militia in
No, but what he can do is fuel his super racist base with incendiary language, like take up arms and
then
roam
arrest
the
these
streets.
people like you arrest all the protesters. Like if you really about that life, Mayor Kenny, you've got these people from South Philly running around with bats and looking for trouble and wanting to be on Team Trump, you can go to jail like the rest of these folks. Like don't talk about the looters and saying they're unlawful. It's incendiary for you to just go up and attack people. Like I'm so sick of this orange fiasco, and I really I know it's hard, but I know, you know, we would wish we'd have a better, but this is about right and wrong. This is not even about Republican or Democrat. This is about human rights. Like
Kat, can you please could you just repeat that one more time for the people in the back?
Fiasco. I do not call that man Mr. President on any level.
But I love what it's about right and wrong.
Basic human rights.
We are now a dictatorship. We are the countries that we used to
fight against
and used to call. We have become worse than Russia, North Korea, and everything under the false title of a democracy. Like somebody said it earlier, we are now on the travel list from other countries. People say where you shouldn't travel. Don't come to the United States. It's foolery over there.
I have to signal boost this. If you're watching this feed and if you're still up right now, you have somebody that you care about still out in the streets of Philadelphia. Number one, the curfew was enacted at 6 p.m. So hopefully your narrow behinds are at home. I mean, one of the saddest things I've ever had to kind of have that was surreal. Tef came and stopped by my house to drop something off before we went live on this show. And I had to say to her, make sure you get home. Like, hurry up and get off the streets before 6 o'clock. It was almost like the old, the slave catchers from back in the day. You gotta get there before dark.
Let me say something to that though. What these curfews are setups, man. People don't get off of work till 5:30, 6 o'clock. So if your curfew is 6, 7, here in Dallas is 7. Traffic is a bitch. When I'm working from home, but when I work in another city, it takes me 2 hours to get home. I'm after curfew.
Right. It's a setup. And if you're watching this and you know somebody that's out in the street, please go to your statuses. Go to your cell phone, send the text messages out. They are out in force. And if they see you on these streets, you might very well not see the next day. So this is the critical breaking point that we are at.
And I'm gonna say another thing. We, consume a lot of entertainment. There's a lot of truths in entertainment if you just break it down. We've seen, cool fucking devices in movies that are reality now. I was talking to the Blurred View in a podcast, and I was basically telling him, I watch The Handmaid's Tale. The way we going, that's not far-fetched. If anybody's ever watched that, like government is deconstructed at that point. They just divided, and we're gonna do our shit. You do your shit up in Canada or wherever the fuck else. But this is what we're doing now. Nobody has rights unless you rich and white.
I'm just blown away at how Prince got a song called "The Sign of the Times," and this is basically where we at with all of this. We are 5 minutes away from the 12 o'clock hour. And if nobody else wants to call in or hop on, I think it's prudent now to kind of check on your loved ones, check on the folks that are out in the streets.
And it's crazy. Like hearing all this stuff, like, just having a son now. And as screwed up as it sounds, like I'm kind of glad that he's light skinned. Just like
Jay, don't say no mess like that.
I had somebody say that to me though. They were like,
"Why?" It's because of all.
I had someone say that to me for real.
How it is out there now.
The son deserves better for the world. The son deserves to grow up in a world where he's respected and valued.
And he does. And the thing is, look at what you just read now. You know what I mean? Like, they're literally putting out, hey, like, it's going to be hunting season.
Yeah. I get it. It's a survival thing.
Yeah.
Tamara Watson said something that's really prudent to what Q was talking about. The biggest employer of black people is retail, and they not even off work till 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
This curfew is going to have us walking around with papers to be out, just like the slave days. You're going to need your freedom papers.
You know what it's like?
That's scary.
They had that, with the Gestapo.
Yeah.
You couldn't walk you couldn't travel.
Well, Monfure, well, you know what? Let me be careful what I say. Lord.
But if you look at it, I mean, that's what's going on now with, like, you have to have your essential papers. It's like a test. It's like gradually changing over into that. And
and my work ID is actually at my desk in my office.
That's scary. I just want to say a quick introduction to my man Basteem from the You Asked For It podcast. He just joined us in our final half. But we can still rock it for about another 30 or so minutes for anybody that's still willing to stick around. The many on that are on the chat, we know y'all tired, but for the night owl.
Actually, I'm about to go.
I know, hun. Listen, go ahead on and kiss the babies and tell everybody that you love.
Thank you, Kurt. It was amazing.
Thank you again, Teffy.
Stay in the house.
Be safe. Stay in the house.
I gotta drop off my mail-in ballot tomorrow.
Do that in the daytime, with some people, with some witnesses. You know,
because go vote.
Go vote.
Well, do it during non-curfew hours.
Yeah, please. Who would have thought in 2020? That's what you got to say.
I usually go at like 7:30 in the morning. It'd be like 3 people in there. Hopefully I can just go and come back. And so
please be careful.
I am.
Hug your kids.
All right, Teffy, take it easy.
See you, Teff.
Good night.
Good
night.
So basically where we are in the conversation is the president has basically given license to kill. There's no cool way to say that. When this smoke clears, he's still the president for the next June, July, August, September, October, November. 6 more months. Jesus Christ! Sorry, Lord. There's 6 more months. 6 more months under this particular leader. What needs to happen in the next 6 months?
Pray the Simpsons right again.
You know what?
I mean, gotta answer that, brother.
I know what that means. We ain't even gotta say it. We know what that means.
That too, but personally, and I feel like not just personally, I feel like on a group level, we've been calling for Black people to arm themselves legally anyway. At some point, y'all had to realize that we were at war. We've been saying our leaders, when we had leaders, because I know y'all talked about the fact that this generation doesn't really have leaders, but our generation had leaders, and our leaders told us that we were at war. We just didn't listen. And now we're in a position where we're at war and we're behind. And not only are we behind, we're destroying our own rations. Not even recognizing the fact that they started this fight. Like they literally started these riots. When one of the other co-hosts for the US Forward podcast was actually down at the rally when it first started. And he went live, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go down there, I'm gonna meet him. When I saw his live feed, I saw 75 to 85% white folk. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna fall back, because I already know what this is gonna look like. And what it looked like was, to me, they was gonna start riots and try to dismantle it from the inside. This is a classic move. I don't know if y'all know how Hitler came into power. The way that he was able to come into power was to dismantle everything else that was against him from the inside. Literally every group that stood against him, he literally dismantled them from the inside. He discredited them and everything like that. And that is exactly what the right wing is doing right now with this particular situation. So we're like, yeah, it's spreading worldwide, but is it? It's like, cool, it's spreading worldwide, but can we count on them as on those countries as allies? Like, for instance, let's say that because technically he's just declared war against us, right? So if we stand up against him, because I look like every other protester, whether I'm out there or not, and I got a job where though I still got to go out in the streets. So let somebody, and I'm out in the county. So let some white suburbanite take it upon himself to try to check me, and I killed that man because again we're at war. So the Geneva Convention says that I get off because I feel as though we're at war. I feel as though he literally just declared war against us because any country, any set of people or group of people that the United States Army or the United States Armed Forces is used against is normally a combatant. So if I'm looked at as a combatant, then we going by Geneva Convention rules. Fuck the law. Everybody.
I don't know how that's going to play out for you in court, but
how it's going to play out is exactly how you just said it. When you said, is it legal for him to even do this? You had to question the legalities of his statement.
Yeah. Because I'm almost positive it's not legal for him to say it's open season on protesters, as he like to put it. And I just wanted to speak on that Antifa thing. Here's the big problem with that. Hold on, we got a caller coming in. The caller, hold on 1 second. The problem with Antifa is it's not like the KKK or skinheads or even ISIS with a clear hierarchy and leadership. Antifa is just people who's anti-fascism.
Yeah,
so that means Antifa could be anybody who speaks against the current governmental structure.
And that's
so let me tell you, folks, that means they can target any of you as treasonous. And that's and to me, when you have that ability to eliminate threats, similar to what Basim was saying, or destabilize anybody who would come up and speak up against you, it'll be even more detrimental if you have another 4 years to make it worse.
Yeah.
So
if we get 4 years of this kind of behavior, like it's a purge. Like
Basically,
we're going to be living the purge, which I mean we technically are kind of starting. We're
there you go.
We're episode 0 right now.
Yeah, I was about to say we're the prequel.
Yeah,
we're the prequel right now.
And the thing now,
I'm sorry. I'm actually hearing propane tanks go off in the distance of my house. I don't know what's going on outside, but the fact that I've heard little mini explosions for the last 3 days is blowing my mind. Jay, I'm gonna let you finish your point. We got a call on the line real quick.
Yeah.
Caller, who am I speaking with?
Dante from I'm down in the DMV.
What's going on, brother?
Chilling. So I just caught you guys late. I've been listening on it. So I'm a Jew and analyst by trade. I spent 10 years in the Army and the last 5 in the government. Step back. Like, I agree with a lot of stuff you guys are saying, and it's like we're tossing around ideals and whatnot. It's all about control, right? So we got a situation that's come to a head, right? Like, we're tired of being oppressed. Jump back to October of last year. Do a quick Google search for France is online, right? You're going to see this meme. So every developed country in the world was rioting last year, right? The news glosses over it. Then we get hit with this, the COVID. Then systematically for the last 5 years, we have watched ourselves be oppressed and be killed. We've been desensitized to it. Like I was in Italy working for AFRICOM in 15, watching everything that was going on back home stateside. We had the church shooting. We had the guy in South Carolina gunned down. So psychologically, this has been presented to you over and over and over and over and over, right? And now it's reached a head. So now we've got people out here because we're pissed off, we're tired. We're protesting, right? And then you got the looters. So the moment the looting happened, we forgot about George. We forgot everything that, everybody came for. Then came all the left wing, what we like to call it distractions, right? From a strategic standpoint, it's called a distraction, right? So we're pissed, we're tired. So let's get out here and make our voices be heard. Then the media comes behind it with, oh, look, they're looting. Oh, look, they're doing this, they're doing that. And you don't see anything like, oh, these cops here took a knee. Oh, these people here agree with it. Oh, these people have our back, right? We can jump on any social media, any news outlet, and we'll always see something negative at the top,
Right.
So until we start pushing, you know what I'm saying, like us collectively pushing the narrative, like, hey, this is what's really going on, right? So like, you know, everybody's jumping like, oh, Trump, you know, he's gonna put the military on. It's like, I serve. I'm not gonna come home and shoot my people, right? This is why this goes back to the 80s for militarization of the police. If you follow the history, right? Average Joe, you know, average Lawrence cat ain't gonna come home and kill his neighbor.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying, right?
Facts.
But if I arm like the police, like that's why the police are so emboldened, right? Like I go around, I like Afghanistan, Central Africa, and a freaking Emirates. You know what I'm saying, right? Armed to freaking teeth. Why do I need that at home? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not worried about, you know what I'm saying? I'm an engineer. I know how to flip an Emirates with freaking, you know, 2-3 pounds of freaking some stuff I can go buy at Home Depot, right? Why does the police department do that? And they're gonna, you know, what did they do like a couple years ago in Florida when they raided like not even I don't even call it like a weed, like it was just some kids hanging out or whatever. They pull up in the yard armed with people and demonize them. So we persistently seen this, right? And now we reached this cataclysm. And the problem is we don't like someone saying like leadership. They killed Malcolm Martin and Meter, right? And all the puppets they left behind take just enough to make it sound good, but nobody's taking action, right?
Right.
And like when Charlamagne said a couple of weeks ago, hey, everybody started taking this part because we watched our boy down in Brunswick get gunned down, right? I mean, the media is like, oh no, black people shouldn't have guns. You know, Alex Sharpton's like, I don't know how to respond to that, right? So decentralized and disorganized. And on the flip side to it, right? There's all these organizations and institutions on which I find it funny. Those booze, right? We don't jump. I'm jumping around and I know it sounds crazy. So the cats that call themselves a booze name themselves after the Mujahideen. If you know who the Mujahideen are, those were the freedom fighters in Afghanistan. If you follow history, we went back to the 80s and armed the Mujahideen to fight the Soviets, right?
Right.
So they're calling themselves the Mujahideen, right? Because they're tired, you know, they're this generation is 3%ers or whatever. They're tired of government oppression. If you actually go look in some of these groups, they're like, hey, we want to engage with the black community, right? We want to engage with the people community, as you are. But the media is going to portray them as, oh, it's these white supremacists that want to go out here and kill people, right? And I find it's funny. It's a textbook psyop campaign. I'm going to pitch you against whoever I can pitch you against to make it sound good. Never seen anybody coming to the table to actually sit down and have a discussion about how do we strategize, how do we get ahead. Like nobody, like we have no long-term strategy. Right now, we're pissed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You waking the giant, but we don't know which direction we're going to go next.
Exactly.
Because are they going to throw the hounds at us? You know what I'm saying? Are they going to hit us with the water cannons? They're already shooting us in the street. You know what I'm saying? And that is indiscriminate.
Yeah. How long before the rubber bullets become real bullets?
I mean, that's the next step in the escalation of force.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, I'm right there with you, brother. So then, let me ask you, in your opinion, that's what this whole show is dedicated to. We tore it up. So what do we do next? In your opinion, what needs to be the?
In my opinion, so what do we do next? Right. First question is, what do we want? We want to be treated equally and portrayed equally, right? That's not going to change until we change the top of the food chain, right? Like, until we get these career politicians, until we get people to actually represent the people and not corporate interests. Because the government's a joke, right? We'll give you just enough, like, I had this saying, right? Slavery never ended. They expanded it to everybody and call it debt. Think about this right now. In American society, what can we do without permission from the government?
Right. You can't get married. You can't do yeah.
Yeah. The only thing you can do is have peace. That's it. Like the only thing you can do is generate human capital. Human capital is a buzzword, right? Think about it. So we want to leave. We want to pack up and go home, right? We can't go home without paying an exit tax, right? You can denounce your citizenship and say I quit, right? Turn in your passport. If you ain't got somewhere to go, you can't move. Right? So the first step is saying what we want, right? Because we're mad now, but we don't have a clear objective or a clear picture of what it is we want. We want to be treated equal. We want to be represented equal, right? We want equal opportunity. Well, that really doesn't fall on the responsibility of the government. That falls on the responsibility of the people. Right? The government's just a bunch of whatever business says to, right? Like we can take a day and not spend $1, and it's not going to hurt corporate America. You know what the government's going to do? Some bail them out. They did it when the bubble burst. They did it a couple of weeks ago with COVID, right? All these trillions of dollars they gave everybody $120 to go be happy, and Walmart sold out of TVs the next day. Isn't that kind of ironic, right? Netflix stocks and everybody's skyrocketed. So they profited over this, and it's all about control. They set a scenario, a perfect storm for us to sit around and do nothing. Then watch 2 brothers get killed. Then we woke in the hornet's nest. We stirred up. And this is where we're at now. So the next step is to clearly define what it is we want. And it's not just yelling at the government, yelling at the police. It's across the board. We need to systematically sit down and address every issue facing us, right? I'm all about the institution of the government ending or changing. No empire in this world lasts forever. Think about that. The British Empire failed. Well, the British Empire really didn't fall. It just became Five Eyes. But that's not really going into conspiracy territory. That's something that can look at actually how the world works. Because if you know what Five Eyes is, then you'll know what's left of the British Empire. So it's like we need to say, this is what we want. This is how we're going to do it, right? We need to set those goals and start working on achieving them. That's it. But the hardest part is convincing other people to believe in our goal, right? Because we can sit here and discuss this until we're blue in the face, but until we take action and visualize it and make it happen, it's not going to change. Like the riots can end tomorrow, right? And we're still going to have people on Facebook posting their colleagues and coworkers and racist people comments, and nothing changed, right? There's still going to be cops out there that still have the same mentality, still have the same attitude, right? So until we systematically say, hey, this is criteria for police. Hey, this is, how our society works. Because we sit here and talk, we taught the Bill of Rights, we taught, freaking all the amendments to the Constitution. And it's like, wow, we've got so many laws in the book, we don't even know what's what anymore. So it's like, right now, this is the cataclysm for societal change. Like, the empire is falling the way we know it. And it's like, all right, not just black people, not just us, but us as a society, what are we going to do? Because we can't separate. Like, we're all interdependent on each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it like this. So I'm 38, right? I'm from Southern Virginia. I'm from the Hampton Roads area. When I came out of high school in 01, the only VOTEC school was in Norfolk, right? Think about, like, when Funny, talking about globalization and us getting it together, all interconnected. There are no more technical schools in this country. Like, skilled trade is dead simply because they don't teach it anymore, right? Like,
Well, I'll say this. It's ironic that you say that because our studio is actually out of a technical school. And there's a few of them, but not a lot of them.
Not a lot of them. Not a lot of them. So where I'm from, the 757, you got to go.
I got you. So you're not in Philadelphia. You're in Virginia.
I'm in Virginia.
Oh,
I got
got you.
family up there.
Got you. Okay.
I got family up there. So,
somebody said shout out to the 757 cities.
It is 7 cities, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, we face the same issues y'all face up there. It's a different culture. We the same people. So it's like America's based on services, right? Like, all we do is consume and we use tech, right? Like, think about it. Why is it cheaper? Like, half the components that go in the iPhone are made here, right? And then shipped to China and assembled and sold back to us at triple the price. My ex worked for a chemical firm that's based out of Germany that has a facility in North Carolina that makes the glue that holds the iPhone together. And I thought it was the funniest thing in the world that a German company makes the glue for the iPhone in North Carolina and it's shipped to China for your freaking iPhone, right? So it's like, why can't we assemble the iPhone here? Because, well, one, nobody's going to do that for peanuts. Two, we're not taking the time to train anybody to think critically or to even do that menial task. And it works two ways. My actual term is geospatial intelligence analyst, right? So I do everything there is to do with making maps and stuff. My skill set is very niche, right? So usually it's military trained or freaking, there's a handful of schools in the country that teach it, right? The flip side of that is we got foreign countries building software and teaching kids at elementary school how to do my job.
Well, yeah, foreign countries have always been equipping. I mean, what are we number what? 14 or so? I think it's even worse. Like as far as education in the world, like most. No, I was about to say like, and I'm asking the panel. Like, we're not even top 10 as far as education in the world, right?
No, I think we lost that a while back. Somewhere, I think, probably in the 80s.
Wait, you think we lost that in the 80s?
Easily.
Wow.
That was the time of Reagan, like, our height of power as a country.
That's crazy.
Well,
go ahead, Dante. I was about to say.
It's wild where we're at right now because it's not just the issue with us here, it's an issue against the system. Like, we have a problem with racism and being marginalized here at home, right? It's the world right now because it's somewhere somebody is climbing up the ladder and they're stepping on the person below them or they're putting the person below them down, right? Like, it's funny. So I'm from an all-black suburb in Southern Virginia, right? One of the oldest black suburbs in the country, right? A little neighborhood called Cavalier Manor. Everybody in my neighborhood, my grandparents and all them were World War II, Korean War, civil service, right? I'm third generation from that neighborhood. Charles Rashear's from my neighborhood, you know who he is. He's not from my neighborhood. He retired and lived there. So I grew up, like, two of my best friends are his grandkids. Real tight-knit community. One thing we learned coming up was to leave. So when I go home, all my friends who stayed at home, like, still have this stuck-at-home mentality, right? And I've had the opportunity to travel the world, but that was choices I made. That's, something we were taught to do. We, as a culture, don't have a home.
Right.
Like
we talked about that earlier about how we're refugees.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's so wild to say that. Like, I was in South Sudan in 2011 when it became a country. You know what I'm saying? It was like the wildest thing in the world to watch these people. Watch the birth of another nation in Africa. And then fast forward a couple of years later, I'm running all over, fast forward to 14, 15, I'm running all over running all across the continent, and I'm watching, we're doing great things here, and I'm watching atrocities happen somewhere else. And at home, none of my friends have a clue what's going on. Like, I'm posting pictures like, I'm in Mali. They're like, where's that? I'm like, Northwest Africa. Like, pick up a map, pick up a globe, read something other than the mainstream media to see what's going on in the world. Like, craziness.
But that's one of the things that we have to continue to work on, is not only educating ourselves, but kind of making it cool again to pick up a book, because I think for the large part, we used to have a lot of infrastructure. I remember back in the day, even in Philadelphia, a lot of the masjids used to teach technical things, trades. Even now, there's a community center here in the city where they just aren't. There's not enough funding. The city isn't funding to education as a whole, and I know for a lot of folks, because. Well, first, let me say, D, I appreciate you calling in, bro, because that insight really helps to kind of propel the next portion in this conversation. And once again, hey, if anything else comes up in the conversation that you want to call back and talk on, just give us a ring, all right?
Real quick, I'm gonna say this. If they're not gonna fund it, why we not funding it?
And that's exactly what we're about to get into next, bro. But thank you again. All right, bro. All right, now. So I guess to close out, because it's that 12 o'clock hour, And I just want to give the opportunity to those who kind of rode out this fine evening to just, in your opinion, what happens next? What do you see that needs to happen? And try to keep it concise and surmise it as well as you can. But what needs to happen next for the next, going into the future? Jay, start us off.
First off, we have to, like, as much as everybody talks about unity, we have to like create a form of unity, and that comes with us appointing our own internal leader or system of leaders, so that we can have people who have like straight skill sets of like understanding, because it is gonna be a war. Like, we're going to need people who are like in some way a tactician of sorts when it comes to the economy, agriculture. Like, trust me, they're gonna try all kinds of stuff. I mean, this is why Flint is still in the situation that it is.
Yeah, they ain't got new water. Yeah.
Like, people, if their people aren't there, they don't care.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how it is. So we're gonna have to create a team of people that we can look on as our modern day, MLKs and Malcolms, and you know what I mean? Like that could come together and, a beacon that will draw everyone together. Because right now, half of us have this slave mentality that we don't want to leave.
We want to fuck up the master's money, man. We don't want to fuck up master's money.
All right, well, boss. Okay, then where do we go next?
Next, we're not done phase 1 yet, in my opinion, because what we want, like I said, is not going to be given to us. That idea of equality. So we're going to have to dismantle the whole system, and and I hate to say it, but if that takes burning it all down, then so be it. Then after that, then we can discuss Reconstruction. When the Civil War started, they didn't say, "Oh man, what happens next?" No, they said, "This is the fight that's in front of me." When we get to a point that we all can start to build together, then we'll start that process. But before we get there, this is the fight that's in front of me. We can't start looking past the enemy that's in front of us. You played football, you've had look ahead games. You know what that looks like. You have an opponent to this week that's kind of mediocre at best, and then next week we playing mass bomb. And it's like, all right, cool. Well, this week we got blown out by King because we weren't paying attention to the people that was in front of us. And there in that blowout, we lost a running back, we lost a linebacker, and now when we go against mass bomb, we're weaker because of it.
Right.
So now we took 2 L's instead of just that one. So don't look past this as if we're done yet. We're not done yet. We have to before we can go to the next one. That's really it for me. I don't really think that we should I don't even think we should take the time as leaders, because that's literally, I can't imagine us being anything else. Yeah, we may be low on the totem pole, well, high on the totem pole, because the lower part of the totem pole was the strongest. So we may be pretty high on the totem pole as it stands right now, as far as our influence is concerned. But that's just how we're looking at it. I really think that, and Kurt, I'm gonna talk to you offline about this tomorrow because it's late. But I really think that we need to start that process of I don't even want to say vetting leaders, because vetting leaders is what eliminates people that may have been awesome leaders. So I just want to put together a group of people that want to be leaders. And when I say want to be leaders, they recognize what they did to Jesus, Malcolm, and Martin. And they recognize that what they're against. And they recognize that they're putting targets on their back. And they still say, no, but I need to lead my people.
It takes a certain level of strength to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Sassy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you look like a church lady about to talk. I don't feel like
because it's late.
It is late. I know, baby.
But
Sassy, come on, give me your opinion. What as the first lady of the HNIC and representing age bracket that honestly we didn't have enough of on here. Which, if I do it again, I'll make sure to have a few more people around your age range. I know I'm trying not to make it sound like that, but what do you think? What do you think needs to happen next?
I feel like I second everything that everybody's been saying for the most part, that it's going to take some kind of bigger or deeper action. So it's going to have to like be even more than what we're currently trying to do, because every time that we drop it, it just fades away and turns back into like everything's back at this normal. We're just going to be content with what we have until the next thing happens and they throw us something small and be like, here you go. Okay, shut up. And that's just the end of it. But we also got to ask ourselves too, are we ready for that smoke? Like, we got to be prepared for it. If that's what we going to do, and that's what we headed towards, I'm all for it.
I love that. She said, we got to be ready for the smoke. Go ahead. You know what? That's why I love you, Sass. Big E, my brother.
Personally, I know I'm not. I mean, I want these things to happen, but I'm not ready for it. Because what am I going to do? I don't know what to do.
Hey,
I have to figure out stuff to protect myself in the house if somebody busts up in here on how I'm a hide, because I'm not a fighter.
Well, if you're not ready, you better get ready. Cause she said peach cobbler.
Yeah, this peach cobbler thing.
It looked good.
Somebody please, man.
All right, Big E, you come on, brother, black man. Where do we go from here?
For me, it's a multi-tiered solution. For me, I think the very first step is we have to figure out how to get organized enough to be effective enough to execute, right? So that the challenge, some of the challenges, I'm not going to get into all of them because I'll be having these discussions all day and they wearing me out.
Right?
But
lost it.
But first thing we need to do is just organize, just figure out who we going to, like Basim said, we got to figure out and identify these leaders. And the next thing after that, we have to hold them accountable for the leadership. Now, the second thing I think we need to do is, and the now is more into the long term, right? So we identify our leaders, figure out what the plan is, and then execute the plan. More or less in the long, and none of this stuff happens overnight. More or less in the long term, and I posted this tonight, we need to start grooming our own politicians to infiltrate from the inside out, right?
Long-term goal. That got to be the long-term goal.
It has to be because
our own president. We have to.
It's burning me out that we have. I'm
trying. The mafia did it.
I'm having these conversations on Facebook about people. They're so upset, and I hope y'all use that same energy to vote tomorrow. Fucking for what? None of these people.
Don't get me started on voting.
We groomed to demand and put forth and execute our agenda. I'm personally tired of voting for the lesser of two evils. No, fuck that. Won't we? Oh, I'm sorry. That slipped out because it's been all day with this.
No,
but why don't we home grow our
This ain't the radio. You can say what you want.
Yeah, but I know Zuck be listening. But we can home grow our own politicians to put forth the agenda that we set forth and that we demand. And it's not about, I hear a lot of people say, oh, well, you just want a puppet. I say, it ain't no different than what's already out there now, with the exception that we get to progress our people forward in a meaningful manner. And just a couple things I think we ought to demand is, one, we need to demand equal access to money. A lot of the times, like right now, we're unprepared because we're not armed, and wars take money. If we can't fill the coffers, we can't fucking fight the war.
I just
get
said that to somebody, we can't afford a war.
And that's true. That's true. But as a people, we figure it out, right? So we need to demand access to money so that we're able to compete. We need to demand access to the same level of education as everybody else. We need to demand that we have access to ownership that everybody else has access to. We can't have ownership without the funds, though. Everything always leads back to the dollar for them. That's why I always say we need to understand how powerful the dollar is that we have. And there's no reason at the rate that we going, there is a reason. Selfishness, crab in the barrel mentality, and nobody else wants to see another Black person win.
Because of slavery.
That's not a sweeping thing across the board, because I genuinely want to see all of my people win. It's exceptions to all the rules. But I think the most important thing we need to do is start to organize, grow our own politicians, get access to money, allocate that money to meaningful change. Because at this point, I don't want a fucking reparation. I didn't get no stimulus check. I don't know why. I don't know if I didn't qualify. I don't know, but I didn't get
mine either.
So,
I ain't get mine either.
I'm doing just fine, whatever. But
Right.
The point is, if we don't get organized and we don't affect this thing systemically from the inside out, we'll be revisiting this same topic in another 5 to 10 years.
Say less.
You think it's gonna take that?
I'm gonna just, I guess for me, in closing this thing out, because I got the timer
Kurt,
on here.
I hate to cut you off.
No, go
but
ahead.
This is by far one of the big. This right here could change how we organize, how we mobilize, and how we advance. Meek just said it in the chat. She said we need our own
I was just about to.
platform.
I was just about to say that.
Listen, on everything I hold sacred, my kids, that is very much an achievable thing by the people right here in this chat right now. Okay? That is very much an achievable thing right here, right now. All we got to do is say we want to do. Leave this biased platform the fuck behind. Go somewhere where we can speak freely and that cannot be infiltrated so they don't try to fuck up our plans or send it. Well, they always going to have the Uncle Toms, the Coons, and Trojan horses, but it's up to us to weed them out.
Well, there's somebody
Meek,
somebody just dropped in the chat that the Cookout Online is Black owned and operated social media platform. So apparently there's already seeds there. I kind of wanted to I wanted to echo the words of Meek, and another strong, intelligent Black woman who honestly has the foresight to see where we are in the time of things. I truly believe unequivocally with Big Exclusive in that in any warfare, you lose when you don't have communication, period. I don't care how strong the military was. I don't care how well armed the military was. In any type of action, you need communication and coordination. Having platforms, having ways to amplify voices, having our own is how we grow. And if you want to grow and you want to organize, you got to be able to reach the masses easily. Now, I'm not saying Facebook is the platform. I'm not saying YouTube is, Twitch, or any of these other things. We can build our own platforms. We had it in Black Planet and apparently the Cookout Online. I'll go check them out. Platforms have come and go. But it's incumbent upon us to build them. And this right here was built ground up. This single show, which is nothing more than a branch of a larger tree with its own grounded roots. But there's nothing where everybody's a podcaster, everybody's a content creator, everybody has an audience. You can make your own BET and make it the way you want it to. We talk about allocating our own dollars, we'll allocate the dollars into building our own financial infrastructure, whether it be Black business, Black entertainment, Black transport, Black farming and agriculture, whatever it is, whatever we're going to do, make sure you're funneling the dollars into building the infrastructure for that. Me personally, I definitely think you should do Black platforms because I directly benefit from that. That's just me personally. But to close out, I want to thank.
Back on.
Oh, I thought you were asleep. I'm sorry.
No.
I thought you was
My
out.
eyes are just not that open all the time.
Whatever. I know that old saying. I'm just resting my eyes.
No, they really be open, but people be thinking when I look downward that my eyes are closed. They be open.
First, I want to thank everybody here on the panel and that tuned into the panel that was a part of this now 7 to 12, 5.5 hour marathon. I hope we gave a voice to those who felt like they were screaming and nobody was listening to them. Just know that our phone lines was open this entire time. To Jason and VT Heroes, Jason, if you could just let everybody know where to support you.
Yeah, just go on the Instagram and follow VT Heroes. It's a body positive, Black owned Power Ranger fighting game. Like, come on out, support a brother. I got bills.
Facts. Basim, because you let everybody know where to check you out and get more insight where they can, get more of your thoughts on things.
Well, you got the US Forward podcast, the Yafi podcast on Instagram and Facebook. We go live from Facebook from the Yafi podcast. We also have all the Smoke podcasts with the ladies, with Meek and Simone. And you got the bigger umbrella of it all, which is Catalyst Media and Content Group, which is basically doing what you were talking about, and the idea of I'm building my own network. I'm building my own BT. I'm not relying on anybody else anymore. There's no point in that. We can create enough content. If this pandemic didn't teach us anything else, it taught that the content creator will always be in charge. The person that that I thought that the writer's strike taught us that, but obviously somebody missed the memo. Because out of the writer's strike, I don't know if y'all know, but that's how Blackish became a thing. Out of the writer's strike, when the writers decided they weren't going to do anything, and that was it. A lot of shows got canceled that were pretty decent shows. Heroes was a casualty of that. Fringe was a casualty of that. These are shows that were great. They had cult followings, but because the writers went on strike in mid-season, it was nothing else they could do. And so, Kenya decided that he would never allow someone else to tell him what he couldn't do. And so from that point on, that's where that came from. So this is where we are now. We're in a position where there are companies and businesses that are looking for content creators, and that's what we're doing. We're creating content, but we're making sure also in all of the humor and everything like that we do, we also are trying to educate our people and make sure that our people are moving forward in the right way. And that's where I say, like, when we're looking, like Jay said, look for a leader. I think we need to look within. It's not about always like having people that always agree. Because when this shit first went down on Thursday, me and Curtis had an actual disagreement, not like a it wasn't like a going back and forth disagreement, but we had a principal disagreement. Like, his idea of what should happen and my idea of what should happen do not line up. But do I feel as though him and I could be on a team together and lead a generation of people in the right direction? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I feel like Malcolm and Martin did more when they were together than when they were separate? Absolutely.
Yeah. I agree.
So it's just a matter of everybody pulling their resources and kind of seeing where to go from here. Sassy, could you let everybody know where to check you out at?
Yep. You can find me on my page, Instagram page, Oni_sassy, or my Facebook page, Oni Sassy. And just hang in there and be safe. Make sure that if you do go out, that you go out prepared with everything you need to have so you can be safe, because you don't know what might be coming your way. So be safe.
And Shan, could you let everybody know to check you out at, bro? I want some of that wine. You're on mute. I don't know if you know that.
Uh-oh.
There you go. I took you off. Good.
That wine muted him.
I honestly haven't had any today. Today was a work day for me. I've been working and arguing with people on Facebook all day.
that'll do it. But where can people check you out, bro?
It's at Big Exclusive on everything. Super simple, super easy. I will say this. I appreciate everybody who came through on this panel. It was dope to have people come in and be able to speak their mind and not feel like it has to be, or we all have to agree to make it work.
Facts. I had a bunch of eloquent words I wanted to say to close this out, but I honestly don't feel like I could do it justice. Me personally, I am a big fan of amazing, eloquent leaders throughout Black history. We played Martin earlier. We played Malcolm. But I think this particular individual surmises everything we wanted to say on the panel, and it's a great way to close this out. So I'm going to close with, it's only 90 seconds long, but it hits to the heart of everything that we're talking about. And I thank everybody who has called in and was a part of the panel, and the head nurse in charge will be here every single time to answer the call.
Let's do this again.
Yeah.
Yo, I think it's necessary that we do this again. And I think the way things are going, after they didn't drop the ball again and took another brother's life, I think we'll have to do this again. And if need be, we'll be right there. And just know,
they took a sister's life too.
Huh?
A sister we lost a sister today too.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, one of the, like, I guess, rubber bullets to the head.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Like, it lodged in it. They posted a picture of it. Like, it's horrific.
Oh God. I'm glad I didn't see that.
I am. You know what? I can't even speak on it, but I think Baldwin can.
I can't be a pessimist. Because I'm alive. Be a pessimist means that you breathe human life. So I'm forced to be an optimist. I'm forced to believe beings alive. This is alive. But the Negro in this country, the future of the Negro in this country is precisely as bright or as dark as the future of the country. It is entirely up to the American and our representatives. It is entirely up to the American people whether or not they're going to face and deal with and embrace this stranger whom they've relied so long. What white people have to do is try to find out in their own hearts why it was necessary to have a nigger in the first place. Because I'm not a nigger. I'm a man. But if you think I'm a nigger, it means you need me. The question you've got to ask yourself, the white population of this country has got to ask itself, North and South, because it's one country, and for a Negro, there's no difference in the North and the South. It's just, a difference in the way they castrate you. But the fact of the castration is the American fact. If I'm not the nigger here, and if you invented it, you the white people invented it, you got to find out why.
I'm King Kurt Live. We are head nerds in charge. In America, you need to work out your stuff. You need to figure out exactly why you hate the way you hate, because we are no longer accepting bodies in the street. That is no longer an option. So, whether you take it from Martin's perspective, which is the resilience of peaceful protests, or Malcolm's, either get your house in order or they're going to keep setting it on fire and letting it burn. Thank you for tuning in. For anybody, come check us out again. If we get the opportunity to do it again, I think the entire panel and everybody that came through tonight, and to all those who are in their homes, be safe, stay safe. And to my people of color, especially my Black sisters and Black brothers, just know you are not alone.